You tell me not to mute this one, right?
Fido's ready.
Okay, we'll.
Alrighty. First of all, is everyone there? I'm getting a little feedback here. Can you hear me? Everyone hear me?
I think we're ready, yes.
Alrighty. So, all right. So at this point, we're back from closed session, and there's nothing to report out. So at this point, I'll go ahead and move for adjournment of the study session.
Mr. Mayor, I thought there was a public comment that was going to be read at this time.
Oh, is it for the study session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The Mr. Perez had asked that the public communication be read at the 5 o'clock meeting.
All right. And who has that?
I think I sent it to Shannon, City Clerk Ayala, and maybe Lulu. But I also have it, I think, somewhere here.
Okay.
I don't know. Mrs. Ayala, do you have it by any chance? Lulu?
I'm checking right now.
It would be an Eric Perez, P-E-R-E-Z.
Give me a second.
Robert, the only one I see is from an Eric Perez, and it requests to be read at the 7 p.m. public communications. But I have quite a few Perez in my box here too.
Okay, so he sent he sent it again and said read it at the 7 p.m. So because he thinks we're not going to read it at the 5 p.m.
Hey, I'm sorry, Mayor and council members. I actually have it if you'd like for me to read it.
Okay, that's fine, Lulu.
Thank you.
It says, good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor Lozano. My name is Eric Perez. I am writing this email on behalf of myself and all names mentioned at the bottom of this email. We are young residents of the city of Baldwin Park. I'm excited to share with the council that all of us and more are going to be first-time voters in our community. 2020 is going to be an important election, not just for the White House, but for our community in Baldwin Park. Like Ms. Michelle Obama, Bernie Sanders has said before, if we want to change in our community, we need to start in our community from the city council, school board members, and water agency. And this is signed from Eric Perez, and the voters, Jamie Sanchez, Javier Mendoza, Joaquin Ruiz, Jorge Lopez, Jose Herrera, Joel Hernandez, Juan Gutierrez, Julio Gonzalez, Leonardo Gomez, Lorenzo Vega, Luis Tapia, Manuel Torres, Marcelo Valdez, Marcos Soto, Mario Vasquez, Martin Flores, Mauricio P., Mateo Aguilar, and Miguel Diaz. We are calling for Alejandra Avila to run for mayor. We, the voter, are behind you, Ms. Avila.
Awesome. Thank you. Was that it?
Yes, that concludes that particular email.
All right. So at this point, we've already recorded that. So I will go ahead and call for the close of study session. That is my motion.
Second.
Any objections? See none, so moved. All right. So at this point, I would like to open up the Baldwin Park regular meeting, June 17th, 2020. The time is 7:15. I will also open that concurrently with the Finance Authority and the Housing Authority and the Housing and the Finance, and I think those are the only two.
Successor agency, Mayor.
Just saw it right now. Thank you. So at this point, I will go ahead and we'll ask everyone to please stand and for the flag salute. All right. Ready? Begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the
republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right. So at this point, we'd like to close on behalf of Brad McFadden, former mayor and council member from the city of West Covina, a longtime friend of mine, an attorney who also did several cases pro bono for residents of the city of Baldwin Park. So he will truly be missed, made a major impact in the city of West Covina. And I think, Shannon, you probably knew him. I'm not certain. You may have during your years there. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you.
Our condolences goes out to his family. All right. So at this point, I will go ahead and ask Madam City Clerk, Ms. Gina Mayala, to take roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Alejandra Avila,
Here.
Councilmember Monica Garcia,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Paul Hernandez,
Present.
and Mayor Emmanuel Lozano.
Here. Thank you very much, Madam City Clerk. All right. So at this point, we'll look through the agenda, and we do have for presentations, we have the proclamations, commendations, and a presentation in recognition of the honor of outgoing City Councilmember Ricardo Pacheco. Councilmember Ricardo Pacheco, are you on? Mr. Pacheco, if he was on earlier, but well, first of all, we'll read a.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you hear Councilmember Ricardo Pacheco?
Yeah, I could
We're
hear
going
you guys.
to read off a plaque that will be presented to you, which reads Ricardo Pacheco, Councilmember, City of Baldwin Park, December 1997 to June 2020. With the deepest gratitude and appreciation for 23 years of dedicated and unending commitment to the citizens and community of Baldwin Park, surrounding cities and various organizations, your devotion and hard work will never be forgotten. We wish you the best in your retirement and future endeavors. That's on behalf of the city council members. So I just want to say, Ricardo, both you and I have been friends probably for over at least 25 years. We started out together, and I think that we may have had our ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we knew that the homework for the city of Baldwin Park was priority, and you always were there steadfast. So you will always be a friend of mine, and you will be recognized for literally the many different projects that have been developed in the city of Baldwin Park. That not only goes back to the Target, as well as the Smart and Final, the Home Depot, Walmart, and a variety of other different major stores in Baldwin Park, and of course for some of the upcoming ones, and Starbucks, which was, I remember at one time, recall when they didn't believe that Baldwin Park residents would be entertained by this coffee. And yet now we have the total of over 5 different Starbucks in the city of Baldwin Park, and a lot of improvement, and a lot of credit goes out to you, my friend, for the redevelopment of the housing, for the park and recreation as we continue to expand on it, as well as the teen center. So you partook in every one of those, and many, many more. No one could discredit what you have built for the city of Baldwin Park, and I personally am very fortunate to have served with someone like yourself, who without a doubt will continue to be recognized for the work that you presented to the city of Baldwin Park, my friend. And we'll be friends for life, Ricardo. This is council members. Hello? Anyone there?
Sorry.
I can hear you, Mayor.
Yes. Councilman Ricardo Pacheco, did you hear that?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. I just finished my statement. Did you hear it?
I heard it.
Okay.
You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, hold on. We have Vice Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
Vice Mayor Hernandez.
Thank you. Again, I want to echo the words that our mayor just mentioned. Councilmember Pacheco, it's been an honor to serve with you, for the short term. I've had the opportunity to serve, with the Pacheco family, with our current Vice President, Miss Lynette Pacheco, with the Valley County Water District for several years. Gotten to know you and your family. You're continuing to growing family. So, you will be missed. I want to, again, just thank you for all your years of service and your commitment to, to our city and its residents. Being on city council for the period that you were, it shows something, that, the residents have certainly supported you throughout these many years and many elections in the past. So with that, just want to say again, thank you for your service, and we will be seeing you, in city council chambers, hopefully from time to time, and of course, out in the streets as we normally do. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Avila.
thank you. Well, hello, Ricardo. I just want to wish you the best. Thank you for the service that you've provided for the citizens of Baldwin Park. You will be missed, but I want to thank you for everything that you did throughout the years that you have worked in our community. I know you will continue to continue your work here in the community. At the same time, be able to spend time with your family, which I know that's one of your main priorities. Again, thank you for everything that you've done for our city. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilmember Monica Garcia.
Thank you. Yes, I also want to wish Councilmember Ricardo Pacheco all the best in your new chapter, your next chapters, and that goes for you and your family. I have worked with you on the city council now for how many years? 13 years. And during that time, we've definitely had our highs and lows, but I think we got through all of it. It's very similar to a way that a family gets through, the highs and lows, and we worked through all of it. And really, I think it was because we wanted to serve the community in the best way that we knew how. So I just want to say that, I appreciate that we were able to work together, get through some of the more challenging times. And, I just appreciate that we were able to get some good work done for the community. I also appreciate the experience that you often brought to the table with regard to public works and your advocacy for, those who may not have had the voices, the strongest or loudest voices in the community. And so I just want to say that I did appreciate that you advocated, for families that needed advocacy, and you were a strong advocate for the local church, the local Catholic Church. So, there's a lot that you brought to the table, and very much appreciate it. We will miss your voice on the council, but I know that you will remain active in the community, and I'm sure that the family will as well, with Lynette and your girls and your growing boy. So wishing you all the best. Thank you for the collaboration over the years, and my best to you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, at this point, we have our city clerk, Ms. Gina Ayala.
Ricardo, I just want to offer you my best wishes for your future with Lynette and with the children. I do remember 23 years ago when we had a conversation when this was even something you were going to consider. And I am happy to say that we've been friends much longer than that. So growing up together, and I wish you the best. That we had a conversation prior to this, but just to know that our families grew up together. We're a part of this community. We're here because we want what's best for those around us, our residents, and that's always been the basis of your decisions. I know in terms of what you've done up here, up on the dais. So I look forward to following in your footsteps, and I appreciate your work that you've done here for the community. And this isn't goodbye, because I know that I'll be seeing you guys soon. So be well, and that God blesses you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is Marie on board, our city treasurer? If not, at this point, we'll give the mic over to our outgoing council member, Ricardo Pacheco.
Okay, Mayor, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you all for the wonderful, kind words. Unfortunately, we have to do it. I can't see anybody. We can't see each other. And I wish I could be there, all together with you. So it's kind of a little unusual. But I think that, we shared a lot of wonderful experiences. I think we've done a lot together. We really moved the city forward. There's a lot of changes that we did throughout the years. We have better parks, better, public, our police department, and just everything we've done together, public works, all the projects that we were able to get done have continuously moved the city forward. And I know that it's okay to have disagreements as long as at the end, we can all agree and all get along and keep our city moving forward. And I know that, by with God's help, that our city has really been kept safe and kept out of harm's way, because we're all very spiritual, and I think that brings, a lot to our city. And all the churches that our city are a part of really make our city, I think, a very special place. But just real quickly, I want to, I'm retiring because, my wife and I have discussed this with some of my friends, and there's just, other things that I wanted to do in my life, some other professional endeavors I want to carry on. My parents are getting older, and I wanted to spend some time with them. And also, my son is going to be 9 this month, and so I wanted to start to spend more time with my son, with my daughters, and just devote more time to my family and be able to just spend time with them. Also, I think it's time to also move on, let somebody else take the lead. I think there's a lot of new changes going on in our community, and have everybody have an opportunity to be a leader in our community. And that doesn't mean that I'm going to step aside or step away. I'll be there. I'll be calling you guys and giving you my opinion and letting you know the direction that I think you're all going in. And I think you're all very capable. You guys have made a lot of hard decisions, and there's more difficulties to come. But I think all of you and whoever else takes my seat is in a position to be able to move forward. And I just think a lot of projects that we did throughout the year, I don't know if Mayor Lozano, when we started, along the Garvey Boulevard and that empty lot, that back then was Vaughn's, and all those changes that people told us, it's impossible. You're not going to make that change. It's Baldwin Park. You're never going to make a change. But look at, 20 years ago, 23 years ago when we started, and how we kept positive and kept the city moving forward. And we have all these new shopping centers. All our parks are upgraded. All of them have a new building on them that for the families that never happened. All the street fairs that we have, concerts in the park, just more of a family-oriented city. And I think it'll continue to be that way. We always try to connect with the local sports league to make sure that they have what they want as much as we can give them. And I think if we continue in that direction, if you guys continue in that direction, our city's just going to move forward. I know right now it's kind of started like, we're losing revenue and jobs and a lot of things, but I know staying united and staying together, we're going to make this continue to be a city that grows and continues to move forward. So I also want to thank my residents. A lot of them have supported me for many years, and I want to thank them for all the support that they've given me. All the staff members that have worked hard. Didn't get a chance to thank everybody, but all of you guys have always been there and worked overtime and worked diligently to really make the progress that we have today during the pandemic that's continuing. But a lot of you continue to show support even during these hard times. So I'll be missing all of you, but I cherish all the wonderful memories that I have with all my colleagues, with all the residents of Baldwin Park. The senior dances were always wonderful to see our friends at the senior dances. But again, just want to thank you all for the opportunity to serve our great city. But I'll be seeing you around. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the
Ricardo, just want to let you know, we'll look forward, and we have that new LED marquee, so we're going to definitely put a photo and a congratulations to you on behalf of the city of Baldwin Park once it's up, hopefully next week or so.
Thank you, Mayor. You've always been kind to me.
All right, we love you. Take care. Say hi to the family. All right, awesome. Thank you very much for Councilmember Ricardo Pacheco. All right, moving along, we're going to, the announcements, the council are also members of the board of directors of the Housing Authority and Finance Authority, which are concurrently convening with the city council this evening, and each council member is paid an additional stipend of $30 for attending the Housing Authority and meeting for $50 for attending the Finance Authority meeting. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and go into the proclamations. So I believe hopefully we have some of the students on. I will read out what the actual certificate that we'll be presenting, and of course we're doing it through Zoom. The first one will go to Baldwin Park High School students. So the first one that we have is from, am I correct, North Park Continuation High School. The first one is Mitchell Aguilera from North Park. Mitchell, if you're here, and congratulations. We're extremely proud of you. We also have Edra Esperanza from North Park, so congratulations to you as well. Baldwin Park High School, we have Zara Rodriguez and also Kendra Gwen From Sierra Vista High School, we have Cindy Yang and also Jose Antonio Martinez. So I want to, first of all, congratulate each and every one of you for your achievement. We're enthusiastic about your next journey in life. And the key thing is to never forget the community and the teachers that built you, that worked with you during good times and bad times. And more important, your parents that were with you from the whole time of kindergarten or preschool for that matter, up to the 12th grade. What we are, the council members, what we are planning to also is obtain your photo and placing it up on the marquee with the college that you will be attending. So just want to thank each and every one of you. I am aware of Jose Antonio Martinez from Sierra Vista High School. He was accepted to Caltech, which is the competitor MIT, I believe, in Boston. So that's incredible. From my understanding, a full paid scholarship. So maybe an astronaut or some major chemist person here would have you, but every one of you can design your future. So congratulations and get ready to begin your new journey in life. Thank you on behalf of the City Ballroom Park. All righty. Okay, at this point, we'll also go over to the domestic violence presentation. Why don't we bring this back? Let's just bring that back. So, Cynthia, are you there?
Yes, I am, sir.
Let's bring that back. Is that okay? So we're going to a pretty busy schedule. So I want to thank you very much for taking that opportunity as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So at this point, let me see. I think that's the only thing that we have. We're going to move over to the public communication, and we're going to have Ms. Jean M. Ayala read there is a large amount of letters that were sent in to be read. So they will be read for the record. Thank you.
Mayor, excuse me, this is the CEO. I think our city attorney wanted to make a statement before we began.
Yes, legal counsel.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I think I was on mute there.
Okay, yes, go ahead, legal counsel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we are under emergency orders through the governor. There are certain modifications that have been made to public communications during this emergency order. Excuse me. In addition, the Brown Act allows for the city council to adopt reasonable regulations to facilitate public comment. That's Government Code Section 54954.3, Subdivision A, including regulations that limit the total amount of time allowed for public comment on particular issues and for each particular and individual speaker. In this case, Mr. Mayor, we have received well over 100 public communications. Many of these are the exact same letters. So because we are able as a council, as a city, to adopt these reasonable regulations, we're going to, for the duplicate letters and for the letters that are reasonably similar, we're going to read a handful of those communications, and then we will read out all of the names of the people that submitted those communications. So all of the communications will be read. It's just we're not going to read communications over and over again that are the same or substantially similar. And so that's the way we'll be conducting the public communications today based on the California Brown Act.
All righty, thank you very much. So at this point, I will give the mic over to the city clerk, Ms. Jean M. Ayala.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Our first one, a moment. From Jonathan Frias. Hello, I believe it is in the best interest of the city if the police department is defunded and the city can focus more on programs that benefit the youth. Thank you, Jonathan Frias. Our next one is from Neil Botasio. Excuse me. Dear Jean Ayala, in light of the tragic killing of George Floyd, I felt compelled to write to you As a lifelong and proud citizen of Baldwin Park, as a nation, the Black community has called everyone to join them in bringing down systemic racism in not only the justice system, but other facets of society as well. Baldwin Park should be united in this effort as our community has thrived on the backs of hardworking families of color. In my opinion, Baldwin Park is the ideal city to establish roots. As someone who's lived here for nearly 30 years, I've been fortunate to witness the immense growth and modernizing of Baldwin Park. A few years ago, I was a recreation leader at the Baldwin Park Teen Center and Skate Park. I checked people in, interacted with the teens and their parents, planned activities, produced flyers, and participated in putting together events for the city. I worked with a very dedicated and resourceful team to serve our smart, friendly, and tech-savvy teen regulars. With that being said, I pose the question, what more can we do to give back to the community? Our city has held events with great turnouts, but beyond that, true engagement, especially with our young adult crowd, is lacking. From my experience working at the Teen Center, I can tell you that we are all working with outdated technology and limited resources. We've held events specific to the Teen Center to introduce ourselves to new teens and raise funds, but you can also do so much with word of mouth from regulars, while the Teen Center has so much potential to enrich teen life in Baldwin Park. We don't give them much to explore, no look forward to other than serving as a refuge after school. 2020 as far has proven to be a tumultuous year, but with that, it is also a year of deep reflection. George Floyd's death has served as a reminder to take a closer look at both our community and leadership. In researching Baldwin Park, people have noticed that the city has a history of allocating a large percentage of funding towards the police department. This is no different than many other cities across the United States. However, with cries across the nation looking heavily towards funding community enrichment rather than just dropping funds on the police department, shouldn't Baldwin Park follow suit? I've learned through the teens at the Teen Center that Baldwin Park is rich in culture and also a hub of new ideas. The city should also do its best to bolster support for its community so that the next generation of proud Baldwin Parkers will take the initiative in driving the city to new heights. This is all starts with the city's budget. Thank you for your time. I hope our city officials will take some of these thoughts into consideration and push towards offering more for our community. Sincerely, Neil Potasio. Excuse me. The next one is from Jose Armendariz. Please decrease the funding of police and invest in our community. I truly believe crime can diminish if we help our youth. More so, crimes can be prevented before it ever happens. Investing in the community will help lead to a better and more peaceful society. Next. Dear Jean M. Ayala, your mission statement states, quote, to be ever mindful of our neutrality and impartiality by rendering equal service to all with emphasis on ethics, integrity, and professionalism. It has come to my attention that the Baldwin Park 2020-2021 budget will be voted on next week. Currently, 64% of our budget goes to police, but only 12% gets used in community programs. On May 25th, 2020, Officer Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd via mechanical asphyxiation in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Minnesota Police Department buried his cause of death, initially with a report from the medical examiner claiming underlying health issues led to his unfortunate death. A private autopsy revealed the truth. The police have disproportionately targeted Black people for years, which is not a surprise given police officers' roots originated from slavery. Breonna Taylor in Louisville, Kentucky, Ahmaud Arbery in Glenn County, Georgia, Tony McDade in Tallahassee, Florida, Deion Johnson in Phoenix, Arizona. Black Lives Matter was founded 6 years ago, but the movement was triggered a long time ago. Emmett Lewis Till, Missouri. Mayor Bill de Blasio announced a portion of NYPD funding will be transferred to youth initiatives and social services. On the other hand, Minneapolis City Council announced the intent to disband the police department on June 7th. Throughout my involvement with the school education system here in Baldwin Park Unified School District, I saw the band at Sierra Vista Junior High School and Sierra Vista High School always have dedicated buildings or rooms, but the orchestra used whatever room allowed them to rehearse. They practiced in someone's textbook office for the longest time. The bilingual programs were constantly getting cut, and people would transfer schools for access wherever they could find it. Many enriching and empowering extracurriculars, as well as fundamental resources, were being cut left and right. Realizing the much needed prioritization of education and increasing resources for Black and people of color youth should come naturally to you. Community programs, including school ones, give children our future the tools necessary to navigate a world without resorting to crime. Shift the funds. Rosalva Gamboa. Next. Good morning. Decrease police funding and provide more to the community. Thank you, Diane Coronel. Next. Hi, my name is Danny, a concerned citizen in LA County. We cannot allow for the majority of next year's budget to go to the police department. For the betterment of our communities, we must invest more and more community service programs that can help prevent crimes from happening in the first place. Invest in the people you're protecting, not the ones that are attacking them. Thank you, from Daniel Andres Blanco. Next. Dear Gene Mayala, my name is Vivian Trong, and I am a resident of Baldwin Park. I'm ready to demand that the City Council votes to redirect funding away from the police and invest in the community instead. It has come to my attention that Baldwin Park 2020-21 budget will be voted on next week. Currently, 64% of our budget goes to police, while only 12% goes to community programs. We are in the midst of widespread upheaval over the systematic violence of policing, well documented across the country, murdering Black people like George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. The police have disproportionately targeted Black people for years, unsurprisingly, given the creation of the police system originated from slavery. This is not a request for reform. We are demanding that our voices be heard now and that real change be made to the way this city allocates its resources. Several city councils have already taken action in response to their communities, including Mayor Bill de Blasio of New York City, announcing that portion of the NYPD funding would be transferred to youth initiatives and social services. On June 7th, Minneapolis City Council announced the intent to disband the police department. We ask that the city of Baldwin Park follow suit and meaningfully to fund the BPPD during this time of economic uncertainty and historical records of unemployment. We demand a budget that adequately and effectively meets the needs of at-risk people of Baldwin Park during this trying and uncertain time. When livelihoods are on the line, we demand a budget that supports community well-being rather than one that empowers us with police forces that tear them apart. Decrease police funding, invest in the community. Thank you for your time. Vivian Trong. Next. Good afternoon. I'm emailing as a lifelong resident of Baldwin Park, California, to urge the city to vote fairly on the next budget, knowing that 64% of the budget goes into funding the city police and only 12% is spent on community programs was shocking to say the least. How can more than half of our budget go into the police department when Baldwin Park has entire streets with only one street lamp? When our schools after school programs funds are being cut, putting more money to use in community programs for our children will not only benefit the future of our community's children, but will benefit the community as a whole. If Baldwin Park wants to stop crime within our city, the solution is not to put more funding into police departments, especially not more than half. The solution is to put that money into creating community service programs, education programs, assistance programs, public works projects like placing more streetlights in dark streets. There is absolutely no justification for only 12% of our budget to go into community programs and 64%, more than half, into the police department, none at all. If the city really cares about the residents, they will take into account what is best for all of us, not just a few. Thank you for your time, Wendy Palafox. Next. My name is Anel Castellanos Gonzalez, and I am a resident of Baldwin Park. I urge you to reduce the amount of Baldwin Park 2020-2021 budget that is reserved for the police force. As seen during current events, the police force does not protect. Instead, they incite violence and harm to the community, especially in areas of the city where low-income residents and culture minorities reside. I would like to redirect the money that is given to the Baldwin Park Police Department into social service programs, affordable housing, helping smaller local businesses, and more funding into education. I believe it's crucial for the BPPD to be defunded for the safety of the community and for the community growth. Thank you. Anel Castellanos Gonzalez. Next. Being a resident of Baldwin Park and going through the school system, I've seen teachers struggle and buy their own supplies, which is not fair. City Council should decrease police spending and invest in the community, and that's sent by Eric Hernandez. Next. To Mayor Lozano and City Clerk Ayala, I do not write this email lightly or to bandwagon on recent events. I write you with a request to divert much needed funds from the BPPD to the BPUSD. Because I grew up in these streets, went to these schools, taught in this district, and have nieces and nephews attending now. I know firsthand now how limited resources have become, how dedicated the staff and families are, and how much of a difference it would make to everyone in this city if we could reapportion funds into programs that would invest in our future. We must fund programs that give hope to our people, not put our children in a school to prison pipeline. After school programs, counseling programs, extracurricular programs, adult education, drug and alcohol rehabilitation programs are what we need to invest in, not a police department that brutalizes our people or responds to peaceful protesters with violence. Lozano, I know that you are one of the people I've seen you running at Santa Fe Dam and taking the time to stop and talk to the residents. I write this to you from the heart because I know that radical change demands radical reform. And it starts as a base, our city representatives, in order to show the federal government that it can work and then be established at a state and national level. Listen to your people, defund the BPPD. Most importantly, fund BPUSD. Invest in our future. Rosa Escobosa. Next. As a concerned citizen of Baldwin Park, please take into consideration how much greater our community would be if it would distribute the money from the police into our youth and schools. From Sergio Medina. Next. I am a resident of Baldwin Park for more than 10 years. I'm requesting that the transfer funding from the police department to community programs currently spent 64% of the budget is on the police department and only 12% on community programs. Reducing the police budget, will not increase crime because over-policing does not reduce crime. Instead, we are not focusing on the issues that can prevent crimes in the first place. Focusing on community programs is a way of ensuring that the community has access to valued social settings and activities that contribute meaningful skills for our youth. Community programs can help academic performance, promote physical health, and provide a safe and structured environment for our community. I will hold council members who vote for this police department accountable by voting them out if they do not listen to the community's concerns. We will not be silenced. We will voice our concerns with our broken system. We will invest in our community. We need to focus our budget on issues that are affecting our community in a negative way. We must move forward and focus on a better Baldwin Park. Respectfully, Giselle Berciaga. Next. Hello, I am a resident of Baldwin Park, and it is my understanding that Baldwin Park will be voting on the 2020-2021 budget this week. As a member of this community, I believe that the city spends too much of its budget on police and not enough on community programs. I would like the city of Baldwin Park to lower their police budget for the future and to increase the budget for community programs. Thank you, Christian Rodriguez. Next. Hello. When voting on the 2020-2021 budget, please consider decreasing the police funding and use the money to invest in the community. Instead, currently the police take up 64% of the total budget, while less than 20% is going to community and community programs. I've actually noticed that the funding to the community has decreased in the 2019-2020 budget. I feel that if the police budget should sit around like 35% ideally, but 40% max, the city could really flourish if given adequate funding. So please take the community into consideration when deciding on the new budget. Respectfully, it's sent by Maria Alfaro. Next. Hello, Jean. I'm writing to demand Baldwin Park defund the police and instead redirect their funds to BPSD and social service lacking in our city. I'm outraged that last year 64% of the budget was allocated to such an oppressive force instead of truly benefiting the community. It's time to stand in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement and be on the right side of history. This is a humanitarian issue, and blind support for the police without accountability or repercussions must be stopped. Signed, Brenda Covarrubias. Next. Hello, my name is Jasmine Lopez. I'm a resident of Baldwin Park, and I'm emailing to demand the restructuring of the Baldwin Park budget so as to prioritize more social services for communities and to drastically minimize spending on police. I demand of the mayor, controller, and all the city council members to prove their love and dedication to the people of their city and reallocate funds to directly benefit those in need. Defunding the police and restructuring the budget is an absolute necessity now more than ever. There are communities who desperately need funding, and every day they don't receive it. Their quality of life worsens. Thousands have died who did not need to. You have the ability to change this, so please do it. Sincerely, Jasmine Lopez. Next. Excuse me, sorry. Dear Baldwin Park City Council members, I'm a resident of Baldwin Park and have been my whole life. I am contacting you as a concerned resident in regards to the upcoming vote for the 2020-2021 Baldwin Park budget. I demand that the budget prioritize the community's well-being and redirecting funds away from the police. I firmly believe that the best, most progressive, and safest communities are those that are provided the most resources, not the most cops. While police budgets are consistently increased, community and public institutions, schools, libraries, parks suffer immensely, seeing their budgets cut and their programs meant to help the youth prosper suffer with it. The poor infrastructure of policing is built around a war on crime mentality that has historically resulted in numerous people of color imprisoned or killed. Crime is a direct response to social conditions. Studies have shown that redirecting public funding into community-based initiatives and non-police solutions to social problems, more after-school programs, trauma services, more counselors, etc., will help uplift the community and reduce crime by addressing it at its source. How much of the budget you choose to invest directly back into the community resources is a statement of how much Baldwin Park residents are worth. How much is the Baldwin Park community worth it to you? We are in the middle of a long overdue and widespread upheaval over the systematic violence of policing, and change is demanded. As a young woman of color who has faced years of oppression and prejudice fighting to be heard, I simply demand that you listen and not only choose to be on the right side of history, but choose what's in the best interest of your community. Please remember that history has its eyes on you. Thank you for your time, Amanda Gutierrez. Next. Hi there, I'm emailing you today to say, as a resident of Baldwin Park, I'm asking for City Council to decrease the budget of the police and to put more money back into the community, not putting money towards criminalizing us. As the third generation of my family to live in Baldwin Park, I'm disgusted with how much of our hard-earned money is going towards police who only escalate situations and is not beneficial to the community. We need money invested in our future. Actually, academics is not funded in our school district. You guys are much more focused on having cops parked at our school constantly with a dog that barks when you walk by it. As class of 2016 from Baldwin Park High School, I'm outraged with how we criminalize our students. I remember if somebody was 5 minutes late, they would show up to class 20 to 40 minutes late and told me what I needed to know. Stop trying to get more money just to have more police in our schools and in our community. Every time I've been around a cop or see them at a scene, they're just standing around socializing or being rude. We demand a change and to invest in the benefit of our community rather than criminalizing it. And that is signed Tyra Castro. Next. Good afternoon. I hope that this email finds you well. My name is Marjorie, and I was informed from loved ones that the city of Baldwin Park, my hometown, is going to vote for the 2020-2021 budget next week. In reflection of current social issues, I think it's imperative that we examine how the budget will be distributed, acknowledging that roughly 64% goes to law enforcement and approximately only 12% goes to community programs. We should reconsider how much funding goes into the police if we allocate more of the budget towards resources and opportunities. Example, mental wellness centers that could protect the well-being and safety of our community. I believe it is plausible that crimes could be minimized and hopefully at some point cease altogether. Thank you. Best, Marjorie Llanera. Next. My name is Natalie Ramirez, and I'm a resident of Baldwin Park, and I'm emailing to demand the restructuring of the police department, restructuring of the Baldwin Park budget so as to prioritize more social services for communities and to drastically minimize spending on the sheriff's department. I demand of the City Council to prove their love and dedication to the people of their community and reallocate funds to directly benefit those in need. Defunding the police and restructuring the budget is an absolute necessity. Now more than ever, the budget could be allocated to services well needed in this community to support the homeless population, our transportation infrastructure, and other social services that desperately need help in Baldwin Park. We could completely transform our transportation system and social programs. Once again, we demand large spending cuts to the Sheriff's Office that be allocated to our transportation and social programs. Sincerely, Natalie Ramirez. Next. My name is Paulina Fausto, and I'm a resident of Baldwin Park, and I noticed that the city budget, only 12% of the funds will go to community programs, while 64% go to the police. I'm emailing to demand the restructuring of the Baldwin Park budget so as to prioritize more social services for the community and to drastically minimize spending on the Sheriff's Department. I demand of the City Council to prove their love and dedication to the people of their community and reallocate funds to direct benefit those in need. Defunding the police and restructuring the budget is an absolute necessity. Now more than ever, the budget could be allocated to services well needed in this community to support the homeless population, our transportation infrastructure, and other social services that desperately need help in Baldwin Park. We could completely transform our transportation system and social programs. Once again, we demand large spending cuts to the Sheriff's Office that instead be allocated to our transportation and social programs. Sincerely, Paulina Frausto. This message to all this message concerns. Hello, my name is Sila Quintana. I have been a resident of Baldwin Park for 24 years. I've seen the city grow and prosper through positive community initiatives. In fact, it felt as if my hometown grew up with me. However, when considering the city's budget and how it manages funds, I'm disappointed. It is in my best interest, as well as my community's, that funds for the police department be allocated to community programs. Given the current political climate, it would be a disservice to the people of Baldwin Park if our own government did not look inward. It would be a disservice in our own government continues to march with the beat of white supremacy and allowed 64% of our city's budget to be distributed to the police. In the 2013-14 fiscal year, David Mortensen published a PowerPoint presentation on September 25th and brought forward concerns over Baldwin Park's economic stagnation and steady decrease. Mortensen summarizes, quote, "There is not enough revenue to pay for the services needed for a quality community." I disagree. He posed an interesting question when identifying Baldwin Park's problem, quote, "What can and should be done to reshape the future? We can allocate police funds. We should allocate police funds. Citizens of Baldwin Park are suffering because their city isn't doing enough for them. We cannot allow the police to bear the sole responsibility to clean up the city. According to this poorly managed budget, our city council is misguided and ultimately withholding a quality community from their constituents. Recreation and community service, public works, and community development are all areas which could use improvement. They also happen to be the areas in which more affluent and financially successful communities spend their budget funds. The atrocities committed by the police department in Minneapolis are of a national pattern. I don't want my city to fail, especially when success can be achieved through evaluation and triumph can be achieved through the capitulation of community demands. Thank you for your time and consideration. That's Zila Quintana. Next. To whom it may concern, as a member of the Baldwin Park community, I'm writing to denounce the current proposed budget, as significant funding is currently allocated to police rather than programs which actually support the community. The budget should support the people, which includes funding education, health and wellness programs, mental health and the arts, after-school programming, help for people with disabilities, employment opportunities, housing, drug rehabilitation, and other resources needed to help people succeed. Behavior is a result of unmet underlying needs, and criminalizing people's behavior because the city does not do an adequate job of providing people with what they need to live is incredibly heinous. This proposed budget is unjust and inhumane. We demand a large portion of the policing funding to be allocated and should at least match budgets of surrounding more affluent neighborhoods such as Diamond Bar, Whittier, Covina, etc. You are elected by the people and for the people, so please do your job in a way that supports the people. And that's submitted by Nexi Gavidia. Next. I'm a resident, dear Ballpark City Council, I'm a resident of Ballpark and have been for the majority of my life. I'm ready to demand that the City Council adopt a budget that prioritizes the community's well-being and redirects funding away from the police. We should be proactive and defund the police as a step toward abolishing this institution. This country is being confronted by the fact that the policing institution has not been created to equally protect its citizens, and Baldwin Park is no exception. More than half of the city's budget in the last fiscal year was allocated to the Ballpark Police Department's budget, with only 12.5% to support the Recreation and Community Service Department. What does this reflect about us as a city, and who and what do we actually serve and prioritize? Why has more money not been allocated to public education, public health, and other public programs that would greatly benefit your constituency? The people of Ballpark deserve to be supported by their local government. They deserve to see their hard-earned money recirculated into their communities in ways that positively affect their lives, not their money being allocated to an institution that neither protects or serves them. What I'm proposing is next year's budget should have a decrease in budgeted expenditures for the police and an increase to other programs that would benefit Ballpark's population. We demand a budget that supports community well-being rather than empowers the police forces that tear them apart. Thank you for your time, Natalie Madrigal. Next. Thank you for taking the comments from the public residents of Ballpark, and this goes in towards to the re-election. This should take place in November, like the people of Ballpark voted for, and we should have the successor be who was next in line. Should Ricardo Pacheco not be able to fulfill his duties? In this case, he's not anymore. Danny Damian, who finished runner-up, is the next candidate eligible to fulfill Pacheco's duties. We should be allowed to vote for who we want in as our public officials, not who you deem worthy without our consent, even if it's against your wishes. Our votes do matter. Thank you. Best regards, Adrian Ariola. Next. Please consider this petition, and I will forward this to the council. Fireworks is a big issue in Baldwin Park. If you take a look at the recent Nextdoor app, there are many people distressed over the fireworks. There must be an end to it, and this is submitted by Edward Chan. Next. Hello, please consider the city budget to put more money towards building and enriching the community instead of towards the police. The way it's right now is disproportionately giving funds to the police while the community is desperately in need of it. I am a lifelong citizen of Ballpark and would love to see our city do the right thing and start to make steps in the right direction. Thank you. Submitted by Tatiana Diaz. Next. Good evening, Mayor Lozano and council members. My name is Diane Velez, and I'm a Ballpark resident and taxpayer in the city. Given that the fiscal year 2021 budget was on the agenda today, I'm asking all council members to address why the Ballpark Police Department receives the highest percentage in the city budget. Based on data found on the city's website, 64% of the city's budget is going to the police department, which is one of the highest percentages in LA County, even above Pomona, which has almost double the number of residents. Please defund the police department, meaning reinvest a large majority of the budget in much needed departments such as public works, community development, recreation, and community services. The current budget is unacceptable, and with the increasing amount of distrust in police departments across the nation, Ballpark has an opportunity to set an example in the San Gabriel Valley. Thank you. Diane Velez. Next. I'm a resident of Ballpark, and I'm writing to demand that City Council adopt a people's budget that prioritizes community well-being and redirects funding away from the police. We are in the midst of a pandemic with severe economic consequences. We demand that the City Council meaningfully defund the Ballpark Police Department. We join the calls of those across the country to hashtag defund the police. We demand a budget that adequately and effectively meets the needs of at-risk residents of Baldwin Park during this trying and uncertain time. When livelihoods are on the line, we demand a budget that supports community well-being, such as education, counseling, mental health support, and health care services, rather than empower the police forces that do not remedy the core cause of our issues. It is your duty to represent your constituents, where you place a tremendous amount in trust in you to protect the community and to help the community thrive. I'm urging you to completely revise the BP budget for 2020-2021 fiscal year. And that's submitted by Miranda Diaz. Next, hello, my name is Christian Diaz, and I've been a resident of the city of Baldwin Park my entire life, and it's appalling to learn that the leadership in the city has allowed for the police budget to swell to 64% of the city's total budget. I, along with other residents of the city, demand that this is reduced and the fund allocated to other programs that actually benefit the members of this community. The leadership of the city should be ashamed and must stand with its people to defund the police and protect the lives of the residents of Baldwin Park. We will not be silent, and your positions as leaders of the city are not secure until you change this. Okay, here's contact. Next. My name is Jeffrey Bickle, and I've been a resident of Baldwin Park for 32 years. I have noticed that what was once a relatively quiet cul-de-sac has changed, especially in the past year. I've noticed an increase in homeless people, sometimes living out of their cars right on my street and in front of my property. Also, there has been an ongoing problem with people squatting at a rental property next door. This property has an ongoing activity with various people coming through at all times of day and night and staying in the yard or garage. There was a fire there a couple of months ago, and the city condemned the property, but periodically since, people go in and off the property. I've notified the police and code enforcement, but the root problem of the homelessness remains. I hope the new budget includes funds for the homeless situation in Baldwin Park and increased funding for education and social services for the poorest citizens of Baldwin Park. I also hope there is enough funding for code enforcement, since the condemned property at 4518 Jerry still remains full of trash and of all types, and is a blight on the neighborhood and a potential health hazard. Thank you for your time, and that is submitted by Jeffrey Bickle. To the Baldwin Park City Council, my name is Kiana, and I'm writing as a resident of Baldwin Park, California. I was recently made aware that the city of Baldwin Park has the number one highest police budget in Los Angeles County, with 64% of our budget going to the Baldwin Park Police. I find that to be very unacceptable, as many of our small and local businesses are struggling, and as family members and neighbors are facing budget cuts to our public schools, which has resulted in our community members being furloughed, fired from their teaching jobs, and other schoolwork. I'm urging our city council to take action in defunding the Baldwin Park Police and put our taxpayer dollars into community resources and needs where they belong. I would feel much more safer in my community had they support they deserve. And that's submitted by Kiana Martinez. To the Baldwin Park City Council, my name is Eric, and I'm writing as a resident of Baldwin Park. I'm recently made aware of our city of Baldwin Park as the number one highest police budget in LA County, with 64% of the budget going to the Baldwin Park Police. I find it to be very unacceptable, as many of our small and local businesses are struggling, and as community members are facing budget cuts to our public schools, which are resulted in our community members being furloughed or fired from their teaching jobs and other school employment. Our students and public school employees deserve better. With that, I'm urging our city council to take action in defunding the Baldwin Park Police and put our taxpayer dollars into community resources and needs where they belong. I hope that you all represent us as the community calls for defunding the police. And that's signed Erica Caballero. Hello, my name is Michelle Thomasak. I have been a current resident of Baldwin Park, California for 20 years. I'm writing to you today to express my concern with the Baldwin Park City Council's budget, where 64% of financial resources are being allocated to the police department alone. In all of Los Angeles County, Baldwin Park has the highest percentage allocation to police resources, and this misuse of resources must end. Studies have shown that a higher police budget does not bring down crime rates or make our community safer, as most recently seen in the case of George Floyd. Instead, we should redirect these resources to more mental health services, venturing into economic practices that promote local businesses, lowering rental rates, offering free legal immigration services for our large undocumented community, and ending the gentrification that contributes to our growing homeless population. B, reinvesting in the community. The City Council will be facilitated positive outlet for people heal and improve themselves to serve the community and drive them away from doing criminal activities that bring them to the city and its city residents. Creating a police state will not solve this larger issue within our community. To address the malignant issues within our community, we must address them with sustainable and community-led solutions. That starts by defunding our police. I hope this email finds you well and that you will consider defunding the police. And that is Best Michelle Fomisak. My name is Leticia, and I'm writing as a resident of Baldwin Park, California. I've recently been aware that the city of Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget, with the 64% of the budget going to the Baldwin Park Police. I find it very unacceptable, as many of these local and small businesses are struggling. And many neighbors are facing budget cuts to the public schools as well. And there are people who are being furloughed and fired in their teaching jobs and other school employment. As a healthcare worker, I know that community resources such as mental health resources for unhoused folks, resources for those who are unemployed, will keep the community much more safe. With that, I am urging the City Council to take action in defunding the Baldwin Park Police and putting our taxpayer dollars into community resources and needs where they belong. I would feel more safe if my community had the support they deserve. Leticia. Signed, Leticia. Next, I would like to submit a public input regarding the appointment of the new council member to fill the vacancy created by Ricardo Pacheco forced resignation. My name is Maria Chavez. I'm a lifelong resident, active voter, and employee with the great city of Baldwin Park. I'm in support of filling the council seat. However, our council elected leaders should listen to the voice of the voters and use the 2018 election results to affirm that fair representation to the selection of the council seat is just to the will of the community. In the 2018 election, Danny Damian received the third highest votes from the citizens of Baldwin Park. My family and I feel that Danny would represent our community honorably by serving on the council. He has proven to care about community needs and offers tremendous amounts of his time and resources to bettering the citizens and their lives. The community is watching and waiting to hear how things will play out with the vacancy. If someone is to be appointed, I would like the council to consider Danny Damian as a prime candidate for filling the vacant council seat. Again, I hope that those in power will consider the voice of our community and appoint Danny Damian for the remainder of the vacancy. Thank you, Maria Chavez. Next, I am writing to discuss 2 items in the agenda. Number 1, why is Councilman Ricardo Pacheco listed as a council member in closed session, regular session, and in the roll call? Was this overlooked? Number 2, in item number 18, the discussion of possibly appointing a replacement for Councilmember Pacheco. I strongly feel that the council should wait and allow for the normal process of the residents of the city of Baldwin Park to elect their next council person, and thus giving all the candidates an equal opportunity. After all, the filing will be starting in less than 1 month. No one should be given an advantage. As far as I know, there's nothing that important that you need to fill this position right away. Should you want to appoint, the only correct thing to do is to publish the position for 2 to 3, then have open interviews of all of the applicants. By this time, it will be September. So again, I'm urging for the council to wait and do the right thing and hold the election on November 3rd. After all, it doesn't seem of urgency. There have been 3 to 4 council meetings canceled in the last 3 to 4 months. Thank you for your consideration. Respectfully, Alfonso L. Contreras. Next. Fireworks are a huge issue in this city, and many neighbors agree with me. It was fine when they were going off on 4th of July, but now every year fireworks go off months in advance, and not just the legal fireworks, but these big and loud illegal fireworks are a major problem for me. Our pets, little kids, babies trying to sleep, and individuals who work and lose sleep because these fireworks are going off at all hours of the night. If the police is called, do they even do anything? No, because as soon as they turn the street, in the cars, their irresponsible individuals are blowing them up again. They need to be taught a lesson or give them fines. My house is located on a corner and I have gutters and on every side, and people purposely throw their fireworks, illegal fireworks, in the gutters and my entire house shakes. I call the cops and they do nothing. My little ones are frantic at the noise, and I even have to leave my house and sit in our car until 1 or 3 in the morning in other cities where fireworks are banned. So we don't have to listen to these illegal fireworks. Why should I leave my house? This is my house, and I'm being forced to leave so the people and my dogs don't feel frightened. Plus, I'm physically tired. I work 7 days a week, every other week, and when I'm awoken at 2 in the morning by those fireworks, I cannot fall asleep because all the car alarms in the street are going off. This is exhausting, and it takes a toll on our body and mind when this irresponsible individuals are doing these selfless acts and on purpose just to disturb the neighborhood. And this is submitted by Janet Rodriguez. This next letter is submitted by a group of individuals. The names, it's a variation of this letter exactly. Anali Marquez, Jasmine Lopez, Leslie Bonilla, Sierra Diaz, Marlene, Erica Ponce, Nadia Celaya, Carlos Ortiz, Timberly T, Leslie Escobedo, Johanna Vasquez, Giselle Sanchez, Cynthia Luna, Maria Amaya, Aylin Torres, Janela Festejo, Amy Sanchez, Carolina Rumas, Marisa Martinez. And I'm sorry if I forgot anyone else. They'd be later on in the agenda or the public input. The letter reads that they've lived in Baldwin Park their whole lives, and I ask you to please defund the police and invest that money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. Across the San Gabriel Valley and the country, people are demonstrating in the streets to support Black Lives Matter with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents, allocating 64% of the ballpark budget to police based on the city's 2019-2020 budget isn't standing on the right side of justice. Baldwin Park is currently the #1 city in the LA County in terms of having the highest percentage of budget allocated for police. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city did not provide the proposed 2020-2021 budget online as a PDF for the public to review. This is highly suspect and suppresses community access to public information. Please defund the police budget and reimagine what public safety could look like. More police can actually lead to more crime. I implore you to follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded by community voices and proposes a reduction of funding in police from 54% to 6% and a reinvestment in universal aid and crisis management, built environment, and reimagine communities safely. As our elected officials, I demand you to pass a people's budget. I demand you, to demand a people's budget that significantly defunds the Ballpark Police Department budget and significantly invests in Baldwin Park's children, youth, families instead. As a child, I remember my parents always taking my siblings and I out of the city for recreation, whether it be for bike rides or spending family time at the park. I always wondered why we always had to drive to nearby cities. Now, as an adult and a mother of a toddler, I realize why my parents did that. It wasn't because of crime, but because they had not been updated or simply cleaned. Instead of our city investing in our future generations with increased building of parks or new advancement to schools or recreation centers, you are spending more than half of the city's budget on policing its residents. On top of that, you're choosing to build convenience stores instead of healthy grocery stores or healthy eating options for families, as well as allowing for abortion clinics to be established across the street from schools and local parks. How is this allowing for our young families to flourish in this city? As I mentioned before, I was raised in the city. I went to school here, and I went to get a college degree. I'm an active participant in the city. I volunteer on multiple occasions to work the polling places. I volunteered with food drives, fundraisers, participated in city summer concerts to support local businesses. But I believe that a city and you as your leaders need to do a better job in these generations to come. We owe it to them. We need to change the direction that we lead this city if we want to see this city grow and evolve. I know some of you may have lost your passion in serving the public and now only care about serving yourself. And if that is you, I ask that you step down or work diligently to remember why you got into public service in the first place. That time, Mayor? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO. Next. Give me a moment. Sorry about that. My name is Stephanie, and I live in San Dimas. Please defund the police and invest that money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because I believe in funding education for the youth. The city can be a better place. A city so heavy with policing couldn't possibly mean need more people are protected. The children are the future, and if you defund the police and reroute the budget to their education, they will not grow up to be so-called criminals. Putting more money towards policing as opposed to education is only going to make crime again amongst the city worse. Why is the budget not available to the public? What could possibly be more important than the future of the children living within the communities you were put into office to take care of? I know I stated that I live in San Dimas, but I have grown up in the city of Baldwin Park. If heavy policing I've grown up in the city of Baldwin Park. If heavy policing equals less crime, then why does a place like San Dimas with very little policing have less crime? I come from Oxnard, California, a city just like Baldwin Park, underfunded education and overfunding of policing. I've seen it firsthand, the differences between communities, and have lived within both types. Across the San Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting support of Black Lives Matter movement. Budgets are moral documents. Allocate 64% of the budget to police is unjust. Currently, the ballpark has a number one police budget allocated percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2020-21 budget online, which is highly suspect. Please pass on a people's budget that defunds the ballpark police department and invests in ballpark children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget. LA is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6%. And let's reinvest the community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you. And that's submitted by Stephanie Raya Lang. Dear Honorable Mayor and the City Council, I write to you as the President of the Baldwin Park Police Association, BPPA. This letter is in response to the public comment read at the City Council meeting on June 3, 2020. We want to make it clear that the letter from the, quote, unnamed employees of the Baldwin Park Police Department is the opinion of a few officers and was not written by or on behalf of the BPPA, nor does it reflect the opinions of the entire membership. Sincerely, Carmen Chais. Next. Hello, I'm writing this email to voice my concern on dedicating most of the city budget on the police department. I have unfortunately stopped working for the housing department here at the city of Baldwin Park due to the coronavirus, where I had worked since August of last year. I vote to dedicate more funds towards community development. Therefore, there will be more employment opportunities for me and others. And this is submitted by Jose Ixta. Next. I care about the budget because people are struggling to live comfortably while the police gain more and more money. And across the San Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating the 64% of the budget to the police is unjust. Currently, the ballpark is the number one highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2020-21 budget online, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invest in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes the reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvest in the community services and health. Fund services, not police. This is submitted by Jaylene Bajorquez. Next. Excuse me. Good evening. I'd like to submit a public input regarding agenda item number 18, the appointment of the new city council member to fill vacancy. My name is Anastasia Fan. I have lived in Baldwin Park for almost 20 years. I've noticed that Ricardo Pacheco resigned from his elected position as city council member and would suggest having that spot filled by the person who received almost 4,000 votes last election. It would make things fair since Danny Damian has shown willingness to serve the community and its needs. He is a successful business owner here in Baldwin Park and throughout the years has shown his commitment to the improvement of the community through his philanthropic endeavors. All in all, I hope that he is considered as a viable candidate for filling the seat. Thank you for your time. Best, Anastasia Fan. Next. My name is Jenny Amaya, and I live in Baldwin Park and grew up here. Please defund the police and invest that money in community services such as well-being services, mental health, housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because it demonstrates what the leaders of the city are prioritizing. Budgets are moral documents. It's embarrassing that Baldwin Park has the highest percentage to the police compared to other cities in LA County. Instead of investing in preventative measures, you are investing in criminalizing my community. Most nonviolent crimes stem from poverty. So if you want to lower crime rates, you flood a community with resources for education, housing, drug rehabilitation, homeless supportive resources, and job training. Did you know that there is no correlation between police and safety? In fact, communities with higher levels of police have higher crime rates. If you really care about these communities and people, you will allocate resources towards programs that can actually help. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Fund services, not police. Thank you, Jenny Amaya. Next. Brianna Rivera. Dear Mayor Lozano and City Council, my name is Brianna Rivera and I live in Baldwin Park. I have my whole life, so I know this city well. I demand you to defund the police department. I'm not asking for a complete removal of funds, but I demand that you set our funds towards things that will help our community, like education, medical and mental health, and food, housing, assistance, resources, the things that would prevent crimes like violence and theft, to keep everyone much safer. It is very unfair when BPPD has branded new unnecessary equipment at their disposal because of their large funding, when at my time at Baldwin Park High School, having toilet paper soap was always very scarce. Eating expired lunch and a lack of school supplies was very dilapidated textbooks was way too common. Having a safe community with a defunded police department is not some fairy tale. It's possible. Take a look at the town in Sharon in this article, which I'll submit to the City Council. Do the right thing. Put funds where they belong, more into our community and less into the policing department. Brianna Rivera. My name is Dominic Reyes. Baldwin Park is my hometown. It has come to my attention that the city is proposing a 1.9 budget increase to Baldwin Park PD. This is outrageous. The police already take up 64% of the general budget. It is unconscionable that the vast majority of resources is delegated to the police when the community continues to be underserved. I am demanding that the City Council and Mayor Lozano do the right thing and commit funds to community, not cops. Submitted by Dominic Reyes. These next two, and I'm sorry because I did not include them in the others. This is by Ulysses Loma and Chelsea Frias. Their letters are very similar in premise. So I care about the budget because I could go to be better invested in our community across the San Gabriel Valley. People like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with demands to fund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2020-21 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Ballpark Police Department and invests in Ballpark children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and investment in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you. And I will also include with that the following by Bianca, basically verbatim as the ones right before. Bianca does not list her last name. Sorry. Very similar in nature as well is from Ingrid Salazar. She's following the same words. As well as Israel Calderon. Verbatim the letter. Hello, my name is Angelica Felix, and I am proudly born and raised in Ballpark, California. Unfortunately, I've been presented graphs and charts that depict grossly unfair disbursements of funds, specifically for the fiscal years of 2020-2021. Although I no longer reside in Baldwin Park, my parents, extended family, and friends do, and my sister was a special ed teacher at Sierra Vista High School. I visit regularly from Denver, Colorado, and I love seeing new developments. After seeing these planned expenditures, it saddens and angers me that funds are not properly being distributed for my city to fully prosper and fulfill its maximum potential. I strongly believe you are sending the wrong message to the people who want to thrive harmoniously in peace. Defunding the police will allow more growth and opportunity that I assure you your residents will appreciate and grow from. 1.9% increase is my opinion, heading in the wrong direction. I want to be all the more proud of my city for doing what's right for the people that make my city so great and to allow for residents to fully prosper. Please rethink and reevaluate what's at stake here. Signed, Angelica Felix, 2011 Ballpark High School alumni. Dear Mayor Lozano, my name is Sid Heel, and I'm a retired commander with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. I do not live in your city, but I visit it frequently, and I have often worked with officers from your police department. I recently learned of some friction within the department regarding the chief of police, Steve McLean. I have known Steven for more than 3 decades and have worked with him when we were both at the line level, then supervisors, managers, and executives, and I can honestly say that he is one of the finest people I've ever had the pleasure of working with. When I first learned he had taken the reins of your police department, I remember thinking how lucky Ballpark was to get a chief who not only had the highest integrity, but was one of the most experienced and knowledgeable in law enforcement tactics as any I know. He and I both worked the Special Enforcement Bureau, of which I'm sure you're familiar, and need not emphasize how difficult it is to be selected for that assignment, much less how challenging it is to succeed. Steve not only excelled, but gained a reputation that followed him through increasingly higher ranks and difficult assignments. I recently learned that he was off duty on stress and wanted to find out what happened, especially since he had only started working there a few months ago. I was directed to a letter read in the public forum on June 3rd between 48 and 58 minutes into the meeting, which not only did not identify the author, but was full of substantial spurious claims and allegations. I listened to this diatribe more than one, in fact, because I sought any corroboration. As you know, none of was provided. I was especially surprised to hear a personnel matter, particularly one so damning, allowed in public forum. Nor as I continued listening did I hear any objection of anything about striking it from the public record. I can't believe any municipality who seeks the best for their people would not ardently object to such unsupported and uncountable diatribe being made public without a supporting investigation. As a chair of the meeting, you should be ashamed of yourself. Allowing anyone to be besmirched such a matter without clear and convincing evidence is disgraceful. Leaving it in a public forum is more than repugnant. I hope you would remove these specious accusations from any public forum until they can be substantiated. I would also hope you give my letter at least the same consideration, because I at least am not anonymous and I have more than 30 years of personnel knowledge of the character, integrity, and quality of your chief of police, and am proud to call him my friend. Sincerely, Charles Sid Heel. Next. The next two letters by Jose Plasencia and Noah Mejia. And Joely Torres. And Eddie O. And Esmeralda Aguillon. Are the same in nature, same premise. They're encouraging to defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care more about the budget because I recently found that the city council is trying to give the police department a 2% raise to the already whopping 64%, making the total of the budget 66%. Are you kidding? Is this some sick joke? Are you not realizing you are defunding basically the whole city to give these ignorant men in uniform more money and privilege to terrorize the city? I thought a city council was there to be the voice of the community. Funny now that the community is actually worse to live in. Thanks, Mayor Lozano, you're the best. Across the San Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting to support the Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Ballpark is the number one highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2020-2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass the people's budget that defunds the Ballpark Police Department and invest in Ballpark children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you. And that was signed by those individuals that I read. My name is Lisette Gonzalez, and I've been a Ballpark resident for 22 years. Born and raised in Ballpark, I've always felt our city did the best they could to help support and offer valuable resources with the community, but it never truly felt like enough, and it certainly wasn't, not even close. Finding out that our city has been severely overfunding the police for years has been completely and utterly both shocking and disappointing. The proposed 2020-2021 budget for the city is entirely unjust, and I am in disbelief that 65.9% of the total budget is going to the police department. I urge you to please divest the police $18 million budget, particularly within the 11 million patrol category, and instead help my community by allocating the money to recreation, community services, community development, and public works. Also, please remember myself and my other Ballpark citizens are keeping a close eye on what you decide to do. I urge you to be on the right side of history and fund services for the well-being of the police community, not the police. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Lisette Gonzalez. Next, hello, Ms. Jean Ayala. My name is Stephanie Najarro, and I am a resident of Ballpark. The city of Ballpark is proposing to spend 65.9% of their budget on police. I'm emailing you today to demand the city of Ballpark reallocate the funds and use it to invest in recreation community services. Instead, growing up in Ballpark all my life, I know that this type of funding can go towards community needs that we desperately need, such as mental health services, more recreation classes, and affordable housing or services for homeless populations. Thank you for your time, Stephanie. Next. The next two are similar in their text. Eric Arteaga and Karina Femrin. Dear Mayor and City Council, They're asking to please defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. They care about the budget because they've lived in Baldwin Park their whole lives, and they know that the city could greatly benefit from having the money for better resources. I went to Sierra Vista High School, and while I think my education was not the worst, I also don't believe it was up to standards that young adults deserve. I also know that we have a huge homeless issue, as I've always seen it around my neighborhood. It's extremely upsetting to see how much money goes to the police when we could do so much more for our community with that money. Across the SGV, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2020-2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2020-2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park's children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in the community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in the community services and health fund services, not police. Next. Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Raylene Luna and I live in Baldwin Park. I'm emailing to ask that the proposed budget be revised while truly taking in the city's residents' best interest to fund the police and invest that money in the community services. Baldwin Park residents do not need more cops or more gear for cops. The city needs to invest in housing, parks, education, transit, and so many other things. I want to see the city that raised me to thrive. I care about the budget for several reasons. There are other components of the city that are more deserving or large portions of the city's budget. I want the kids attending BPUSD schools to have access to more educational opportunities. I want them to understand that the community and the people we've trusted you all reading this, believe in them and their abilities. We should invest in the city's youth, schools, educators, and other services that will uplift the younger generation. We should work to create a strong community presence. That's where money should be going. It certainly should not be going to the establishment built on racism, a system created to disrupt minority communities and harm people of color. People from the city are uniting to support the Black Lives Matters movement. People are tired of continuously seeing instances of police brutality. We are sick of seeing the mistreatment and complete disregard of Black and brown lives. We, like residents of other cities across the nation, are demanding the defunding of police. Budgets are moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to the police. In the 2020-2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is completely unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is deeply concerning. Please pass a budget that puts Baldwin Park first to fund the Baldwin Park Police Department, invest in Baldwin Park youth, families, small-owned businesses instead. Listen to your community members, the people who were put in this position to serve. Do right by your constituents, invest in community to fund the police. Thank you, Raylene Luna. Next. Similar in text is Jesus Flores and Yolanda Ochoa. And it reads, please defund the police and invest in the money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because I believe that the money can be better used funding things that should help our community. There's no reason to have to spend so much money on police department. Across the San Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, the day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6%, and reinvestment in the community services of health and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you. And also in line with those two is Kimberly Ornelas. Pretty much verbatim as that. In addition, Solomon Baldeo, as is Nancy Mendez, as is Rebecca Bentanco, as is Dario Isaias Soto, as is Maria Torres, as is Christopher Ryan Gallardo, as is Kimberly Vargas, as is Margaret Goldman, as is Jasmine Sukhasiam, to whom it may concern, my name is Jose Cortez. I grew up in Baldwin Park and reside here now with my wife and baby daughter. I've never really paid too much attention to drama in City Hall, but you would have to live under a rock to be deaf, dumb, and blind to miss the tragic state of affairs taking place in our city government over the past year or so. In addition to the coronavirus protests and lootings, city lawsuits, etc., Baldwin Park scandalous Councilman Pacheco got busted. Lucky us. Anyways, my family, neighbors, and co-workers are on the edge of our seats and are truly hoping that the mayor and remaining council members do the right thing and appoint who the people voted for in the last election, Danny Damian. Only fair, right? He got the next highest votes and is qualified. There are a few guys in my neighborhood that laugh at the thought of fairness at City Hall, but I want to believe that democracy and honor still live in Baldwin Park. Good luck tonight, Jose Cortez. Dear Mayor Lozano and City Council, my name is Sebastian Nahar, and I am a 20-year resident of Baldwin Park. I'm writing to you today to ask that you please defund the police and invest the money in the community services, such as affordable housing, beautification, existing parks, and addition of new parks, better education, especially for Baldwin Park High School, transit, and more. I care about the budget because as a longtime resident, I've witnessed many on and off again attempts to beautify the city. Most of the attempts, it seems, have involved not only funneling more money into the police, but selling away the properties to affluent developers to build luxury townhomes. That I'm sure you're well aware the long-term residents of our city cannot afford. The most work I've seen done to enhance the city has been up Main Avenue, and even that was subpar considering the budget the citizens are now well aware can be allotted for other aspects of community betterment. How is it that so much is being spent on police and yet crime is still rising? Homeless population is in this area has grown, and considering that they too are members of the community, we should be investing money and energy into more programs and access to resources in the immediate area to help them get their lives together. They need to be given the chance to rehabilitate themselves, not to be arrested and thrown in jail. With easier access to better resources, crime rates are likely to decrease, as well as the need for a police force. Across the San Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police is unjust. Currently, the Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2020-21 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget, LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Please, I implore you to consider more funding for essential services, not police. Thank you. Sebastian Nahad. And next. Next are along the same are Alfredo Loera, Jasmine Solis, Catherine Monroy, Eileen Sandoval, Sabrina Mesa, Mia Herrera, Chris Greenspan, and they read, please defund the police and invest that money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. Across the San Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2020-2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget allocation percentage in all cities of Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2020-21 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass the people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not police, from those above named people that I said. Hello, my name is Rebecca. I'm a native of Baldwin Park. I love my city and the rich culture that it holds. As such, I'd like to quote James Baldwin, quote, I love America more than any other country in the world, and exactly for this reason, I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually. I love Baldwin Park, and for that exact reason, I insist on the right to critique and being light to the areas that she must heal. My first thought is that it is completely unacceptable that the city's budget proposal be sent out the day before it is to be voted on. There should be more forethought and care be spent on our precious city's infrastructural changes, especially budget. Although the pandemic and political protests have brought much into question, I would implore you all to question what raising the police budget would do for our city besides eliciting fear and further mistrust. We do not need more police force. We need more mental health professionals. We need more financial resources. We need more advocacy for undocumented folk. We need more tenderness and compassion. Please do not raise more police force, because many of which are coming from the outside in versus those who live. Breathe and care for Baldwin Park. Most ardently, Rebecca Michael. Next. Baldwin Park Mayor and City Council members, my name is Esther Salas. I'm a resident of Baldwin Park, and I'm emailing today to urge the City of Baldwin Park to defund the BPPD and prioritize the needs of the community over a dramatic salary raise for law enforcement. The City of Baldwin Park wants to increase a 64% budget to law enforcement for the 2019-2020 fiscal year to 66% for the upcoming fiscal year, an incredible fraction of our city's resources. I implore the City of Baldwin Park to increase spending in community resources such as educational enrichment programs, small business resources, affordable housing, and community-centered alternative to public safety. We as a city need a budget that will effectively serve the needs of our community and create a safe environment for all of us during this unprecedented time. It is now the time to decide whether or not Baldwin Park wants to be on the right side of history, trust the people of Ballpark, and listen to what we want, which is a budget for the people and the defunding of our police department. Thank you for your time, Esther Salas. Next. Just a moment. Similar in text is Brandon Zaragoza. Also, Heidi Monroy. Crystal Davis. Alyssa Hernandez. Melissa Contreras. Or Alyssa Blanca. It says, please defund the police and invest that money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because I grew up in the city and have seen the potential of what the great city can be if we invest in more schools and helping children join after-school programs for free or lower cost. Invest in the people who create this community. Across the San Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matters movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2020-2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Ballpark has the number one highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in the Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Ballpark Police Department and invest in Ballpark children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvest in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you, Alyssa Blancas. To whom it may concern, in hopes of having a voice of Ballpark citizen who happens to be a medical professional and a voter being considered during your meeting tonight, I'm making a public plea to our city officials to prove the people that our votes counted in the last election and weren't in vain. I'm specifically referring to your timely appointment of a qualified person to fill the vacant council member seat. Since the polls are public record and the actual number of votes for each candidate for that very position have been verified, then I anticipate you're appointing the nominee who falls in line with the next highest numbers of votes. I speak on behalf of my friends, family, and numerous concerned members of our community when I urge you to appoint Danny Damian to replace Ricardo Pacheco. If the Ballpark government is still a Democratic one, then I'm being redundant. Forgive me, and I'll keep singing your praises. Otherwise, please do what we have elected you to do, and do it with pride, honor, and righteousness. Appoint Danny Damian to take the council member seat. That's who we voted for next. I can't wait to hear that you did the right thing. Thank you sincerely, Miss Kimberly Hogue. Next. My name is Ashley Monroy. I'm a resident of Los Angeles County, specifically Ballpark, California. I reject the mayor's budget and instead I support a redirection of the funds going back into the community. Please defund the police and invest that money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. It's extremely important that the money go towards helping our local community, children, and families in Baldwin Park. In addition, Ballpark needs help in areas like education, housing, resources, parks and rec, and help in small businesses. Currently, Ballpark has the number one highest budget allocated percentage of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. We especially want our voices to be heard during the pandemic going on. Therefore, the time is now to make a change. Please be on the right side of history. Thank you, Ashley Monroy. Next. These are similar in text. Monica C. Karen Cantano. Eric Hernandez. I believe I read his already. And they read to please defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because the city is where I've lived my entire life, and I believe so many better improvements can be done to do it better for a better future. Across the San Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting to support the Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the number one highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2020-2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of family funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not police. And next, to whom it may concern, I just finished listening to a long letter read concerning Chief McLean at your council meeting on June 3, 2020. It left me with the following thoughts. First, it seems that someone has an axe to grind, which left me to wonder why. Second, this was an 11-minute long letter filled with a list of personal gripes, which made it obvious to any fair-minded hearer that this was nothing more than a personal gripe. Third, this appears to be an attempt to smear the chief in order to cover something else up. Fourth, the letter's writer was not identified. Why? These thoughts came to mind because I know Chief McLean both professionally and personally. Together we served the needy of our community, and Chief McLean worked with us in a tremendous way. In my years of working with the chief in the city of Santa Paula, California, I've known him to be an honest, ethical professional and dedicated to the people he served. As I listened to the vile accusations about the chief, I was struck by how I had never heard this about him while he was a sheriff in the LA County and had not seen any of what I heard take place in Santa Paula. Bottom line, this situation indicates to me that a small group of people from your city is trying to ruin the reputation of a good, decent, and honest man who they obviously do not deserve. I did an internet search of your city and discovered a plethora of pending lawsuits and accusations. My hope is that matter doesn't add to that list. I feel sad for my friend and will pray for the residents of your community. Most sincerely, Johnny Flores, retired pastor. Next. Sorry. There are several along the same lines again. Emily Parada, Adriana Uritia, Leslie Barajas, I believe I already said her name. Nicole Lamb, Julie Huerta, Angelica Roldan, Paulina Avalos, please defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because I find hard to justify the amount of money that is being spent on the police, and to be increasing the budget by another 2% seems extremely irresponsible. I feel that during these times, our city council members should be listening to the majority of the community by hosting town meetings to properly address what kinds of needs should be prioritized within our community. Many services can benefit from this money if it is evenly distributed and will more likely bring a much needed balance to the community. We need to invest in our parks and public health services, like maybe being able to set more COVID testing centers, providing an allocated budget for our schools, and upgrading common tech, using their computers, laptops, etc., and make learning much more accessible. Across the San Gabriel Valley, many People like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with the demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to the police in the 2020-2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Ballpark has the number one highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Ballpark Police Department and invest in Ballpark children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% investment in community services and health fund services, not police. Next. Along the same lines, Damian Loeta, Havana Sejas, Ernesto Rojas, Angie Ornelas, they say, please defund the police department, invest the money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because, and they put their reasons that their hometown, they truly believe the city needs to embrace the transformation, adapt futuristic ideas, also broadening investments to opportunity services for the citizens and allowing alternative solutions to oppose the old patterns. To understand the underlying issues is to keep order in our society by continuing to ignore harassment, violence, and wrongful imprisonment is humane treatment. Never fear the unknown. It leads to heavenly purposes. Across the San Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to police. The 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the number one highest police budget allocation in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2020-21 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that funds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in ballpark children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and investment in community services and health fund services, not police. Thank you. Next. To whom it may concern, did you know Baldwin Park is one of the worst public school systems in all of the San Gabriel Valley? BPPD takes up 65% of our budget. Are you kidding me? That is outrageous. When you have the worst public school, it shows a lot that you don't care about the people of Baldwin Park. Also, BPPD has the slowest arrival time to calls that aren't serious. I have a special needs cousin who needs special attention, and I've been to all your programs, and they are not good fit for her. What we want to see done is to invest in your public schools. BPPD is a bunch of inappropriate word I'm not going to share, Mayor. They have harassed me and my friends multiple times. I hope you guys make the right decision because you guys are going to be up for re-election soon. VP's system is corrupt, and a great example is Richard Pacheco. You're all the same, no justice, no peace. That was submitted by Christian Mercado. Next, as you know, dear Jean, as you know, through your work in the public sector, there's nothing more fundamental than the purpose, performance, and how we see and treat each other as human beings. Biased is a natural part of human condition of the brain and its work. And I'm sorry, that's not public input. Sorry. To whom it may concern, to read this budget is very disheartening. I've lived in Ballpark my whole life, and over the past 22 years, what has been done for the community is unimpressive. For example, downtown should be a flourishing part of the city by now, but all that has been done is the addition of a few rope lights and paint. Instead of spending the budget on police, you need to reapply it to the city to attract people to come and enjoy what Ballpark has to offer. There's no reason for Ballpark to be considered run down. There seems to be plenty of flexibility within the budget to allocate more money to community development and public works. There's so much more Ballpark can do other than give 66% of its money to the police department. Thank you, Maria Iniguez. Along the same lines are Alyssa Rodriguez, Gabriela Dominguez, Alexandro Ordonez, Laura Acero, Jaylene Gutierrez, Nathaniel Hernandez, Melissa Medina, Jessica Salaya, excuse me, sorry, Mayor. Alexis Gutierrez, it reads, please defund the police department, invest the money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget. I used to live in Baldwin Park when I was younger. There's always been a fear of the police and their association with La Migra, aka ICE. The deeply rooted racism within the so-called justice system needs to be addressed and dismantled. The money deserves to go to the people, the children, the disadvantaged, and the education system. Across the St. Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting support for Black Lives Matter movement with the demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Ballpark has the number one highest police budget allocation percentage of all the cities of Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2020-21 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invest in Ballpark children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the people's budget, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health fund services, not police. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. I hope this email finds you well and in good spirits. My name is Angie Monreal, and I have close family and friends who are residents of Ballpark. I am also a UCLA alumni and a Columbia graduate student. I'm writing in solidarity to express my extreme discomfort with the amount of funds being allocated towards the police department. I ask to redirect these funds to community services like public transportation, parks and recreation, housing, and most importantly, education. Allocating 66% of the budget to law enforcement is appalling. I would like to mention that research has shown that increasing the police budget has no positive impact on the community. Fund services, not police. Thank you. Have a great day. Best, Angie Monreal. Next. Along with those letters were Natalie Santiso, Karina Mendez, Valeria Rivera, Sammy Areola, that's not Melissa Hernandez, Brittany Cuevas, Nicholas Jara, Megan Castillo, Kevin Ramos, Diane Martinez, and it reads, to please defund the police and invest the money into the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because I've lived here for 20 years and have seen how the city has reduced programs. By reducing the budget from the police, it can help the rest of the city to gain funds to increase resources for citizens and allow for better living in the future. Across the SGV, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement, which demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Ballpark has the number one highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Ballpark Police Department and invests in Ballpark children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes, a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you. That was from a list of those individuals. Good morning. Just a moment. Good afternoon. To begin with, because of what happened in the last city council meeting where the clerk simply sped through and read the words on the page rather than actually emphasizing periods, commas, syntax, etc., we will be composing this email in a way that will actually help you to be able to space things out and say things in a way that the public is able to understand and comprehend rather than sit back and listen. During the time of the pandemic, as us as residents of this city are not able to present physically, so we expect that our voices and to a certain extent our tone be expressed through the person reading out the words coming straight from us. Not doing this is depriving us of our ability to be involved in our community decisions and our voice to voice our concerns to the alleged leaders of the city that up to this point have not addressed real issues affecting our minority communities today. I was personally disgusted and upset by the mayor's request to completely dismiss the presentation on domestic violence during the last city council meeting. If it were not because one council member spoke up, we would not have heard the little that we did regarding this. Mayor, you can and should do better than this. I have been a resident of Ballpark for the last 21 years, and as I review the budgets for the past few fiscal years, I've noticed an upward trend dedicated to the police department. This trend has now reached about 65.9% according to the proposed budget released yesterday. This is an almost 2% increase from the current budget. I am sure you as a city council are aware of this budget and this increase, but we want to highlight this and make it known to those in the community that there is a corruption happening even within our own town communities, and there our mayor and there are mayors like Mr. Lozano who are not actively doing anything to address this. I would like the mayor to personally address this issue of the budget and how, in spite of the community's concern about police brutality and police overfunding, why the city has still proposed to increase the budget. If anything will be addressed about this email, address this. So mayor and the city council members, please, we need an explanation. It is disgraceful to see and know that most of our community money is going to the police department rather than things like public works. Just so people know, public works includes infrastructure like construction and renovations to services for the public and to buildings like schools, sewage pipes, roads, reservoirs, and other public buildings and spaces like hospitals and parks, etc. This proposed budget has a mere 1%, which is 0.2 less percent than the current budget. Digest that for a second, please. Are our community's public spaces, our parks, etc., not important? Is the police over 60 times more important? As a side note, no, the new 7-Eleven does not benefit the community. Baldwin Park consists predominantly of minorities, and I think that we can all agree this is correct. Why are own funds directed to police department who continuously show to abuse their power? Why our schools are underfunded in comparison? Education is... Thank you. 3 minutes. Good afternoon. My name is Gilberto Ramirez, and I'm a new resident here in the city of Baldwin Park. In the few months that I've been here, it appears that the use of fireworks has been a hot topic on the Baldwin Park Facebook page. I personally don't mind them too much when they are used in respectful hours. But as a mental health professional, I know that adverse effects that fireworks have on children with autism and our veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. If you could limit the use of fireworks to certain days of the year, New Year's Eve, 4th of July, it would help these individuals prepare for the day with the use of medication and or earplugs. Currently, fireworks are going off between 9 p.m. and 4 a.m. almost daily since May. Some of these fireworks are so loud that they are setting off car alarms in my neighborhood. I look forward to hearing about what you can do to address this issue. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Gilberto Ramirez. The next, along the same lines, is Anayatsi Macias. Excuse me. Steve Saraswa. Saraswa. Excuse me. Greg Montoya. They write, please defund the police department, invest the money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because I feel that our children and our future need to be more invested than the police across the San Gabriel Valley. People like me are united to support Black Lives Matter. With demands to defund the police, budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget allocation percentage of all citizens in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invest in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you, Greg Montoya, and the others that I listed. Just a moment. It also includes Alonso Nunez. It also includes Joe Romero. It also includes Freddie Angel. Next. I would like this letter read at the City Council meeting on June 17th, 2020. Mr. Mayor Lozano, my family and I would like to thank you for all that you have done to assure our community continues to be informed and educated about COVID-19. I, along with several of my neighbors, appreciate your involvement in our community. Our friends who live in West Covina and Covina wish their mayors could be as motivated and enthusiastic and directly involved as you have always been. Please don't change. My family loves you. Go Mayor Lozano. The Morris family of Baldwin Park. Next. Dear City Council, I'd like to submit a comment to the Ballpark City Council regarding the year-round firework problem that Baldwin Park has been experiencing over the years, which has intensified over the past 2 months. Extremely loud blasts, illegal fireworks are being set off in the morning, throughout the day, and after midnight to disturb the peace in the neighborhood every single day. This problem is affecting thousands of people and animals residing in the city of Baldwin Park and neighboring cities. Additionally, neighbors are worried that their lawns and houses would catch on fire due to the dryness caused from the drought and heat. Attached is a petition with over 200 signatures gathered in 3 days supporting the ban of fireworks use and sales in the city of Baldwin Park, along with recommended measures to address this issue. We demand the city to develop measures to combat this issue immediately and return the peace to the community now. Sincerely, Winnie Xiao, and I will forward that to the council. Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Bethel Flores. I have friends and family who reside in the city of Baldwin Park. I am a doctoral student who studies policing. As a student who studies law enforcement, I'm asking that you please defund the enormous police budget. Research shows that providing more resources to the city rather than policing prevents crime. Baldwin Park needs more resources for housing and education, so I'm asking that you please divest from the police budget and invest in the community, allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Thank you. Beto? Next. This letter is the same along its lines by Evian Brion, Kathy Vasquez, Luke Hoyt, Citlali Vargas, Desiree Ricarte, Richard Cuadros, somebody by the name of Fly, Andrew Rivas, and it reads also, please defund the police and invest the money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because this city is in need of so much more than having uneducated, power-hungry, trigger-happy, racist men out in the streets. I lived my whole life in Baldwin Park, and I've seen music classes canceled because there's no money, art classes canceled because there's no money, kids having to pay for lunch, and you're telling me that the police department is taking up more than half of the city's budget. All of you corrupt city officials will be out of a job come next election. Believe that. Baldwin Park has so much more potential, and because of the selfish people like you, the city has gone nowhere. Fund your schools, put the money into public services, not the police. Across the San Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the people's budget, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction in police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you. Along that same lines as Jaylene Rivas. Just a moment. Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Dominique Oye, and I live in Covina, California. Please defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. Investing our money into building community infrastructures will do more for police public safety than threatening our people with policing. People like me support the Black Lives Matter movement, demands to defund police to reduce threats of violence in our communities. Baldwin Park has the highest police budget allocated percentage in LA County. Allocating 66% of the budget to police is unjust. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide this budget online until a day before the meeting, which is a just democratic process. How will community members be able to adequately weigh in with such short notice? Please pass a budget that defunds the BP Police Department and invests in our children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Next. Dear Mayor and City Council, warm greetings. My name is Calvin Kim Para, and I reside in San Diego County. As I complete my undergrad, I seek budget alterations to improve my hometown, along with various citizens craving change, hence the plethora of emails. While living in the metropolis during UC San Diego, I've learned the qualities of innovating a city while addressing the well-being of its inhabitants. A recommended 80% reduction of the police funds can be invested towards infrastructure, education, and municipal park. A secondary community center at the unused baseball fields between Merced Avenue and Olive Street could provide amenities to half of the community isolated by the distance from the main center. I commend the road alterations on Main Avenue for bicyclists. Thus, additional funds can be expanded this to Santa Fe recreational area while promoting health for its citizens. Furthermore, implementing Arduino classes as an elective can tantalize future generations as they code and wire electronics like Legos. Funding activities and programs can have a positive ripple effect on citizens, students, and transit within Baldwin Park. Although police budgeting will become strict, the city will thrive in the long term. Sincerely, Calvin Hara. The next are along the same lines: Giselle Rivera, Alan Santillanes, Sabrina Silva, Abraham Espinosa, Aida Luevano, Monica Alvarado, David Perez, and they also read, please defund the police and invest in money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because children's education especially is more important. My children attend this school district. A lot of them need upgrades. Kids need educational field trips and transportation. Across the San Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents, allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the number one highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities of LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park's children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6% and reinvest in the community services and health fund services, not police. Thank you. Next. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Helen Costales, and I would like to have public input on agenda item 18, appointment of the vacancy on the City Council. I would like to nominate and have considered Danny Damian. The following are my reasons. Danny Damian is a pillar in our community. He has always given back. For instance, his annual turkey drive, where he distributes over 100 turkeys and all the fixings to families in the community and local churches. During Christmas time, he holds a toy drive where he generously gives to many of our children. Through the years, he has given hundreds of students from our district as scholarships for future endeavors. Personally, Danny Damian has helped me and my family when we were in need. He hardly knows me, but was more than eager to provide us with resources. He's a great advocate for the community and can help improve our duty with his input and help. I feel that he is an asset for our community and would make a great council member. Thank you for your consideration and being heard. And next. Along the same lines, Lisa Hong, Georgina Vasquez, Adriana Sandoval, McKenna Hernandez, and there's also reads that defunding the police and investing the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transits, and more will be beneficial. They care about the budget because not only do they live here, but so do generations of their families and friends. Teachers are still paying for school supplies out of their pockets. There are those who are homeless that need affordable housing. Putting money into transits will further better transportation. And I say this as someone who has relied on throughout my teenage years. Across the SGV, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement. It demands to defund the police. Budgets or moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Ballpark has the number one highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass out people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invest in Baldwin Park's children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6% and investment and reinvestment in community services and health fund services, not police. Sign those people I mentioned. Along with that, those individuals was Noah Ruvalcava, also Priscilla Ibarra, with that letter that was just read. Monica Revello as well. Jesus Rivera. Susan Obando. As well as Janice Espinoza. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'd like to start off by expressing my frustration with the comments I made at the last City Council meeting, specifically with comments I made. Specifically, Councilwoman Monica Garcia, your tone-deaf comments about how you've lived in the city so long and how you dismissed us as college students is the point. You've lived in Ballpark so long and you've been a part of City Council for so long, and look at where we are. You have to get us, a bunch of ignorant college kids, to take time out of a trivial day to beg you to invest in our community. For the record, age and tenure is clearly not a reflection of your ability to serve the community, because for all the years you've taken up space in that chamber, you aren't serving anyone but yourself. You should be embarrassed and ashamed of yourself, and you should resign. For the rest of you, please do not approve this budget. We are watching you, and we will hold you accountable in November. Luckily, Pacheco is out, but we will continue to hold the rest of you accountable at the polls if you approve this budget. Finally, failure to read all comments sent to the city clerk and the comments at baldwinpark.com email will be a violation of the Brown Act. Please read all the comments or further action will be taken. Mr. Mayor Lozano and City Council, we heard the news Councilmember Ricardo Pacheco is out. While my family and I have known Mr. Pacheco for over 30 years, we are curious to know if his resignation was based on the $7 million lawsuit against our city by the former female police chief. We, the Montes family, believe all three individuals should be charged and or pay for this major lawsuit. We can't afford to pay this amount of money. Let's use the money collected to support our schools. Susan Rubio, Cruz Baca, and Ricardo Pacheco need to be held responsible. We expect our mayor and city council to do what is best for Baldwin Park. Pay up. Sign the Montes family. Next. This is by Susie Villegas. My name is Maria. I live in Ballpark. Please defund the police and invest that money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because I strongly feel that the police officers should not have so much duties in the city where it can be resolved with help from others. Across the St. Gabriel Valley, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives That Matter movement with the demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Ballpark has the number one highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass the people's budget that defunds the Ballpark Police Department and invests in Ballpark children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health fund services, not police. Signed, Maria. I'm a resident of Ballpark and have been my whole life. I'm contacting you as a concerned resident in regards to the upcoming vote for the 2021 Ballpark budget. I demand that the budget prioritize the community's well-being by redirecting funds away from the police, decreasing the police budget to 30%. I firmly believe that the best, most progressive, and safest communities are those that are provided the most resources, not the most cops. While police budgets are consistently increased, community and public institutions, schools, libraries, parks, suffer immensely, seeing their budget cut and their programs meant to help the youth prosper suffer with it. The poor infrastructure of policing is built around a war on crime mentally that has historically resulted in numerous people of color imprisoned or killed. Crime is a direct response to social conditions. Studies have shown that redirecting public funding into community-based initiatives and non-police solutions to social problems, more after-school programs, trauma services, more counselors, etc., will help uplift the community and reduce crime by addressing it as its source. How much of the budget you choose to invest directly back into the community resources is a statement of how much ballpark residents are worth. How much is a ballpark community worth to you? We are in the middle of a long overdue and widespread upheaval over the systematic violence of policing, and change is demanded. As a young woman of color who has faced years of oppression and prejudice, fighting to be heard, I simply demand that you listen, not only choose to be on the right side of history, but choose what's in the best interest of your community. Please remember that history has its eyes on you. Thank you, Amanda Gutierrez. Good afternoon. My name is Thelma Rogers, and I am 74 years old and a sharp mind of a 35-year-old. I've lived in Baldwin Park since 1987 as the matriarch of my family. Despite my husband, a highly decorated war veteran, and passing on in 2001, I've managed to persevere and continue raising 3 generations of upstanding citizens. Consequently, those qualified have voted in every election and intend to do in November. I would like to say thank you to all for your service and for all of your magnificent community, our magnificent community. However, I'm quite embarrassed when I heard this nonsense about how we have an empty city council seat because of Ricardo Pacheco dancing in a strip club with our taxpayer money, now on top of being questionable and caught with hands in a cookie jar with other issues. A few disgruntled police chiefs hate talking and vowing vengeance at our mayor, rumors of clumsy corruption, sex harassment, and city bankruptcy. Our city government now has an empty seat. Unfortunately, you have the burden of filling the seat, and doing what is best for the entire city falls on your laps. I love this town, and I want to trust in my elected officials. I know that you all will find your way and carry out the will of your constituents. With that in mind, it is obvious that one can only refer to the last election and appoint the city council nominee with the highest qualifying number of Baldwin Park votes. Mr. Danny Damian is the only person that should step in. I know that he will take the challenge on and work for your people, for the people, and not for himself. I hope that you all agree, because over 5,000 of us did. Thank you for hearing me out. Appoint Danny Damian and get our city right again. Me and my family are counting on your honor and efficiency with this task at your meeting tonight. Thelma Rogers. Mayor Lozano and City Council, my name is Hara Gonzalez, and I'm a resident of Baldwin Park. I demand that you defund the police. How dare you use 65.9 of our city budget to fund an already overfunded police department? Last year's budget, you allocated 1.2 into public works, and you took 0.2% to give to the police. You must be dizzy. How dare you fund the police 64.9% more than our much needed public works? My family and I, who all reside in Ballpark, stand with many others in my community in defunding the police. Our community demands revision of the proposed budget, reallocation funds into our community during this pandemic. Many have lost jobs, and your lazy excuse of a food drive is not cutting it. We need resources. We need access to clean food. We are tired of your money-hungry team allowing fast food and liquors to deteriorate our community. Your tone-deaf response to COVID-19 and the Black Lives Matter movement is embarrassing. I love my city. I love my community, and I will not allow a few in positions of power to continue to stunt our growth. Baldwin Park is awake, and our demands are not being silenced. Are not going to be silenced. Defund Baldwin Park Police. Hara Gonzalez. We have next Jasmine, along the same lines, Jasmine Naharo, Dre the Dragon. And they read also to please defund the police and invest the money in community services such as education, housing, mental health services, and more. Care about the budget because our city has been focusing on police over the well-being of our community. It's time to make a change and reallocate our focus to the people and their needs. Across this SGV, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement. with demands to fund the police budgets are moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to police. The 2020-21 budget is unjust. Currently, Ballpark has the number one highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in LA County. Please pass a people's budget that defends the Ballpark Police Department and invests in Ballpark children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you for your time. My name is Amy Wong. I live in El Monte, but I like to shop and eat in the city of Ballpark Park, and I have friends there. I'm appalled by the city is a 66% budget allocation to police. I urge you to consider reducing this to at least a third or half because police do not address the root causes of violence in any community. Residents need their essential needs covered. First, which includes affordable housing, good transit, good education, healthy food, access to affordable health care, public health prevention, youth programs, and so much more. When people's quality of life issues are solved, they do not desire to commit crimes. Community services prevent people from committing crimes in the first place, not police. More police officers don't solve the chronic issues working class communities of color like Baldwin Park face. Please set a good example so the Ballpark community is invested in. Please defund the police budget at least a third or a half. Thank you. That's from Amy Wong. Attention, letter submission for public comment. Dear Mayor Lozano, on June 3rd, 2020, you allowed Ms. Ayala to read an anonymous letter for over the 3-minute public comment time limit. The letter took Ms. Ayala approximately 10 minutes to read, over 3 times the limit. The anonymous letter accused Chief McLean of being a racist and enforcing the use of brutality within the police department. Chief McLean has an outstanding 40-plus law enforcement career. The fact that you, the city clerk and city attorney, allowed for such a defaming letter to read over the extended time limit showed your own prejudices against Chief McLean. Chief McLean is an honorable man who brought true and justice to our city. We, the people of Ballpark, demand that the city of Ballpark investigate who wrote the anonymous letter and who is responsible for the alleged allegations against Chief McLean. We ask you to look at Ms. Ayala, Lieutenant Huerta, Sergeant Gonzalez, Sergeant Real, and possibly members of their families. It's determined that any or all of these individuals are connected to the writing of the anonymous June 3, 2020 letter. Their termination should be effective immediately. Failure could result in numerous lawsuits against the city of Ballpark, resulting in many millions of dollars. We are also aware of Sergeant Real's dark past involving harassment lawsuit, Case Logic Link. Apparently, the lawsuit was settled at a cost to the city of Ballpark, causing the city more financial strain. We ask you, Mayor, why is Sergeant Real still employed by the city of Ballpark when he has caused city litigation and continues to pose liability? Isn't it true, Mayor Lozano, Sergeant Real, Flor Real's, Sergeant Real's wife, and Ms. Ayala all serve on your personal re-election campaign? Mayor Lozano, we are sick and tired of how you have run our city into the ground. Your failures as a city leader have cost Baldwin Park millions. We are the citizens and taxpayers of Ballpark deserve leaders who have our community's best interests, not their own. Our city's corruption needs to stop. We will no longer be quiet to your self-dealings and turn a blind eye to many conflicts of interest within your office. Sincerely, the people of Baldwin Park. Submitted by Mark Lopez. My name is Crystal Mendoza and I live in Baldwin Park. Please defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I want to see change in the current proposed budget because in the 20 years that I've lived in Baldwin Park, little to no money has gone to help our community. It's absurd that we are spending more than half of our city budget on police. I know the budget can be changed because there are many cities in the SGV who have a lower budget for the police. Currently, Baldwin Park has the number one highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in the Los Angeles County. As you may know, we are going through a pandemic where not only big corporate businesses should be able to make it through, but also small businesses in the entire community of Baldwin Park. It should be in the city's interest to help during this time of need. In fact, increasing Baldwin Park police budget in this time of need is an insult to all residents of ballpark. The budget time. Sorry. Next is along the same lines are Jessica Sanchez, Barbara Sanchez, Misha, Rani, Hanurahu, Alessandra, A. These also say, please defund the police and invest the money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because social and community services deserve much bigger percentages, while the police department does not deserve the majority of the cut. By divesting from the police department, investing in the community, the council will be able to prove that they are for the people across the SGV. People like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with the demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to the police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park is number one highest police budget in all cities of LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, the day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the ballpark police department, invests in ballpark children, the youth, the families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction police funding from 54 to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Next. My name is Stephanie Nguyen, and I have lived in Baldwin Park since 2001. My entire family has lived in the city for 2 decades. I will always love and care for this community I've grown up in. I am appalled to find out that this year's city budget is allocating 66% to the police, while community services barely get any funding. We do not need more police. Currently, BP has the number one highest police budget allocating percentage of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable and quite frankly embarrassing. We need to do better, and we can do better. Please defund the police and reallocate the money to fund community services such as education, housing, parks, transit, and more. Thank you for your time, Stephanie. Next. Along the same letter is Michelle Vu, Mario Rodriguez, Juan Tavares, Michelle Vasquez. It also says to please defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because I care about my community. It's time to fund community services such as school programs for Latinx students. My family and I have been victims of police abuse plenty of times, and we're fed up with it. We don't want other people to suffer the same way that we did. It's time for social justice. Across the SUV, people like me are uniting to support the Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to the police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the number one highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass the people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park's children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you. Next. My name is Jasmine Torres, and I live in West Covina, bordering Baldwin Park. Please do the right thing and defund the police by at least 40%. There's no reason that the police should receive the gross amount of your city funds while abusing their assumed power, as well as those who have been failed by your neglect of your city's social community outreach programs. Invest the money in community neighborhood activities and programs, youth-led programs, city development, affordable housing, parks, programs of beautification, public education, and career training, accessible and safe transit, library events and programs, and more. Listen to your people and protect their interests. Protect the people of Baldwin Park with preventive and community unification programs that will make the need for police obsolete. Invest in the people, not pigs. I care about the budget because you are directly enabling the systematic abuse of power that we see committed by police departments everywhere in your own city. Your proposed increase of the Baldwin Park Police Department budget is a shameful disrespect for the people of your city, and you should do your duty and protect the families and proud residents of Baldwin Park from the dangers of over-policing and underfunded neighborhoods. Budgets are moral documents. Allocate 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the number one highest police budget allocated percentage in all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is disgusting. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invest in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6%, reinvestment in community services and health fund services, not police. Along the same lines, Erica Martinez, Carlos G, Carlos Espinoza, Eduardo Ramirez, Elisa Guevara, and it too says, please defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. Care about the budget because it is the people who make up the community. We must stop crime from where it begins. We must encourage education, after school programs. Across the SGV, people like me are united to support Black Lives Matter movements with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocate 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the number one highest police budget allocated percent of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park's children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health fund services, not police. Next. My name is Andres Hernandez. I'm a resident of Baldwin Park, and I demand the defunding of BPPD and reallocation of funds to our community public works. Next. Gentleman may concern, my name is George Gomez, and I reside, and he gives his address on Walnut Street in Baldwin Park. After viewing the necessary documents, I feel the need to make certain recommendations to the city's budget. Approximately 66% of the budget is allotted to the police department. With COVID-19 having such an impact on our daily lives, the budget of the Baldwin Park department should be reduced to 35%. The other remaining funds should be funneled directly into the community, whether it be for better after-school programs, funds for homeless programs, anything that can be used to better the community. Two, I also highly recommend that the ballpark police explorers end immediately. They are very bad. There are very bad benefits, very few benefits to the program. Thank you, and I hope you take these into consideration when readjusting the budget. Next. I'd like to express my support for Danny as an applicant for the vacant position on the city council. I can see that he works well with others and knows how to get things done. He's passionate about the community and creating a city that keeps families working, playing, learning, and living in Baldwin Park. I believe that Danny would be a great addition to our city council and would work very hard for the residents and the entire city. Sincerely, Eva Cervantes. Next. My name is Mario Rodriguez Jr. and I live in Baldwin Park, along with a call to immediately defund the police and allocate those funds to the people of Baldwin Park, as well as completely abolishing the school police. I have further concerns regarding this body's very ability to hold not only law enforcement, but your own internal criminals to account. First, with the resignation of Council Member Ricardo Pacheco, who is currently under federal investigation, I demand a complete and public publishing of every member of the City Hall's campaign finances, including donations and donors. I understand you yourself, City Clerk Ayala, have been accused of your own scandal, which you deny, yet you understand people's hesitation to trust you with this when your very job is one of oversight and community with the public. Complete transparency is the only way to clear yourself of any doubt. Second, the amount of money lost from lawsuits in this city is staggering and must be addressed. We spent more money on payouts last year than we did public works and community development, recreation, and community services combined. That is outrageous. Council members must address this to the people. Third, I know several small business owners who have either went out of business or are going out of business. What has City Hall done for small businesses? I know City Hall favors big corporations over local establishments, but has the council thought of rent freezes for small businesses? Maybe subsidy packages for small businesses. Is that even an option? Or all the funds held hostage by all the guns and tanks at the police department? It's obvious with those in position at City Hall most value power. You seem to only enrich yourselves, and it's disappointment because most, at least you, City Clerk Ayala, are citizens of this neighborhood. The budget should reflect the needs of the neighborhood. That is the bare minimum. We have an opportunity to reimagine safety and security. Do we imagine it as well-funded schools and well-fed, healthy citizens, or does it look like shiny police cars and battering rams? Be a part of that change. Thank you, Mario Rodriguez Jr. Mayor and City Council, I cannot find any rationale in Baldwin Park spending a higher percentage of our budget on police than any other city around us. More police do not equal more safety, and those are the findings of multiple police staffing consultants all across the country. Whether you try to justify a bloated budget through the increased police presence or upgrades, the truth is neither necessary. Common safety comes with opportunities for residents. Ironically, community development doesn't hit a double digit. Just 2 years ago, the city looked at bonds to pay for employees' pensions, including those of officers. Considering current political events and a global pandemic, that is leaving our predominantly Hispanic community unable to pay for rent or food. And I would like to know what percentage of this budget is for relief. I don't need any of you to mention county or nonprofit efforts in our area. I want to know the efforts of this council, and if there are even better, the slight consideration for community relief in this budget. Since the beginning of this pandemic, how much money has the city allocated to relief efforts? Considering the current tensions all across the country, in this budget proposal really necessary? Even major cities know now is not the time. That was submitted by Emmanuel Estrada, Baldwin Park resident. Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Vanessa Lamb. I live in Baldwin Park. I was a Walnut Eagle, an Olive Lancer, and a Sierra Vista High School alum. Please defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, youth programs, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because, as a teacher, we say how building safe communities starts with youth programs, healthy meals, and a good education, not with the police. Invest in social workers and guidance counselors at schools. Invest in the youth, not the police. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invest in the Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvest in the community's services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you, Vanessa Lamb. Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Maida Quiros. I am a resident of Baldwin Park. Please defund the police and invest the money in community servicing such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because we live in such a poor community where the students receive a poor education. The money given to the police is more than enough. Children in our district struggle with money and can't afford a lot of the things needed for school. I actually wrote a short essay about other ways to fund the city. Receiving a good education, I would say, is important to most people. We always want to make sure children are going to safe schools with nice environment. We also know though that getting a good education is tough for a lot of people due to financial stability. Paying for materials, lunch, and transportation adds up a lot of the time. Parents don't have enough money to pay for all these things. Low-income families are forced to live in poor neighborhoods where their kids will most likely receive less of quality education. Lots of schools claim that they don't have sufficient funding in order to install many programs, but what can we do to change that? One way is to distribute the city's funding efficiently to where the funds will go to the groups who need it most. After going over the funding of various cities, it's clear that a lot of the funding goes towards law enforcement can be used more resourcefully. It was brought to my attention by the Black Lives Matter movement that many police departments receive most of the city's funding. The police department, for example, plans on receiving more funding than all of the other departments combined. The article, The Movement Behind LA's Decision to Cut Its Police Budget by Laura Bliss, explains how the mayor of LA wanted to increase the law enforcement budget even before Black Lives Matter's movement. Garcetti's 2021 fiscal year plan called for a $120 million increase to the LA Police Department's $1.86 billion annual budget, which meant spending more than 53% of the city's total discretionary funds on law enforcement, while at the same time cutting funds but for affordable housing, traffic safety, and gang prevention. Many low-income families depend on affordable housing to have somewhere to live. Families with children who are already struggling in the educational system, these kids end up having to turn to the streets in order to make a living because they don't have a choice. Now, with gang prevention wanting to be cut, there's less and less hope for the future of these kids. Another city whose majority of the funding goes to the police is Baldwin Park. I live in Baldwin Park, so that's why this small city is significant to me. According to the city of Baldwin Park's 2019-2020 adopted budget, 64% of the general fund goes to the police department. That's even a greater percentage than LA, even though it's a smaller city. LA does probably have more money and funds in general, but it isn't what I'm focusing on. I don't think there's any good enough reason to justify why they receive that much of the city's funding in high school. I remember there being multiple officers on campus for safety when there was really no need for them. When there was really, instead of having police officers do random drug searches, they were rarely even successful. It would be more beneficial to hire on-spot counselors in case of emergency. That was time.
Mayor.
Councilmember Monica Garcia.
Yes. Are we, when you said City Clerk Ayala, when you said that was time, are we done with the public communications?
No, we're not, Councilwoman.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you. It allowed me to take a drink of water. Thank you.
Okay, okay.
Sorry. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, City Clerk, and audience, I would like this read during public comment for both the regular and special meeting. I have two issues I would like to address. The first is a concern that with the resignation of Ricardo Pacheco, that the city council will want to fill the seat. And it's my understanding that the council would like to appoint our current city clerk. I've included a link and government code to show why it may not be possible. The council has a quorum with 4 members, but if the council is determined to go forward with an appointment and that it be given to that person that had the most votes in the last city council election, that would be a tangible action to show the city of Baldwin Park that we respect their voices and their votes. I've included the information below for the mayor and city council to refer to. And it lists the article and a link, and I will send that on to council. The second item I would like to address is the concern that the council would like to replace our city police department with the county sheriff's department. I ask that the city council not go forward with this. I understand that the budget is an issue when it comes to the police department, but I do not believe that bringing in the county sheriffs will be any cost savings. And in fact, I'm concerned that our community will lose dedicated, committed officers that have created vital connections to the youth in our community. Our police officers must be part of the changes we must make in our city and in our cities all across the country. Our officers must help with the conversation about racist actions and must lead the way for change and training that will help eliminate this. We are all created equal and must be treated with equal respect. Our city officers are committed to our community and will help make our city better. So please do not replace our Baldwin Park police officers. Thank you for your time. Christina Lucero, President, Baldwin Park Unified School District Board of Education. Next. And this is forwarded from Mr. Art Luna, from Councilwoman Alejandra Avila. I received this text message. Please read his comments below. The 3 other remaining council members should resign at today's meeting. The Mayor, Manuel Lozano, Monica Garcia, and Paul Hernandez. And that's submitted from Art Luna. The next are similar in content by Danny Hernandez and Hurtado Perez. I believe I already read some from Kiana Martinez. Another one it's similar that I'll be reading is from Axel Bustamante. I already read a public comment from Sandy Quinn. And the next similar one is from Karen Tai. This is similar in content. They're asking to please defund the police and invest the money in the community services, such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because it impacts the community that my parents and friends live in. It's also a disproportionately low income and minority community, which sorely lacks resources in other areas. Across the SGV, people like me are uniting to support the Black Lives Matter movement, with demands to fund the police budgets. Our moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, the ballpark has the #1 highest police budget account allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, the day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds Baldwin Park Police Department and invest in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6% and the reinvestment in community service and health, fund services, not police. Thank you. The next one. As a resident of Baldwin Park and former planning commissioner, I strongly disagree with the budget proposal. It's obvious our elected officials don't have the residents of Baldwin Park in mind. It seems clear the objective is to please the police department so that in return, those running for re-election can receive campaign contributions. It's sad to see our city residents suffering from hunger, suffering from eviction notices, suffering from not being employed, and your focus is clearly 65% on the police department and nothing for the community. The resident will remember you for this. Signed, Mario Maciel. The next one is also my name is Rose Hernandez, resident of Baldwin Park. Please defund the police, invest in the money in the community services such as housing, public parks, education, transit, and restoration. I care about the budget because I've been a resident of Baldwin Park for over 30 years and I'm raising my children here. I would like to funds to be allocated to other community segments and defund the police. All across the SGV, people like me are uniting to support the Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is currently unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the number one highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass on people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6% and the reinvestment in community services and health fund services, not police. Dear Mayor Lozano and City Council, excuse me, our names are Eduardo Rios, Josefina Rios, Linda Rios, and Diane Rios. We are residents of Baldwin Park. We're writing to demand that the Baldwin Park City Council adopt a budget that prioritizes community well-being and redirects funding away from the police. Not only are we experiencing the trauma of a global pandemic, but we are also in the midst of widespread upheaval over the systematic violence embodied by American police departments' well-documented history of murdering Black and brown people. Empty gestures and suggestions of reform are unacceptable. We demand that the Baldwin Park City Council stand with the people. We demand that you root our systemic and institutional racism by defunding the police and prioritizing and reallocating much-needed funds, especially due to the effects of COVID-19, towards social programs and resources that support housing, jobs, education, healthcare, childcare, and other critical community needs. As homelessness continues to rise and your constituents are put at risk, the budget must protect constituents from housing insecurities. According to the proposed budget for the fiscal 2021, a majority of the budget, 65.9% of the general fund, is allocated for BPPD. Meanwhile, community development, recreation, community services only compromise 5.7 and 15.7 of the general fund, respectively. It concerns me that the funds going towards the BPPD are disproportionate to the funds towards community development, community services. We demand that you completely revise the budget for 2021 fiscal year to fund care and wraparound services, not police. We also entreat you to stand in solidarity with the movement by demanding change from the LAPD and other adjacent police departments. As neighbors, we are duly bound to hold each other accountable. I join the calls of those across the country too meaningful to fund the police. The people are demanding a budget that supports community well-being rather than empowering the police forces that tear them apart. You need to adopt a budget that prioritizes social programs proven to promote safety and equality much more effectively than policing. You need to steadfastly pressure your peers on other city councils to do the same. Public opinion is with me. Thank you for your time. Eduardo, Josefina, Linda, and Diane Rios. Dear Mayor, City Council, my name is Alejandro Alarcon. I'm a resident of Baldwin Park, having attended Holland Middle School, Baldwin Park High School. Go Braves. I hope you I hope this email finds you well, and that you read it and emails you receive for this hearing, because you owe it to your constituents. With all due respect, and even that respect is dwindling considering the allegations of corruption amongst our distinguished city council. But hey, I guess I applaud the transparency. Really, you're going to try and increase police spending in the midst of Black Lives Matter movement, where we see militarized police beating down peaceful protests with equipment paid for by taxpayer dollars. Baldwin Park is a family. You're the abusive father who eats 2/3 of the pizza and then beats the kids all night. I mean, hey, at least you bought the pizza, right? But seriously, that budget is a joke. 66%. What a grotesque misuse of funds, and a real FU to your constituents protesting against police brutality and the lack of accountability in police culture. Over the years, I've seen the consistent militarization of the BPPT, starting with the fancy new for-profit jail for all the expletive Ford Explorers. I'm assuming that's where most of the 11 million for patrol goes, and it has only led to an increased presence of them as an occupying force, not necessarily making the community safer. The emphasis on police equipment seems to be a trend that has trickled down from downtown to BP. As recent protests have shown, all of that riot gear and tear gas does nothing to protect and serve, but rather the city using taxpayer money to brutalize them. Also, how is it that $7 million payment to Hadsel for blunders on your part, i.e. Pacheco, Michael Taylor, working out? Are you paying for that? And an entity that claims to protect and serve, yet engages in brutality and corruption at the highest levels, should not be rewarded with larger salaries and grants for harmful, deadly equipment. It's unconscionable that you would try and slip something like this by us in this moment. I know your days as elected officials may be numbered with the corruption and all, but at least be on the right side of history on your way out. Fund services, not police. Support Planned Parenthood in our city. Support education reform, including curriculum reform, so that we can stop learning about our institutions as static and unchangeable. Ballpark is waking up to the fact that we don't need an occupying force with a bloated budget policing us with parking traffic violations that too often lead to death sentences. I'm sorry if revenue is hard to find. Just level with your people. Just level with your people. We broke too. We don't need police. Invest in the community for a change. Also, can you come out and say you will not be working with ICE on raids in our city? For the love of God, they are a racist criminal organization. We know about Pacheco. We know about Chief Poe. We know about Hadsel. We know about Ayala. Sorry, Councilwoman, you can't buy our votes. We know Mayor Lozano allowed this corruption. Be better while you still have your jobs. Please pay a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in ballpark children, youth, families instead. Follow the model of the police budget. It's grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of 54 to 6%, reinvest in the community services and health. Viva la revolución, council members. Alejandro Alarcón. Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Hassani, and I live in Baldwin Park. Please defund the police and invest the money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because I have seen how the police in our city have criminalized my houseless friends. Not being able to afford housing is not a crime, yet police treat it as such. Being houseless does not warrant police presence. In addition, police have been called on my family simply for being outside of our home. We happen to live in the ballpark plaza, and some security guards seem to be unaware that there are 3 apartments in that plaza. Spending time in my car outside of my home is not a crime. It does not warrant police presence. It's absolutely despicable that our ballpark high school has police presence on campus. It fuels the school to prison pipeline, especially in this Latin community such as ours. Education does not warrant police presence. We need to fund services for our community, not police. Across the SUV, people like me are united to support Black Lives Matters movement. It demands to fund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the police budget, People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6% and reinvest in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you, Hassani. Next, dear Honorable Mayor Lozano, City Council Member, City Clerk, and Ballpark Committee, I would like to read this. I would like this read during public discussions, of both special and regular City Council meetings. I have a concern that I would like to address with you in the hopes that any decisions made around the subject matter will be for the betterment, safety, and positive regard of the city. As of recently, I've heard that there are discussions around eliminating our city police department in order to save money while proceeding in contract with the sheriff's department. Excuse me. You still hear me? Eliminating our police department in order to save money while proceeding in contract with the sheriff's department. If this is a true fact, I have a great concern. Our city police department is vital to the safety. Continued operations of the city, to be specific. Thank you. Our city police department is a stakeholder and partner of our community. If we have issues or concerns, we can go straight to our officers at City Hall. If we have bigger concerns or questions around policy or feel that there are other gaps in service that need to be addressed, we can come straight to you as our representatives to voice their concerns. In addition to protecting the community, our officers serve as integral members of the different community events. Their presence helps to build community relationships when historically they have been perceived as the enemy. For our youth, this is crucial, especially since our officers are not just enforcers of law. They are also mentors and community partners. They protect and serve. They respond to emergencies and are the presence that keeps our city safe. With regards to the sheriffs, if we bring them, do we lose the autonomy that we now hold as a city? If we have concerns, will we have immediate access? If we want to advocate for any changes, will it require a county vote as opposed to just our cities? If we have an emergency, is it possible it may not be perceived as such, especially given our situations, will be assessed in comparison to other areas? Finally, it's possible we may end up paying about the same or even more. For all of these unknown, and because of the value I see having our own city police department, I cannot see the justification in eliminating them. To leave us in a vulnerable state, especially in light of the civil unrest that has transpired as of recently, is unconscionable. I understand, that a budget is at hand and probably the most critical piece driving this decision. However, with all due respect, I do believe that if the money was managed more effectively and if the city didn't find itself in multiple lawsuits related to that department, we wouldn't be here today. To be honest, with all due respect, I do believe that it's a compromise that should be made by the expense of the community and the public safety. Thank you, Betsy Lara, Baldwin Park Community Member.
Did I disconnect?
Did you disconnect?
I think I may have. Hold on.
No, you're still there, Mayor.
I can hear you, Mayor.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Fabiola Lopez and I live in Baldwin Park. I'm asking you to listen to your constituents and defund the police and invest in community services such as housing, parks, education, connecting more. I care about the budget because I've seen how it has harmed our community. Basic educational resources, which is hurting us all. Everything in our city is underfunded because, besides the police, and we are suffering because of it. In a city that is majority non-white and working class, allocating 66% of the budget to the police is ridiculous and is detrimental. BP has the #1 highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting was suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the BPPD and invests in BP children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund community, not police. Thank you, Fabiola Lopez. I am opposed of appointing anyone to council with the election coming this soon. We know it will either be Ayala or Marlene, and that is not right to do this late in election year. And the cost is the other reason. I want to know why, after the mayor promised a police investigation into Jeannie Ayala paying for votes for her and the mayor on her Facebook account, it was never done. This has been verified by current and ex-police officers. I want to know if the mayor's dead dad's loan of $25,000 from the city was ever paid back. It was supposed to be paid after change of ownership. Why did Frank Real, aka Secret Writer, have a personal issue read in public comment for over 12 minutes? This is total town act violation on time limit and to discuss police personnel issues. Since Pacheco retired, is he going to, just like the mayor, get his inflated lifetime retirement package from the city? Please tell us how much this crook will be getting. And this is submitted by Greg Tuttle. This is in Spanish, Mayor. Would you like me to read it? And
yes.
Mi nombre es Beatriz Carmago de Sandoval, Baldwin Park residente, LA Voice Leader. Reclamo mi derecho de que mi comentario sea leído en español e inglés, y como una persona profesionalmente bilingüe, quiere que el concejal Alejandra Ávila le lea. Council member?
Yeah, so there's two emails from her. Which one are you reading? Okay. Reclamo mi derecho de que mi comentario sea leído en español e inglés, y como una persona profesionalmente bilingüe, quiero que concejal Alejandra Ávila lo lea. Atención. Mayor Manuel Lozano y miembros del Consejo de Baldwin Park. Primero, quiero recordarles que estamos dentro de una pandemia donde desafortunadamente estamos esperando una segunda oleada de nuevos contagios, trayendo más personas infectadas. Otros que posiblemente van a morir o en el menor de los casos van a perder su trabajo y con ello su ingreso. Sabemos que las finanzas de nuestra comunidad están muy mal. Desafortunadamente, no es a consecuencia de la pandemia, solo que para unos la pandemia vino a darnos la excusa perfecta para estar más alertas del presupuesto, y a otros de poner la pandemia como culpa de todos los males financieros de la ciudad de Baldwin Park. A consecuencia de la mala administración, tenemos familias que tienen hambre, familias que no tienen dinero para pagar una renta, familias que no tienen un seguro médico, negocios que están ahogados en deudas para poder seguir adelante con sus servicios. El número de personas que han perdido su hogar han incrementado un 13%, y 2/3 de estas personas están sin vivienda por primera vez. Esto no ha pasado mágicamente. Esto es consecuencia de la falta de liderazgo, falta de sentido común y falta de empatía con la comunidad que representan los miembros de este concilio. Poner el 64% del presupuesto de la ciudad en un departamento de policía infestado de corrupción que solo les apoya para seguir manteniendo su poder. Miembros del concilio, eso no es la manera de dar seguridad a nuestra comunidad. Tener una comunidad segura quiere decir tener un refugio 24 horas, 7 días a la semana, tener vivienda transicional o de emergencia, vivienda asequible donde el 56% de las familias que rentan en Baldwin Park no pagan más del 30% de su ingreso, tener un banco de comida caliente diariamente y una semanal, comida digna y saludable, no 3 elotes podridos como si fuéramos marranos. Tener un centro donde las familias pueden venir y expresar sus preocupaciones sin miedo de que pongan a su pareja como criminal o, con el peor de los casos, les quiten sus hijos. Tener programas de deportes y usar los programas de recreación sin tener que pagar por ellos. Todo lo anterior nos va a proveer de una comunidad segura. Les imploro que consideren el presupuesto de nuestra ciudad para crear un presupuesto moralmente correcto. Now to translate it. I have the right to have this read in English and in Spanish. I am a professional bilingual, but I would like, by a professional bilingual, but I would like Alejandra Avila, council member, to read it. Attention, Mayor Lozano and members of the Council of the City of Baldwin Park. First, I want to remind you that we are in a pandemic where, unfortunately, we are expecting a second wave of contagious persons. And other people are possibly going to die. Some of them will lose their jobs and their income. We know that the finances of our community are not doing well. Unfortunately, it's not the consequences of the pandemic, except that some of us are using this as an excuse, and it's the perfect excuse to put this alert on our budget and to put the pandemic as a fault of our bad finance status in the city of Baldwin Park. The consequences of a bad administration are we have families that are hungry, families that don't have money to pay their rent, families that don't have medical insurance, businesses that are drowning in bills and they're not able to move ahead with their services. The number of people that have lost their home are 13%, so they have increased, and they are not living in peace for the first time. This did not happen magically. This is the consequences of bad leadership. It's a lack of common sense, lack of empathy, and lack of representation for our community members from this council. To put 60% of the budget in the police department that's infested by corruption, that supports your power. I'm sorry about that. That supports the power of the council member. It's not the way to give security to our community. The way to give security to our community is to provide 24-hour refugee 7 days a week, to have transitional living homes for emergencies, so to have affordable housing so that 56% of our families in Baldwin Park that rent don't pay more than 30% of their income in rental. We should have a food bank that serves hot food weekly with good food, not just 3 corns that are rotted as if we were pigs. We should have a family center where we can come and express our concerns without being afraid that we are going to be treated as criminals or that they may take our children away. We should have programs that are for sports, and we should use these programs in the recreation department without having to pay. Everything that I have mentioned will provide a safer community. I asked you to reconsider the budget for our city so that we can create a better budget and that it could be morally correct. That's it. Just noticed she had it in English.
Are you done, Councilwoman? Councilwoman Avila, are you done?
Yes, I am done, but there is another one. I don't know if you have it. Did you see it, Ms. Ayala?
Yes, but usually people can come up and speak. They can speak one time during public input.
She spoke, there's one letter, her speaking as a Baldwin Park resident, and the one I just read, she was speaking from the alley, as an alley voice leader. So, attorney, can you help us with that one?
Yes, Councilmember Avila. Historically, in the past, we've only allowed, a person to speak once, even if they were, like, for example, with the Planned Parenthood and things of that nature. They didn't speak on behalf of Planned Parenthood and then speak on behalf as a Baldwin Park resident. That's been our historical practice. If the council wished, I don't think there's any reason why they couldn't allow that. But of course, in meetings like this, it could turn into be very lengthy because, people could speak more than once.
Okay, so then just one of her comments we're allowed to read. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think, based on what we've done in the past, I think probably one person for one comment.
One person for one comment. Okay, Beatriz, if you're listening, so we cannot read the next comment. And
well, has her 3 minutes?
Yes, her 3 minutes were used. Her 3 minutes were used. And
okay.
Or the minutes allotted because she had translation. And there were just to let you know, there were other individuals who tried to, I shouldn't say tried, but submitted multiple, like different days, and I only had one of them read. So that was along the lines of what we're doing here, following the rule. May I continue?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Our next one is with text from Madi Diaz as well as Linda Bonilla. And it reads, to also please defund the police and invest the money back into the community in ways that benefit the education, infrastructure, transit, and safety of the community. I care about the budget because I've lived here for now over 10 years. I've seen how heavy policing hasn't changed the crime or the drug rates of people in the area. Police presence hasn't helped in growing homeless population across the country. People like me are coming together to support Black Lives Matter movement and the demand to defund the police in order to reinvest the money into the community in ways that help the social issues in the community rather than hurting it. 66% allocation to the police for the 2021 budget is unacceptable. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invest in the youth and families. Follow the people's budget LA that proposes a reduction in police from 46% and reinvest in community services and health. Fund the community and services, not police. Thank you. And the next one. Thank you. Is a text by Ana Rodriguez. It's in Spanish, and I'm going to go ahead and translate it. It says, I'll say it in Spanish too. No la puedo creer que estén dejando tanto dinero al departamento de policía cuando habemos muchos que debemos renta y no tenemos comida. Por favor, yo voto no el dinero a la policía. So basically, Miss Anna Rodriguez is saying that she cannot believe that we are giving so much money to the police department when there are many of us who we owe our rent and we need food. Please vote. She says to vote no on giving the money to the police. That's Anna. And our next one is from Catherine Glosser from the Ballpark Library. Good evening. May the following comments please be read during the public communication portion of this evening's council meeting from Catherine Losser, Community Library Manager, Baldwin Park Library. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, partners, and fellow community members. The Ballpark Library is one of 24 LA County library locations now offering sidewalk service. This service is a non-contact pickup of books, DVDs, and CDs that are placed on hold. Customers can reserve materials through our website at https://lacountylibrary.org or by phone at 626-962-6947. Holds may be picked up Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Libraries are closed to the public, but staff are available to answer questions by phone Monday through Friday, 9 to 6 p.m. Book drops are now also reopened for those returning items. This summer, LA County Library continues the Lunch at the Library program, providing free lunches for teens and children at 24 library locations, including the Baldwin Park Library. Lunches are available for non-contact pickup Tuesday through Friday, 12 to 1, and they started yesterday, June 16th through August 7th. Please visit lacountylibrary.org/summer lunch for more information in partnership with County of Los Angeles Department of Parks and Recreation at parks.lacounty.gov. For more information, please call us at 626-962-6947. We are here for you during these challenging times. Thank you very much, Catherine. And next is thank you. I have hello. There has been a barrage of loud fireworks happening every single night for weeks, if not months. Sometimes the explosions go on until the early morning, rattling not only our household and pets, but the neighbors as well. My poor dogs are suffering the most from the nonstop fireworks, but there are other people who have kids and are adults with autism, PTSD, or simply babies whose ears cannot bear such loud noises. I follow the Ballpark Facebook page, and there are many people with the same concerns. What can we do to put a stop to these people who have no consideration for their neighbors? Some may say that the complaints about the fireworks are an overreaction, but to a lot of us who have to live through it and see our pets shiver in fear, or hear our babies cry, or our vets have panic attacks is unacceptable. I'm sure that there have been multiple calls and emails from many Ballpark residents about the fireworks and noise issues, and not much has been done. What are our options to address this issue? Most of us are not entirely against fireworks. We just like to see some type of control in the amount of fireworks going off on a daily basis, hopefully minimizing the days that they can actually light up fireworks to July 3rd and 4th. Please help us out. Regards, Miss Paredes. And next. Hello, I'm a Ballpark homeowner in the West Baldwin Park area, and I've been hearing the sounds of illegal fireworks burnt in my neighborhood for some time. They sound more like bombs that rattle the pets near me, as well as activate the car alarms, which disturb the peace. I suspect there are M80s. They are being burnt. Is there a way that we can do a city ordinance that fines individuals a monetary amount for each occurrence that this violation happens? I understand burning fireworks is a tradition every July 4th, but I clearly do not think every day is July 4th. Please help. Frank Lai. This is in Spanish as well. I'll read it and then I'll translate it. Soy residente de Baldwin Park. Estoy en obsesión del presupuesto. No creo que están administrando bien el dinero de los constituyentes de Baldwin Park. Quiero que reconsideren y voten por un presupuesto que invierte en la comunidad, no en la policía. So she's saying she's a resident of Baldwin Park and she's in opposition of this budget. And then she doesn't believe that the administrators, that we're really administering the money correctly for the constituents of Baldwin Park. I would like you to reconsider, and vote for a budget that is, for the community and no on the police. And that's from Minerva Ferrer. Our next comment is similar, and these are by Sam Murillo, Bruno Casina, Jesus Serrano, and they read to please defund the police and invest the money in community service such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because of the city of Baldwin Park. We have people being prosecuted instead of being helped. There should be more programs for health and other social uplifts for those in need. Across the SGV, people like me are uniting to support the Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invest in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices, and proposes a reduction from 54% to 6%, and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not the police. Thank you. This is excuse me. Mayor and Council, Danny Damian has been an active member in our city of Baldwin Park. He took the time and energy to campaign for the position when it was up for election. He is well versed in the issues that his district is concerned about and the issues of the city. For these reasons, I'm asking the City of Baldwin Park Council to vote on Danny Damian as the council representative to fill the vacant seat. This is submitted by Nicole Cervantes. Our next comments are also in line with one another. It's Alberto Loera, Alex Tenorio, Taylor Garcia, and they have the comments about please defund the police and invest the money in the community service such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. They care about the budget because they believe that it will cut an astronomical amount of money. In our case, 66% of our city budget spent on law enforcement. We could allocate that money to more helpful services like job training, counseling, education, and violence preventing programs. It is seen in affluent communities that spending significantly less on law enforcement and more on community service and education facilitates a thriving community. By shrinking our massive budget spent on the Ballpark Police Department, we can address social problems at the root instead of investing in an institution that further oppresses and terrorizes communities. Across the SPV, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Ballpark has the number one highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Ballpark Police Department and invests in Ballpark children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the people's budget, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6% and reinvest in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you. Our next one is by Steve. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Ruvlensky. Sorry. I write this email today to ask that we look in the police budget as well as the overall city budget. There are many reasons that could be better distributed in various programs. Many resources. If the city were to invest in more career training, mental health, and drug rehab assistance, there would be a drop in homeless and overall crime. This is still a need for the police, but if there is less crime, it would offset the money that is diverted from their budget. We must build our city to be strong and better at being self-sufficient. There are many issues that must be addressed, and the budget is just one of them. If the proper steps are taken, then we as a city can better fix further issues. Education should be a bigger priority, not just for the children, but for adults as well. We also need to focus on homes, not apartments, or any other structure that does not provide top dollar for property taxes, which help fund schools. Hello, I'm writing today in favor of defunding the police and investing in allocation into community services that support small businesses, housing, parks, education, transit, and more. The City Council should take this public input into consideration in order to truly representative of the needs of Baldwin Park residents and its constituents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is beyond belief, considering this is 2% increase from last year's allocation of 64%. Currently, Ballpark has the number one highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Fund services, not police. Investing in other people and parts of the city is what we need. Looking at alternative community-rooted ways of keeping our city safe is what this council should strive to do. Lastly, I hope to see the city make more efforts to publicly acknowledge Black Lives Matter and the historic contributions trans Black women have made, given that it is Pride Month and the city is home to members of both communities. Best, Vicente Roman, MED. Our next comments are along the same lines. Lorena Reynaga, Amy Tai, Jacob Hara, Inocencia Sierra, Ana Karen Gonzalez, Paulina Arellano, Marie Paredes, all commenting in along the lines of this. To defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because Ballpark is a vibrant, predominantly immigrant community with extremely underfunded schools. As a Sierra Vista High School alum myself, I can attest to the opportunities for funding in our schools. Funding our schools along with other community projects will allow other first-generation students like myself to have access to vital educational resources and be better equipped to either continue their education after high school or enter the workforce. Across the SGV, people like me are uniting to support the Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Ballpark has the number one highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health fund services, not police. Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and Ballpark folks. Since we're appointing someone to the vacant City Council seat tonight, it would be fair to listen to the community who made it clear was the most qualified person they voted in 2018. 2018, Alejandra Avila came first, Paul Avila, Hernandez, second, and Damian in third. Mr. Damian is a business owner active in the community and knows the needs of the people. It is clear and fair you should appoint Mr. Damian to the position. The community is the reason for the City Council to exist. Mayor and City Council, you should do the right thing by referring to the 2018 election and appoint Mr. Damian to the vacant City Council seat and not appointing who you like. Thank you, Don Lowe. Next. Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and residents of Ballpark. Now that the City Council seat is vacant, it's very fair to listen to the community who made it clear in 2018 by voting 2018 election. Alejandro Avila came in first place, Paul Hernandez in second, and Danny Damian in third place. It is clear and fair that Mr. Damian should be considered the appointed member of the City Council. The committee is the most important and their voices should be heard, not disenfranchised. Mayor and the City Council, it's time to do the right thing by appointing Mr. Damian. Sincerely, Elizabeth Castillo, RN. Good afternoon. My concern is the busy streets are being changed from 2 lanes to 1 lane. I think a 1-lane street is a very bad idea and investment for a city that is being overcrowded. Please do not continue these changes. There is already traffic before the actual busy traffic time. Thank you, lifelong resident. And that is submitted by Julie Aguirre. Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Sarah Mudo. I live in Baldwin Park. Please defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because Ballpark resident is a vibrant, predominantly immigrant community with extremely underfunded schools. As Service High School alum myself, I can attest the opportunities of funding in our schools. Funding in our schools, along with other community projects, will allow our first-generation students like myself to have access to vital educational resources and be better equipped to either continue their education after high school or enter the workforce. Across SGV, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives That Matter with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Ballpark is number one highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in LA County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass the people's budget that defunds the Ballpark Police Department and invest in Ballpark children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices. Proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6%. Reinvest in community services and health fund services, not police. And that was by Sarah Muto, along with additionally Max Bonilla. And also Crystal Sandoval. Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and residents of Baldwin Park. Now that the City Council seat's vacant, it's very fair to listen to community who made it clear in 2018 by voting in the 2018 election. Alejandro Avila came in first, Paul Hernandez in second, Daniel Damian in third place. It's clear and fair that Mr. Damian should be considered and appointed as City Council. The community is the most important and backbone to listen to, and not turning your back against them. Mayor and City Council, it's time to do the right thing by going through the 2018 election, appointing and not appointing for who you like. Regards, Francisco Villa. Good evening, Honorable City Council, Mayor, business owners, and residents of Baldwin Park. As tonight, you're going to appoint the City Council vacant seat. I urge the City Council and the Mayor to appoint the committee who voted in 2018 elections by not appointing 2018 candidates, by not appointing the 2018 candidates who was in the third place, Danny Damian. It shows your lack of transparency. Do the right thing and listen to the community. Regards, Antonio Perez. I'm against having one-way streets here in Baldwin Park, submitted by Maribel Aguirre. Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Hector Rivera, and I'm a resident of Baldwin Park. Please reduce the amount of money going towards the police department. Instead, more money should be diverted towards underfunded social services like educational enrichment programs, mental health services, housing, and small business resources across the San Gabriel Valley. People like me are uniting to demand a people's budget that prioritizes the needs of the community over unnecessary overfunding of police departments. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Please pass a people's budget that invests in Baldwin Park's children, youth, and families. Instead, fund services, not police. Thank you. Hector Rivera. Hello, City Council, Mayor and City Council, City of Baldwin Park. I urge the City Council to do the right thing and appoint for the 2018 third place candidate, Mr. Danny Damian, by Victor Barragan. Next, we have Tomas L. alongside with Alondra Rodriguez. Just a moment. Samantha Sandoval. And it reads also that these defund the police and invest the money in the community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because my parents work in the school district and due to COVID had been laid off. The money should be used to invest in paying teacher assistants and for further education. Across the SUV, people like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets or moral documents allocate 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget. It's just currently Baldwin Park is the number one highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the police department and invest in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6% and reinvestment in community services and health. Fund services, not police. Thank you. I am incredibly appalled on how tone deaf the city is for wanting to increase the police budget this year in a time where communities of color are urging for change. The city yet again fails to consider the needs of the people. Time after time, the city's leadership has acted in its own interest. You act like nobody notices your actions and think that a few flashy city initiatives can make up for its years of underserving the community. Tell me, what good is a new park marquee when there continue to be long lines at food banks? You choose to be here because you wanted to serve the community, right? It's shocking and frankly disappointing to see how dismissive you have been toward your own community. I want to make something clear. When your citizens speak up for something they believe in, it's not a smear campaign. It's not a conspiracy. It's not some plot to ruin your job. It's us standing up for what we think is right. As elected officials, you should be held accountable when you are not meeting the needs of your city. It makes sense that some of you are so defensive considering you all sat there with Pacheco all these years knowing he was corrupt and only cared about himself and his property, yet did nothing. Do the right thing, stand up for your people, invest in your community, not more politics. And that's submitted by Mary Lou Mercado. Along the same lines, this is submitted by Talia Escobedo. Also, Juan Paredes regarding the same topic. Also, Magdali Hernandez. Rosa Lugo. And then also reads to please reduce the amount of money going towards the police department. Instead, more should go diverted to underfunded social services like educational enrichment programs, mental health services, housing, small business resources across the San Gabriel Valley. People like me are uniting to demand people's budgets that prioritize the needs of the community over unnecessary overfunding the police department. Allocating 66% of the budget to the police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Please pass a people's budget that invests in ballparks, children, youth, and families. Instead, fund services, not police. Next. Please read this during tonight's City Council. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. My name is Ralph Galvin. I'm a resident of Ballpark and would like to address a few concerns. One, in attending the Ballpark City Council meeting via virtual, I realize we can't see the faces. I've attended other virtual meetings and have been able to see the faces of board and City Council members. In addition, the public was able to interact directly with the board and address questions or concerns live versus an email submission. So I ask, where's the transparency to the community? You're hiding behind dark screens. Two, with the resignation of Ricardo Pacheco, it was made public that the City Council members, upon separation of the seat, would hold lifetime benefits. What are the benefits? When was this approved? You're here to serve the community, not receive lifelong benefits. Three, I'd like to make the suggestion that the City Council take into consideration seat term limits. Other cities have term limits after serving a certain amount of consecutive terms. Four, I'd like to ask that maintain our very own police department. Don't defund our police department. Let's stop the firing and losing our community millions of dollars of taxpayers' money with the wrongful termination lawsuits from Lily Hatzel, Michael Taylor, David Salcido, and many more. We're already the laughing stock of the San Gabriel Valley. We can't maintain a police chief. Five, in terms of number 18 of the agenda under reports of officers, I'd like to add my name for consideration for appointment to the seat of City Council member. Thank you, with gratitude. Next. The City of Ballpark is seen below average, and it's an insult that instead of redirecting that money to the community, you are trying to invest it in a police force. It isn't a matter that the citizens are criminals. It's a matter that there are more police on the streets with quotas to meet and with biased ideals targeting specific individuals with their own personal agenda. You are creating an environment filled with fear and oppression. Instead of lifting up your community, you wish to police it and frighten it. Why not invest in children and their education, which falls behind in comparison to nearby cities? Why not add more extracurricular activities to keep kids off the streets and off drugs, and instead motivated by life and by learning? Why not invest in the health services and for the homeless population? Why do you ignore the real issue and decide to patch it up poorly by adding more police to the streets? Please stop thinking about your own pockets and think about the people you rule. Submitted by Josue Rosas. Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Rogelio Alvarez and I'm the resident of Ball Park. Please reduce the amount of money going towards the police department. Instead, more money should be diverted towards underfunded social services like educational enrichment programs, mental health services, housing, and small business resources across the San Gabriel Valley. People like me are united to demand the people's budget that prioritizes the needs of the community over the unnecessary overfunding of police departments. Allocating 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Please pass the people's budget that invests in ballparks, children, youth, and families. Instead, fund services, not police. Thank you. My name is Maida Perez Gonzalez. I'm a lifelong resident of Baldwin Park. I attended Birch Elementary, Olive Middle School, and Sierra Vista High School. I went to school with so many of your students. In 2011, when I was high school, I started working for an organization in Baldwin Park that provides many needed services to our community. I studied at UCLA and then became a full-time teacher, just like yourself, while continuing to work part-time in Baldwin Park and continue to support our community. I'm writing to you demanding that you stand on the side of our community to fund the police. Our city needs greater access to housing services, parks, and recreating, better educational funding and supports, transit, and so much more. I care about the budget because I've seen firsthand the lack of community services in our community and in our schools. I love my city. It's my home, but I will not let that get in the way of excusing its flaws and shying away from bettering our community. Allocating 64% of the budget to police is ludicrous. Increasing that amount to 66 is not only, it's entirely unacceptable and unjust. We already have the #1 highest police budget allocated percentage in all cities of LA County. This is unacceptable. I personally am ashamed cities in the San Gabriel Valley that dedicate an exorbitant amount of money on police allocate only 40% of their budget. How much more shocking is it that our city spends the vast majority of its funds on police? We need a better approach. Increasing the police budget is a simple band-aid if we do not do anything to heal our city, but it will continue to criminalize and hurt the young people of color who are supposed to be protecting. We need a robust gang intervention program, intentional and active parenting and violence prevention services, access to opportunity and choice, expanded youth programs, and educational supports. These will do far better than any amount of policing. We need to get to the root of the problem by funding services, not police. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invests in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 64 to 40% and reinvest in community services and health. Fund services, not police. By Maida Perez Gonzalez. Dear Honorable Mayor Lozano, Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez, and members of the City Council, my name is Ricardo Vasquez. I'm ready to be considered to fill the vacancy of the seat of the Baldwin Park City Council. As a resident of the city of Baldwin Park for 30 years and as an alumnus of the Baldwin Park Unified School District, I have enjoyed being actively involved with my community. Serving others gives me incomparable satisfaction. Social service has always been my work preference. From the time as a police explorer, I have participated in various projects assisting our community at the Downtown Street Market, Summer Concert in the Park, Keeping America Beautiful volunteer program, and Christmas gift distribution, and many similar projects. With 20 years in the public and private sector and working for my community and working hard to earn a degree from Citrus Community College and a BA in Business Administration, Business Management, and Human Resources from California Polytechnic University, I have met qualifications to better serve our community. As a member of the Baldwin Park City Council, I will bring ideas for the city, such as city budget, ideas to reform our law enforcement that would benefit our community. My life experiences would add insight and sensitivity to the issues of the people of Ballpark. Thank you in advance for considering my request. I look forward to hearing that I am being considered to fill the vacancy on the Ballpark City Council. Together we can work harmoniously to achieve our goals. Thank you, Ricardo Vasquez. Next, dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Eva Mercedes Gallardo. I live in Baldwin Park. Please to fund the police and invest that money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because these are our tax money. We are community pay each year to improve the city. Due to the current events, it is essential to lower spending on police force and to increase the budget on other necessities that will improve the city. Please consider this plea to change and defund the police. Sincerely, Eva Mercedes Gallardo. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, business owners, and residents, staff of Baldwin Park. On Agenda 18, reports of Officer 18 in regards to appointing City Council vacant. Tonight, Mayor and City Council, you have the opportunity to vote and appoint by going with the committee votes in 2018 election with the third place Danny Damian, or should you go against it for personal reasons, you will contradict in your campaign, which is transparency. This is not political. This is for community who made their votes clear, and by going against it, you will lose support from the community. Mr. Lozano, Mrs. Avila, Ms. Garcia, Mr. Hernandez, do the right thing. Submitted by Andy Gomez. Greetings, City Council, Mayor Ballpark. My name is Alex Ceballos, and I'm a longtime resident of Ballpark. I understand that Councilmember Pacheco resigned from his seat last week through the San Gabriel Tribune. Although I am surprised and glad that he has left his seat vacant, my only concern at the moment is when and with whom the seat will be filled. I urge you to consider who the residents of Baldwin Park chose in the last election, 2018. Understandably, taking Pacheco out of the picture, I would hate to see the seat filled by someone appointed by you, the council, only to make your agenda items possible. You need someone on the council that cares for the city and will fight for the residents, and not a yes man woman that will follow your lead. Someone with integrity and will not be short-sighted. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Alex Ceballos. The next one by Griselda Ramos, Hazel Prado, Olivia Venegas, Jessica Elisa Dickerson are along the same lines. And it reads, please defund the police and invest the money in community services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care about the budget because as a child who went to school in the Ballpark Unified School District, I was constantly told how much the schools don't have to give more to the children. Our textbooks are ripped up when we received, and somehow the city has the ability to spend 64% of the budget on the police rather than feeding its children. That percentage sends a message to the children and the residents of Ballpark that police in the community is far more important than feeding the children. Across the SUV, people like me are uniting to support the Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets are moral documents. Allocate 66% of the budget to police in the 2021 budget is unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget allocation percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city didn't provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, a day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department and invest in Baldwin Park children, youth, and families instead. Follow the model of the People's Budget LA, which is grounded in community voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54% to 6% and reinvestment in community services of health. Fund services, not police. Thank you. Next. We have Eric Ortiz. Along the same lines as Shirley Carrillo. And they also say to please defund the police and invest the money in the community. Services such as housing, parks, education, transit, and more. I care more about the budget because it affects my life. I volunteer in my community across the United States. I volunteered as a football coach at high schools in our community. I believe in our youth, believe in our community's ability to unify and be on the right side of the history across the SUV. People like me are uniting to support Black Lives Matter movement with demands to defund the police. Budgets or moral documents allocating 66% of the budget to police. In the 2021 budget, it's unjust. Currently, Baldwin Park has the #1 highest police budget allocated percentage of all cities in Los Angeles County. This is unacceptable. Additionally, the city did not provide the 2021 budget online until Tuesday, the day before the meeting, which is highly suspect. Please pass a people's budget that defunds the Baldwin Park Police Department, invest in the Baldwin Park children, youth, and families. Instead, follow the People's Budget LA model, which is grounded in communities' voices and proposes a reduction of police funding from 54 to 6%. Reinvestment into our community services and health fund services, not police. Thank you. And just for clarification, City Attorney, I'm not going to be accepting any that came after 7 o'clock.
Legal counsel?
Madam City Clerk, I would have to look at the agenda. I believe, does the agenda say we accept it till 7:15 or something like that?
No, it says before 7 o'clock.
Okay, so we should follow what
come in like within a half an hour.
We should follow what the agenda says.
Okay, then I'm done with public input, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes. Go
I
ahead.
have another public comment. I'm looking at the stream live here from YouTube and looking at everybody's comments. Unfortunately, I can't comment to YouTube because I don't have an account, but I will definitely work on getting an account. But I need to read this letter because they are demanding that I read it and they have a right to hear it. And I'm
Okay.
reading it in Spanish and then in English.
Whose letter?
Reclamo mi derecho a que mi comentario sea leído en español e en inglés. Alcalde Manuel Lozano y miembros del Consejo de Baldwin Park. La ordenanza número 1454 da el poder absoluto al Consejo de la Ciudad a asignar a una persona a la posición vacante del concilio, lo cual es sumamente preocupante porque va en contra de nuestra democracia. Como manera personal, he trabajado muy duro construyendo confianza para que los residentes de nuestra ciudad tengan una educación cívica, que se hagan ciudadanos, que se registren para votar, que voten, que participen en las reuniones del Consejo. La ordenanza 1454 destruye la confianza de los votantes que ejercieron su responsabilidad y derecho a votar en las elecciones del año 2018.
Councilmember Avila.
Está estableciendo precedente de nominar a una persona que cuide interés político sin importar la decisión de los votantes.
Councilmember Avila.
Allow her to finish, legal counsel.
4 está mandando un mensaje negativo a la comunidad de su voto no importa. Registrarse al censo no importa. Participar en las decisiones de la comunidad no importa. Now I will read it in English. I reclaim my right to read this in English and Spanish. Mayor Lozano and members of the City Council. Ordinance 1454 gives absolute power to the council to appoint someone to the vacant council seat, which worries me because it goes against our democracy. I have personally worked hard to build trust with our residents, to educate their civil rights, to become citizens, to register to vote, to vote and participate in city council meetings. Ordinance 1454 destroys the trust of the voters that used their right to vote in 2018. You are establishing a precedent to nominate a person that has a political interest without caring about the decision of the people voting. Ordinance 1454 is sending a negative message that the votes don't matter, that that we register for census doesn't matter, and that to participate in community decisions and city council meetings doesn't matter. Beatriz Camargo, Baldwin Park resident. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Real quick, just want to mention to Councilmember Alejandra Avila, with all due respect, you are a former city clerk and are well aware of the municipal code of the city of Baldwin Park.
You are, I am.
Hold on. That allows one person 3 minutes. And I just want to make that very clear for the records, because it's
you are right. And for the record, I was reminded that at the last minute.
Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. Councilmember, allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. Councilmember, please allow me to finish, Councilmember. Okay, so I want to make certain that for the record, and Shannon, please send this out to all the council members so that we're well aware of the actual bylaws and the municipal code of the city of Baldwin Park in reference to public speaking. That's one of that for the record. Right.
And I understand the reference, but I just want to remind you, and I was reminded, and that's why I read it, because at the last council meeting, there was a letter read for 10 minutes. So that also violated. So I felt that it was important that the residents were asking for the letter to be read. Therefore, I did what the residents requested. We do work for the residents. Thank you.
Yeah, let me remind the council member, and she is correct, that the actual letter that was read regarding the chief did pass the actual allotted time, and I brought that up to the city clerk at the time. So the time should have been kept, so that will not occur again. And thank you for bringing that up, council member Alejandra Avila. All right. So at this point, council members, we'll go ahead and go into the. We did the presentations, the consent. We'll go over to. Thank you very much, council member. City treasurer, city treasurer. All right, we have a consent calendar. The council members wishing to say anything at this point, or do you want to wait till the end?
I want to say something.
All right, go ahead.
I want to thank all the residents that send the letters. If something was not read, please let us know. I was very proud of them. I saw on YouTube, we had up to 180 people online making comments. I'm very proud of our community that is stepping up and talking about what they see we could do better. So thank you for joining us. And I hope that you will continue to join us. I heard your comments. I agree with you. We should be online where you can see our faces. I tried putting on my camera, but it just simply didn't work. I don't know if it was on my end or at the end of city council. I'm not sure what the problem was, but we definitely need to be online so you can see that we are paying attention and listening to what you have to say. That is very important. There was several. I can mention Cristian Gallardo, Cynthia Luna, Karen. There was JC. All these people, I wrote it down, that wanted us to be on Zoom. They want to see who's talking, who's listening, and I appreciate that. You are right. We need to be on Zoom for you and make ourselves available. They also made comments that they want to be able to comment on Zoom. It would have probably been a lot faster if we would have had them speak. So Mark, I don't know if we're able to do that they can log on and actually make their comments so they can be heard. When we hear our residents, we hear the emotion, we hear everything they have to say. So that would be great if we can do that. So Mark, maybe you can work on that. They're very concerned about the vacancy. So we need to listen to the people. Our budget, we're going to discuss the budget right now. So we're definitely going to take in consideration things that you have talked about. So again, thank you. some people were concerned that their comments were not read. That's why I said, if your comments were not read, please send us an email, talk to us, send an email to Lulu at the city clerk's office so she can look into that. I don't know what could have been the situation that it was not read online. Again, thank you for listening. I know it's late, but the reason why you're listening is because you are concerned, and we want to hear your concerns to see what we can do for you. Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes. This one goes over to Councilmember Monica Garcia.
Thank you. Well, first I want to thank everybody who contributed to tonight's meeting, and thank you for all of your comments. And I do want to assure you that a lot of your concerns have certainly been shared by myself, and I know the mayor, council members, Paul Hernandez and Alejandra Avila were elected in 2018. But, so I only say that because, our decisions go back to 2007 and for the mayor even before that. But if you were to look at some of our past actions, you would know that it has been a concern of ours as far as the general fund and how much of the general fund supports police services. And in fact, a few years ago, the mayor and I, through our campaign, we sent out a letter informing our residents that this is how much our general fund was allocating to police services. And we even put out salary information, because what has been important to me, and I'll just speak for myself, is we wanted to make sure that the community knows this is their police department. This is the department that they fund, that the community. So I just want to say that a lot of your concerns are shared. And I do want to go back and just quickly review some numbers, because as I was hearing the comments, I wanted to point out that the total city budget is hovering at 78 million for fiscal year 2020-2021. And of the total city budget, we have about 25% of that's allocated to the police department. When you look at the general fund, that's about 28 million for this coming fiscal year. And so that's the fund that, where we get the number of 66%. So I just want to make that really clear, because I have asked staff to provide that information on our website. We want to make sure that we are as transparent as possible. And, these are items that I requested at the last council meeting so that we could address a lot of the concerns that were raised. And so I hope that you don't feel like any of us have dismissed those concerns. In fact, just earlier today, we were all saying we want to be transparent, post the budget, and let it be itemized. That was something that I asked for last week, and I know other council members asked for. So I just want to let you know that we are doing what we can to be transparent. And in doing that, staff or Shannon, I would ask that not only that we post, all of the budget information, including the city's total budget. This is all proposed for 2020-2021. So total budget, the amount that's allocated for the police department of the total budget, and then look at the general fund and the amount that's allocated based on the general fund. And I think that will give a better, more, larger picture, overall picture for those who are really taking note and participating in this conversation, which is really important. And I will say that years ago, when, I tried to share this information with the community, it was received, but clearly, those who participated in the meeting this evening, it is a greater concern. And I think that I applaud you for raising this because years ago, I just wondered why, people weren't really interested, or, it was kind of like eye-opening, but that was pretty much it. So I do think that it is important for the city to be investing in community development, recreation, community services, public works, in addition to police. All of those areas, including finance, all those areas are so important to the vitality of a community and, to the city and the health and the stability of a city. So they all play into each other. And I just want you to know that as a council member, I have been a voice for providing greater investment in other areas. And I will say that that's one of the reasons why I have never been endorsed by the Baldwin Park Police Officers Association. I have never received the endorsement. Why? Because I've raised a lot of the concerns that you've raised tonight. And it's not to say that I don't appreciate the work that our police department does here in the city, but it simply comes from a place of wanting to have a balance, of wanting to have investment in preventative programs as well as enforcement. And I also want to say that when there have been any issues of abuse in any shape or form, whenever that has been brought to my attention, I have certainly taken action for it to be investigated. So I say all of that just to, let you know that a lot of your concerns are my concerns. I will also say that this coming year, our proposed budget we're taking a hit because of the COVID-19. And a lot of our revenues are being impacted. So we are experiencing less revenues, but, steady costs, fixed costs. I also want to say that this coming year, we are looking at reducing the police department's budget by $3 million. So in the past, it was actually greater. And so we are trying to create greater sustainability for this community. And, I will say that years ago, for the sake of sustainability and for, being able to invest our dollars in other parts of the community, I was one to stick my neck out and to say, well, okay, let's look at what are the alternatives. And this evening you heard people say, we don't want the sheriff's department. So what are the solutions? And I'm open to hearing, some of the recommendations that are coming out of other cities. I'm open because I definitely want to make sure that our community is, that we are healthy, balanced, that we can maintain the vitality of this community. And at the last council meeting, I did mention, being a 40-year plus resident. And I only shared that because I've seen the changes that our community has gone through, and they've been very positive. And I want to thank some of those folks this evening who highlighted that. I think I heard a young professional by the name of Palatio, who also worked in our city and saw things firsthand. And so I really appreciate that you have made the observations that there have been progress, and at the same time can identify areas that need further investment. And so if you want to have that conversation, I'm open. I am all ears. I also want to say that for those of you that mentioned the education piece and the teachers and investment in education, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I do want to say, though, that the city jurisdiction is different than the Baldwin Park Unified School District. We are two separate entities and we have our own funding. So whatever is happening at the Baldwin Park Unified School District, and that involves all of its school campuses and teachers and school operations, school police,
that is a separate jurisdiction than the city of Baldwin Park, and that is a separate board. And I think we heard from the president of that board, Christina Lucero. So separate board, separate elected members. We are here dealing with the city of Baldwin Park. And so the city of Baldwin Park, we're divided into 5 units. Police department being one, but we have finance, public works, community development, recreation and community services. So those are the areas that we fund. And so again, I just want to ask our staff to be sure to put that on the website, but also email everybody that chimed in this evening. Anybody that we have an email for who expressed concerns, I would like Shannon for every one of them to get an email with the information about the city's total budget and then also the general fund. And I think that's pretty much all that I wanted to say. Other than, as far as the termination of Lily Hadsell and David Salcedo, there, unfortunately, well, I should just say that the mayor and I actually opposed the termination of those 2 chiefs of police. So the 3 members that terminated those 2 individuals are no longer on the city council. And that's all.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor Paul Hernandez.
Thank you. I'll just keep my comments brief and to the point. I'll certainly be speaking a little later during the budget and some other items that we have later today. Again, I just want to thank everyone that submitted public comments this evening. It does not go without saying that it does take time out of their lives to be with us this evening. I certainly appreciate that. They're all very good comments. I could say that I've heard you loud and clear. Similar to what Councilmember Garcia mentioned is, I'm open for the discussion. When I first ran for city council close to a little bit, in 2008, even before I came onto the board onto the dais, as I was being sworn in, I made it very clear, and this isn't on record in the San Gabriel Tribune, where I did believe that our police department could be doing better, and I still stand by that. And it's something that I've had the opportunity to do ride-alongs, sit down with our civil professional dispatchers who do a fantastic job, but there are areas in which we can enhance and improve the quality of service for our department and for our community. So with that said, as I stated at our last meeting, I support the Black Lives Matter. I completely understand the reasoning for why folks are asking for defunding of the police department. And it's something that I'll speak to a little bit later in regards to how we can do some of this work, at a later point. As Councilmember Garcia also mentioned, is we are currently, we have a proposed budget that will reduce the police department's budget by close to $3 million. I have been very clear for the last several weeks and months that all departments, there are no sacred cows in our city, that we should not be looking at, cost reductions given the financial impact that we have. There are other cities that are protecting or not necessarily reducing the police department's budget for whatever reasons or rationale that they have. But here, I'm very grateful that the police department has been working with us to look for types of cost reductions that we can do. One of the things that I also want to be, that we continue to ask is, what are the functions that police departments should or should not be doing? I wholeheartedly believe that we should have civilian folks or, LASA that should be the point of contact with people, with the homeless community and our residents here in Baldwin Park. They're better trained, they're more adept to be doing and assisting folks to get out of the streets and into homes. That's not a function that I see police department doing, but unfortunately, the community, and I will say this, the community has certainly, for the past several years up until now, has certainly have asked for the police department to take on those type of roles and responsibilities. And, I think now gives us an opportunity to, ask the tough questions as what should the department be doing, and what other departments can help assist with those other, collateral functions that they should or should not be doing. But with that, I welcome the discussion, and we'll talk a little bit later this evening or this morning. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that we closed the loop on public communications. And I wanted to make sure, Madam City Clerk, given the parameters that I enunciated at the beginning of this meeting regarding public communications, have you now read all of the public communication letters that you've received?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so at this point, I'll go ahead and make a motion to close the public communication. That's my motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor. Any objections? See none, so moved. All righty. At this point, I just want to say, as the mayor of the city of Baldwin Park, first I want to thank each and every one of you that are here late night, hearing the conversation of what's transpiring. As the mayor and as a Chicano who has experienced discrimination and who has struggled but achieved many milestones, it's important for us to recognize that our Black African Americans, brothers and sisters, we are one group together, and we have to endorse and continue the fight for Black Lives Matter. It's important. It's unfortunate that we have someone in the White House who is, and let's say it straight out, is a racist and does not care about other human beings other than who he is and those that support him. So it pains me to have seen what happened to Mr. Floyd in Minnesota. Seeing that officer for 8 minutes with his knee over his neck, and everyone globally saw what democracy truly is like in this country. And that was evident by what that officer did, which was terrible. And we know that's not what this country represents. But we may have to be cognizant. And even in Baldwin Park, a community of 75,000 people, the vast majority of the law enforcement officers that we have here are good officers. But at the same time, we know that in between those good officers, there are those officers that are not abiding by what they swore. The badge they wear carries a lot of power. And in the Latino community, we know very clearly that we respect that badge. And we also expect to be treated professionally and not being mistreated. I want to see reform within this police department, and that should be our goal. And we're going to make certain that those of you that are in the audience, and again, we need to spread out to this community, that we're going to work together to make that happen. The reform is happening throughout the country, and Baldwin Park is no different. And it's important for us to recognize that the system is partially broken and that we need to mend it. And how we do that is bringing our community together and involving the law enforcement agencies. So it's important for us to begin that step. And I think tonight it will be an example for us to continue, as some of the council members have already mentioned some of the things that we're changing, and we'll be talking more about that. The chokehold, we'll be talking about that as well. It's in the agenda, of course. It's been a ban throughout the state of California. We are tonight going to take it, make it an official that it cannot be used under any circumstances, and it's important for us to recognize that. Law enforcement in Baldwin Park has played a very important role. I moved to Baldwin Park in 1979 when the crimes per year were in the teens. And it was this police department that made major changes that allowed Baldwin Park to continue evolving. And it worked together as a community. A lot of us know that the city has been stereotyped on many, many occasions when you say, where do you live, Baldwin Park? Some people have good feedback, others may have negative, but bottom line, we live here and we care about this community. And this community has changed. It's changed, and we could see how we have attracted different ethnic backgrounds in Baldwin Park. So it is a desirable community compared to where it was 30 to 35 years ago. And we need to take that pride. That's why, as mayor, I will definitely say we need to move in a different direction, and that's reform our police department together as a community. Councilmember Monica Garcia mentioned that she was never endorsed by the Baldwin Park Police Department. I believe I have once years ago. They've ran several campaigns against me, and I still got elected. Got elected because there was a lot of disagreements that I had within the police department, and it was based on the budget. In 2007, I believe the election was in 2008, 2007 or 2008, Councilman Marlene Garcia and I ran, but we were looking at how can we reduce the amount of money that we were spending in the police department. So at the time, the sheriff's department, we looked at the sheriff's department as a possible option. Now, had we had the sheriff's department back then, we would have saved or actually had an additional $3 to $4 million per year. Then we imagine where that money we could have just allocated throughout the community. So it's important for us to also recognize the past to understand the present and the future of where Baldwin Park stood. Now, I want to also make it very clear to everyone that the sheriff's department is not coming to the city of Baldwin Park. It's unfortunate that you have individuals out there who like to spread that propaganda, because some of them are involved in the campaign, and they'll give you misinformation, but that is not happening. I have said, and I'll continue to say, that would be the decision up to the community in a voting method, by where they decide whether or not the city of Baldwin Park should have an independent police department. I prefer an independent police department because the police officers know the community, and it's important for us versus a department that comes in and they just shuffle people in and out of the community. It's important for us to know. I'll end by saying that, and I'm glad that it was explained, that the city of Baldwin Park and the Unified School District and the water boards are three separate government agencies that exist in the city. We can't just simply allocate money to the school district nor vice versa. They are governed totally different than the local municipality. So I just want to share that, and we'll talk more as we go on our agenda. So thank you very much. Alrighty. So at this point, we'll go ahead and go to the consent calendar. Council members wishing to pull any items?
I'd like to pull item 5, 14, and 18. Is 18 part of the regular agenda? Let me check.
$18 is a public hearing.
14 and 18 are public hearings.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with item 5.
Okay, with item 5. Council members wishing to pull any other items? If not, at this point, I'll go ahead and move for consent calendar with the exception of item 5. That is my motion.
Second.
Any objections? Seeing none, we'll move. All right, on number 5, which reads the approval of a contract with the National Court to provide consulting services to update the housing element, 6th cycle safety element, and the development of a new environmental justice element in the compliance with the state law. That's Councilmember Alejandra Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. Ben, are you there? First of all, I want to hear that you're here. Ben, is Ben with us?
He is. Ben, can you unmute?
So I want to go ahead and start
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. I am here.
Thank you, Ben. I'm very happy to see this on the agenda. I know we have been having conversations about looking into providing a more affordable housing for our community. And I know it's a long project and it takes a lot of work. So I just simply wanted to thank you, Ben, for putting this on the agenda so we can start or continue to moving forward with this, so we can look into what else we can bring into our community. If you can, I know it's here on the agenda, so you can better explain a short summary to our community so they can understand what this is about. And again, thank you for putting it on the agenda. I'm looking forward to getting it moving so that we can move forward with our affordable housing here in Baldwin Park. Can you give a little summary about this, please?
Yes, Councilmember, thank you for your comments. Mayor, City Council, I'll be brief in saying that, yes, we are very pleased that the core group is under our recommendation to complete our housing element The housing element is part of the general plan. It's something that is critical to the future growth and the housing growth and housing stock in our community. By doing the housing element, we are meeting several state laws and guidelines that we must follow. And we're really happy that National Core submitted a proposal because National Core is not only a consultant group that does this type of consulting with cities for housing elements, but they also are housing developers. So they're not necessarily doing housing development in this role with us, but they have experience on both sides. So they're very good. They're very good at what they do. We're very pleased with their proposal, and we'd be happy to accept your approval to move forward with them, and we'll bring back updates. This is going to take at least a year or so to complete, and it will help us though grow in the future again, and with our both our market rate, but probably even more importantly, our affordable housing in the future. Thank you.
Now, a real quick question, Ben, before we move on to this item number 5, did it go out for an RFP?
Yes, sir. It did go, Mr. Mayor, it did go out for an RFP. We got 3 proposals, and I do have my staff member, planning manager, Ron Garcia, that could answer questions on those proposals if you would like.
No, that's fine. That's fine. All righty. All right. So at this point, Councilmember.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to continue the item just to get a little bit, unless this is time sensitive, Ben, I'd like to just take a deeper dive in this and meet with staff. I know things have been thrown off. I saw that the RFP went out in March, and things have been thrown off with the telecommuting and stay at home and all of it. So I feel like I've been disconnected from this, and I would like to meet with staff to get a little bit deeper into this, just understand what it is that we're updating exactly. So my motion is to continue the item.
All right, I'll go ahead and second. Any objections?
I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve the item.
All righty. Is there a second? There's no second. The substitute dies for the lack of a second. So at this point, there's a motion by Councilmember Monica Garcia. I'll second. Any objections? None. So, all right. So we'll go over to the let me move. One moment.
Number 4, Mayor.
Number what?
Number 14, public hearing.
Sure. Okay. Number 14, which is the public hearing, adoption of a budget for fiscal year 2020-21 for the City Finance Authority, Municipal Financing Authority, Housing Authority, and successor agency. So at this point, this one, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing, and I will ask the city clerk if we've received any input. Okay, Madam City Clerk has said they have not received any. So I will go ahead and close the public hearing. At this point, I'll go over to council members.
Is there a slideshow for this item?
Yes, it's being
we did go through that at the 5 o'clock meeting. It's pretty much the same show, but if there's additional questions or comments, myself, the directors, and Finance Director Rose Tam are here to answer any other questions.
So there is no slideshow for the people listening to look at, for the residents?
Yeah, there is a slideshow. It was shown at the 5 o'clock study session. If the council wishes, we could go through it again.
I think it's important that the people look at it. That was one of the major concerns. So if we can show that, please.
I have no problem with that. It was already shown earlier, but I have no problem going through this again.
Yes, a lot of the people were not logged on earlier, though.
Okay, Rose, if you would just go ahead and go through that slideshow. Thank you.
Hi, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Actually, this slideshow is different than the one that we showed earlier. The one we showed earlier is for the proposed budget for fiscal year 2020 and 21. And this item is for the current fiscal year that still happening for 2019 and 20. And we have
is it showing or no?
Yeah, we have done that in a couple council meeting on April. In April and also in May.
I don't. Okay, thank you.
To go over the mid-year budget review. And previously, we brought that to the City Council during the study session and projected 3.8 million deficit due to the COVID-19 impact for the current fiscal year. And with the city's direction, staff came back to reduce expenditure in different ways. Therefore, from the previous projected 3.8 million deficit, reduced to 2 million. And every year, we require to have a mid-year budget review provided to the City Council. So this one is under the consent calendar is for the City Council to review and approve. And it has been reviewed in the last two council meetings during the study session. Would you like me to still go through each slide?
Yes, Rose, if you could just go through each slide and then we can do any questions at the end.
Okay, so for the fiscal year 2019-20, which for the period ending in June 30, 2020, which in a couple weeks, and we projected the ending revenue will be up around 30 million with a projected decrease of 3.7 million, and the projected expenditure would be 32.4 million from original adopted budget of 34 million. And with this, we have a projected deficit of $2 million by the end of June 30, 2020. And this slide provide the overview of the operating update. And as you may see, we have the original adopted annual budget of 34 million for revenues, and we projected we are going to receive about 30 million in revenues, which give us about 3.9 million decrease, as we mentioned, due to the current COVID-19 financial impact. And we also reallocate the sales tax received from the successor agency due to the refinancing of the outstanding 4 bonds, and give additional 220,000 to the general fund balance, and reduce the 3.9 million deficit to 3.7 million deficit. And we also projected the expenditures to be 31.6 million. And also we reduced the transfer out for 2.1 million. Mainly it is from the original set aside cannabis revenue that we were expected to receive.
Rose?
Yes.
Is this the slideshow for number 14?
No, this is for the 2000 fiscal year 1920 mid-year budget
Yeah,
review.
I'm sorry. I think staff put up the wrong slideshow. That would be
Yes.
For number 8. We need the slideshow that we had at the 5 o'clock meeting, and that would be for item 14.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was asked to talk about the mid-year review.
No, I think they're going to bring up the right one, and this would be the number 14, the budget hearing.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Rose. Sorry.
Let's go to the very beginning page. Hi, good. Like I said, to the public, and the theme for the upcoming new fiscal year is proactive planning to minimize fiscal impact during uncertain time. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general fund balance, and we have a projected fund balance for 6.8 million as of fiscal year 2021. And we can show you how we get to the 6.8 million projected fund balance. This slide shows the general fund revenues, and with about 5.8 million decrease. As everybody may know, that's due to the COVID-19 financial impact that happening to many agencies and cities and nationwide. We projected a decrease of $240,000 from property tax, $720,000 from the sales tax, and $392,000 from the TOT, and also $758,000 from franchise tax, and $244 decrease from utility tax. And also the license and permits, we projected about $198,000 decrease, and business license tax about $167,000 decrease, fines and penalty about $94,000 decrease, use of money and property with $600,000 decrease, property tax in lieu of BLF about $839,000 decrease, charge for services with 1.625 million, 1.6 million decrease, mainly from the reduce of cannabis revenue that we are expecting to receive. And we projected a small increase in the miscellaneous revenue due to many small different areas, which brought us to a total projected revenue in the amount of $28.3 million. This pie chart shows the percentage by category of each revenue we receive. The taxes are the biggest portion of the total general fund revenue. It's about 79%. And then you can see other percentage for use of money and property, license and permit, fines and penalty, charges for services, and other small miscellaneous revenue. This pie chart shows the general fund revenue by type in more details. As you may see, sales tax is 20% of the total general fund revenue, and property taxes is 13.8%, and franchise tax is 6.3%, and so on. This slide shows the historical of revenue that the city has been received from the general fund revenue from 2012 up to the projected 2021. This slide shows the general fund revenue by major revenue sources, such as license and permit, fines and penalty, charge for services. This slide shows the general fund expenditures by department, and with the City Council's direction, due to the financial impact, staff came back, worked very hard to reduce about 16% of the total expenditure for the upcoming fiscal year. And as you may see, the current fiscal year's originally adopted budget is 34 million. We reduced it to 28.65 million. The total reduction is about 5.5 million for the upcoming fiscal year. And it also shows the reduction from each department. Any questions?
Rose, can you just speak to the 178,000 increase in rec and community services?
Yes, that 178,000 is mainly from the minimum wages for the part-timers.
Thank
Rose?
you.
Yes.
Sorry, Paul. Rose, does this budget already include the funding for the Assistant Chief of Police?
Yes, it's only covered for 6 months from January to June.
And what is that amount?
As previously approved by the City Council.
And what is the amount for those 6 months?
The amount is a little bit over 150,000.
For 6 months?
Yes.
For the Assistant Chief of Police?
Yes.
And it also includes the commanders, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what the increase was from going to lieutenants to commanders?
The increase is about 12,000 to 16,000 per year per commander.
Per year per commander?
Yes.
And we have 5 commanders, right?
We are, in this budget, we put 1 commander, we vacant 1 commander. We are only budgeted for 4.
So in this, you budgeted for 4 commanders?
Yes. We leave 1 as vacancy.
So we're paying $1,200 to $1,600 more for commanders than we did for lieutenants. And that's 4. Okay. And now,
however, this budget, we do not have captains, police captains.
There's no captains included on here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I have a question. If a budget is approved, can it be changed again to make corrections?
Yes, with City Council's direction and approval. Staff can come back and make any adjustment with City Council's direction.
Okay. The reason I ask is because looking at the public comments, we had at least 254 people commenting on the police funding and the concern about the police funding. So we need to listen to the community and see what else we can do. And earlier at the meeting, at the special meeting, I requested, and I believe Councilwoman Garcia also requested a detailed budget for each department, not just for the police department, to see exactly where each amounts are going. So having said that, seeing that the community is concerned, how the money is being spent, now to me, public safety is very important. But we need to look at the concerns of the community. Where is it that we can work with the police department to possibly decrease the amount? We need to look at everything. We need to look at how will it affect our public safety? What exactly are they spending that amount of money on? We can have a detailed chart on the webpage so the community can look at it, but we need enough time so they can look at it and digest, and so do we. So we can look at every single line and go from there. Again, police funding is important, safety is important, but we also need to see what else we can do to look at the concerns of the community, because that was a lot of people, 254 public comments regarding the police department and the budget. And I am a big fan of the police department. I think it's very important that we have a police department. I agree with the mayor. I would never want to go to the sheriff's department. But let's look further into our police department and how they're spending their money, so that we can better allocate the funds. And if we can find funds to take it elsewhere, like we can take it to mental health and provide more services for our community, just how they express during the public comment speaking and during the YouTube. I'm looking at all the YouTube comments here. So they're very concerned, and I think they have the right for us to take a little more time. And I know you've been working really hard, Rose. I really appreciate the fact that you work on this budget. But we also need to listen to our community and see else what can be done in a way that will still keep our police department to maintain our community safe. Thank you, Rose.
You're welcome. Yes, I will be able to put the detailed line items on everything that adds up to this total proposed budget. And
does this budget, I'm so sorry, does this budget need to be passed now, or can we wait on it and look at it closer?
If you do not pass the budget tonight, you'll see on your agenda, I believe it is attachment 2, is a continuing resolution. And what that would do is continue the current budget, sort of as an emergency step until we're able to bring the budget back to be passed.
Mayor, I would like to request that we continue this item and continue to look at the budget. I know you're concerned about it too, and you're concerned about the residents and their concerns about the police department and the funding. We agree that the police department is very important and we need to keep our community safe, but let's see what else we could look at to see what we could do with this budget. So I would like to continue this item. I would like to move to continue it.
Okay, the council member Alejandra Avila is requesting that we continue the budget. Is there a second? Okay, the motion.
I think we should listen to our community, council members and mayor. They have been with us. It's 12:30. They have been with us since 7 o'clock. At this time, we have, I believe, 108 people still on the chat. They're concerned, and I think it wouldn't hurt to continue to look at this and see what else we can do.
Okay. All right, so at this point, I'll repeat. Is there a second for the motion by Councilmember Alejandra Avila?
Mayor, I just want to say that this is a proposed budget, and we do need to continue operating. And I don't really like the idea of us operating on an emergency basis because I don't know what position that puts us in. Shannon, can you speak to that a little bit?
Well, we're proposing a budget with significant cuts due to the drops in revenue. You know, we're proposing almost 15% cuts across the board in this budget. If you would continue the the current budget, then technically those cuts don't take effect until a later time when the budget can, be brought back and adopted. And I think, as Rose said and was asked, this budget can be modified anytime through the year. So the council would have the choice to do it either way. If you did adopt the budget tonight as it was presented, you can still come back and modify it at a later time and look at the police department budget and expenditures closely, and you could still modify it at that time. So you sort of have that choice.
Okay.
I think
Well, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
I think,
Councilmember
yeah,
Garcia.
I think for me, I feel like by us not adopting this proposed budget, I think it would be more of a ceremonial thing. And I really want to do what's in the best interest of our city. And I'm hearing the residents, and I'm open to the conversation that's happening. And I do want to see how we compare to other cities. And once we have, the correct numbers and the correct percentages and all of that. So if we actually lose by not taking action, then that is a concern for me, because if we can cut, there's like a $3 million cut to the police department if we take the action today. And so if that's the intent, here, then I think it aligns with what is being advocated for. And we are listening to the community. We are listening to the input. Otherwise, that cut doesn't take place. And we can always go back and we can modify as we, engage in this conversation and as we learn more and we listen to what other recommendations, what other cities are doing. I think that I would feel more comfortable with that.
Thank you.
Shannon?
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. So
Shannon,
then let's.
I'm sorry. May I? Councilmember Avila?
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for clarification, also, Shannon, if we were to adopt an emergency budget tonight, the deficit number that you would have to, that we as a city would have to solve would actually get bigger, correct? Potentially? Did I lose anybody there?
Shannon, you're on
I'm
mute.
sorry, I was not on mute. So yes, potentially that would reduce our opportunity to start implementing those 15% cuts.
Right, in which then part of the action that we also have in front of us is it does, we're also looking at the CEO and the HR manager to consider, not only the freezing of future vacancies, freezing step increases, but also furloughs and pay cuts and or layoffs to minimize or to eliminate our budget deficit. So, I understand, the perspective from Councilmember Avila is coming from. However, what as mentioned in my own statements and others is, we can continue to look at what that looks like moving forward. And move forward with a budget that we can work. More importantly, all the departments at least have a basis of what they can do. When we talk about the police department, we are really talking about close to $4 million in operating costs that we are looking at. The rest of the remaining 14.7 million in their budget is salary costs and pension costs. So if we're looking to reduce their budget even further, that means less money for potentially the crossing guards and other services that we're already slashing as we speak. So that's why I say, if we can continue to move forward with what we have, I would feel comfortable with it. But more importantly, minimize the impacts to all of our employees across the board, not just the police department, because as I've mentioned in the past, we have to look at everything across the board. And this is something that we've all been talking about for quite some time. It's not something new, but it is something we should, continue to, look at the department's budget, considering it's such a large amount, but also to inform everyone so they understand, what it is that we're looking at, what it is that people are asking, and for them to understand what that looks like in the community. Thank you.
So for clarification, so Rose, you're saying that if we don't pass this budget, we won't be able to start the cuts, and that means we will be more in the red. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Because
So
in this proposed budget, we propose about 16% cut.
Okay, and the only way to start that cut is to adopt the budget now, correct?
Yes, so all the departments have to follow what the adopted budget is, and they could not spend what has not been approved or overspend what has been approved.
So that stops them from overspending if we adopt this budget.
Yes.
So adopting, just again for clarification, adopting this budget is when we start making the cuts. If we don't adopt the budget, we cannot start on the cuts. However, if we adopt the budget, we can still go in and make changes on this budget, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And I had asked, and I know it's going to take time for you to do a clarification on exactly where the money's being spent, because I really want to be able to see where all the money is at, line by line, where each department is spending their money, and not just me, but for the community. So it could be up on the city webpage so they could see exactly where, because we do need to fund police, we need to fund the safety for our schools, we need to fund a lot of things, but I need to see where the money's going and how much of that, because I'm not clear. I just see numbers, but I'm not clear of each amount going to each area of the police department or community development for that matter. So it is very important that we see that. And having said that, if we adopt this budget, I would like to continue to look at it and come back maybe by the next meeting to see what else we could come back with, to see what else we can do to help with the police department budget, to allocate some of that money to mental health and other areas that our community may need.
Yes, I can assure the mayor and all the council members, and I have the information ready already. In order for me to put this budget together, we have to go through so many exercises, and there will be a couple hundred pages to show you all the single line items, including all the positions that we have for full-time and part-time, and to provide to you and to the community how we came up with that 28.6 million proposed and projected expenditure. And
okay,
I'm able to provide that tomorrow, because I already have the information in order for me to come up with this final number.
And what would be the process to revise this budget? What would we have to do to revise it?
With everybody's input and city council's direction, or after you review the line item and the detailed information, you can direct us, oh, can we reduce the program in this line item, or in this area, or this cost center, or this department? Or we can do something better and bring more revenue back in certain area. So after all the decision come to final, and we can prepare a staff report and adjustment to the existing adopted budget if we adopt it tonight, and bring it back to the city council meeting for adoption and for approval, and for the community to look at them again.
Okay, and this needs to be adopted by when? By July 1st? That's the latest?
The current proposed budget that we are talking about now?
Yes.
yes, ideally, we need to adopt this proposed budget before July 1st in order for this to be
so we still have a couple of weeks before July 1st. I would really like to have that itemized lines with the amounts of money for every department, including the police department, and so that everybody can look at it, and we can call a special meeting just for the budget once we look at all this information and have it in front of us. It's not like it's July 1st tomorrow. We have a couple of weeks to look at it in more detail on where exactly all the money is going. Again, I would like to motion to move this. Let's bring it back at a special meeting before July 1st so we could adopt it.
Okay. All right. There's a motion by Alejandra Avila. Is there a second? Okay, the motion dies for lack of a second. All right, council members, we'll move on. Anyone else have any questions?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
I just want to wait until Rose is complete with her presentation before I speak again, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Rose, for your information.
I do have a question for Rose, and it's just a follow-up to the question that Alejandra asked, and that is regarding the assistant chief position. Rose, I thought we put that on hold. So is there a placeholder in this budget for that position?
Yes, we put that on hold for 6 months. And in the previous council meeting, police proposed and present the reorganization of the police department, and they proposed to put this position, the assistant police chief, for 6 months, not to hire the assistant police chief until January to provide savings of $150,000. So in this budget for the assistant police chief, only for 6 months is up for about, it will cost the city about $150,000 for 6 months.
Okay, Rose. Well, I think that if I look back at the conversation we had as a council, I think we all had concerns about introducing a position like this, given the current economic, impacts of COVID-19, and so I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't want to speak for the council, but perhaps that's one item that we can revisit just to eliminate from the budget, in the next few weeks, because I don't think that any one of us really wants, based on the conversation that we had previously, I don't see us moving forward and filling that position, but I could be wrong. But anyway, I just wanted to put that out there because that might actually be something that's eliminated as a modification.
That's fine. I think that's something that we could entertain and just possibly look at deleting that as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Rose, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you. If no more question on this slide, we move to the next one. This is the pie chart showing the percentage of the expenditure from each department. Any questions? This slide shows the general fund expenditure by category. The previous one is by department. Any question on this slide?
No, Rose, but I just want to add for clarity that for those that are listening to this presentation, the general fund is a portion of our larger city budget. And if I read this correctly, Rose, our total city budget for this proposed year is 78 million.
Yes.
And some change.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to add for clarity, because we have to recognize that we're also
sharing this information with the public right now, so we don't want to leave any space for confusion.
And just to add on, Councilman Monica Garcia, and I think you have requested that they bring that breakdown, so this way we're able to kind of look at it and understand it better.
Yes, and that's why it's very important to have it up there so they can look at it, because that doesn't appear anywhere on here.
Okay, moving along.
Okay, this slide shows the general fund transfer out. Every year, the general fund will provide some funding to fund different programs or to pay other expenditures. For example, this proposed budget, we are going to transfer from general fund 120,000 to fund the Prop A park activities. And we are going to also fund the summer lunch program with $7,600. And also we still have the outstanding bond for the community center, and we are going to transfer money to pay the principal and interest with $591,000. Any questions? This slide shows the pie chart of the total general fund expenditures by category. This slide shows the summary of the general fund for fiscal year 2021, and the total projected revenue will be $28 million, and also the expenditure and transfer out will be $28.65 million, and which will bring us to an estimated deficit of $350,000, and which is a huge decrease with the original projected $6.8 million. And as we mentioned earlier, staff has been making reduction in lots of areas and reduce the total original adopted budget for about 16%. It brings us down from $6.8 million deficit to $350,000 deficit. And we would bring back the special revenue and CIP budget in a later date. Finally, we want to thank all the department heads and their staff and the finance staff. The preparation of this proposed budget reflects their hard work, dedication, and commitment. We also want to thank the Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council for their continuous support and guidance.
Thank you, Rose. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Paul Hernandez.
If I may, thank you. Thank you again for the tremendous work that you've done, Rose and staff, and all those on this call. The one thing that that we did omit, I believe, in the police department's budget, that I believe is certainly needed now more than ever, and I would ask that all my colleagues join me in this motion in adopting this. Is that we allocate $100,000 to the police department's budget as seed money to begin our investment in acquiring and deploying a body cam and in-car video. This is something that the police department did have many, many years ago, and just because of the way technology was being used and what it was back then, it was disbanded over a period of time. Now that the costs of running such a program are much cheaper than what it was many, many years ago, I asked that we amend the budget and adopt it with the inclusion of $100,000 towards body cams. Again, this is just seed money, but and again for the staff in the department to come back to us at a later time to tell us what the true cost will be, so we can begin implementing a program like this. This will help with reducing our litigation claims. This will enhance our transparency, and this will protect not only our citizens but also our police officers. And that is my motion.
Go ahead and second. Any objection?
Objection. We're already talking about questioning the amount of money going into the police department, and I wanted to provide answers to the community by providing detailed budget. And here you are trying to add $100,000 more. That's definitely a no vote for me.
Let me just tell Alejandra real quick. These are actual cameras, and I think part of the reform throughout the country has been that officers wear a body camera both in the vehicle and then themselves when they're approaching. So as the vice mayor said, it also will deal with litigation. Some of the issues that we're dealing right now, where the officers don't have a camera, and their attorneys representing some of these individuals are questioning the practice of the police officers in this case. So as an example.
Yeah, I understand that. So let's look at another part.
Mr. Mayor, I believe there's a motion on the table, please, sir.
All right, hold on. All right, so there's a motion on the table. I second it. Any objections?
Objection.
Okay, Madam City.
What I would ask is, could we hold off on this for now? Just because it's really late and I haven't had much time to review this. This is the first that I'm hearing. I do understand where you're coming from for greater transparency and accountability. So I do like that, but it's the first time that I'm hearing about it. So can we just hold off and then just review? Maybe it's something we consider instead of, the assistant chief that we were considering. We look at this. I understand that this is for accountability. But I just need to be more informed, you guys.
Right. So at this point, there's a motion. I seconded. So, and there was one objection. So I will ask Madam.
And I'll abstain.
Okay, Madam City Clerk.
Mayor Lozano?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia?
I'll abstain on this one. I don't have enough information.
Councilmember Avila?
No.
All right. So the motion passes with one abstention and one no. So we'll move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do, as my colleagues have mentioned, this is something for the department to come back with a report back for all of us to really understand. I just personally felt that allocating at least $100,000 towards seed money, because I know it's going to cost much more, to implement such a program. This is something that all of us will be discussing at a later time, and I'm hoping that we can see something like this in the next 45 days or so. It's not to say that we are doing it right now or even next month, but it is something that I felt, just having a placeholder in our budget much more I believe it's much stronger than just saying it and being a symbolic reason. But I welcome the conversation with all of our colleagues in the coming months in regards to this in this specific item. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the item number 15, which is
So Mayor, I just wanted to clarify. So the motion was to include all of the recommendations 1 through 6 in addition to the amendment.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And did we close the hearing?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So at this point, we'll go to item 15.
So Mayor and City Council, item 15 is the CCEA, the California Choice Energy aggregation. We've named our Baldwin Park Be Proud. And this is the initial setting of the rates. It's been a long journey to get this going, but we're almost there. So we had hoped to be able to offer initial rates at a small discount. Due to COVID and changes in the petroleum industry, the energy prices are not favorable right now. So what we're proposing is to start off the first year with rates that are identical to Edison. All residents will be able to either opt in or out of our program. But we do believe, and the financial projections show that after a few years, we will be building up reserves, paying back the startup costs. From year one, we'll be putting money back into the city coffers to recoup our efforts from the city of approximately $250,000 a year going back to the city. But we do believe after we get started up, then we'll be able to look at reduction of rates and also rebates and other programs for the cities. And that's similar to what's happened in other cities that have got this off the ground. So unless there's any other questions, I know Ben is here and Barbara is here if there's any other further questions.
Allow me to open up the public hearing. So I will ask the Madam City Clerk to see if there are any letters sent for the public hearing regarding the consideration to adopt the adoption resolution number 2020-229, the initial rates for the Baldwin Park residents owned utility district. Madam City Clerk.
Yeah.
All right. She's indicated that no letters have been received. So at this point, council members, if seeing no further questions, I will go ahead and make a motion for resolution number 2020-29, entitled a resolution of the city of Baldwin Park setting initial rates for the Baldwin Park residents own utility district. That is my motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? Hello? No one's hearing me? Hello, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you, Mayor.
All right. So I just made a motion for item 15. Is there a second? Council members, are you able to?
Mayor, can we continue this item?
You want to consider? Okay. All right. So at this point, is that you want to make a motion?
Yeah, let me motion to continue it.
Go ahead and drop my motion. So at this point, there's a motion by Councilmember Monica Garcia. I'll go ahead and second. Any objections? Seeing none, so move. All right.
Mayor, we could just clarify that we're continuing that to July 1st so that we don't have to republish the hearing.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, July 1st.
Mayor?
Legal counsel? Yes, sir.
This is an unusual circumstance because we only have 4 members here tonight. And I do know that there are certain circumstances that require 3 affirmative votes. So I am not positive off the top of my head whether or not you can pass a budget with 2 affirmative votes. So it's possible that we might have to bring that item back. I wanted to mention that to you, and I will look at it very quickly tomorrow and try and figure out that answer. But I know that there are certain items that require 3 affirmative votes. I just don't know if it's the budget.
Okay, Robert, I think we got 3 votes for the budget. I think we got at least 3 votes for the budget. The other was the the camera is worn by.
That was part of the budget.
Yeah. Well, let's do that again then, because I think that there was a motion with the cameras, and then that got changed, and then then there was another motion, and the motion to pass the budget was 2-1-1.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The motion was to pass the budget with the addition of $100,000 for the cameras. That was the motion.
Along with everything else that was under 1 through 6. Correct.
No, we were just speaking about the budget.
That is under item number 18.
No, that's.
I'm sorry, 14. Item 14.
Yeah. We were speaking about item 14, and it was motion to be passed, adding the $100,000 for the cameras. So the budget was passed, but you're right. I don't know that it can pass with a 2-to-1 vote.
So I believe Councilmember Garcia
abstained.
I think Councilmember Garcia believed that she was voting on only the amendment at the time for the body cameras.
Oh,
and
yeah.
not the entire
I
budget.
think we should redo this.
Okay, let's redo the budget.
Let me go ahead and I'll go ahead and
Mayor, can you do a motion to reconsider item number 14?
yes. Okay, so I'll go ahead and make a motion. Adoption. Oh, yes, that is my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any objections? See none.
Objection.
Okay, one objection. Okay, at this point, Madam City Clerk will take roll call, please.
Mayor Lozano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez,
Yes.
Council Member Garcia,
Yes.
Council Member Avila,
No.
All right, so the motion passes 3-1. All right, so at this point, then legal counsel, then we've already the seed money for the camera, so that stays intact then because that was a one abstention and one no and 2 yes.
Well,
or how are you?
no, let's just start it all over again since we're reconsidering that item. So
Just separate the two.
Yes.
All right.
You
So
make a motion to pass the budget alone.
Okay.
Then you make a motion to.
All right. So I'll have the vice mayor. Vice mayor, go ahead and introduce your proposal for the cameras again.
Can you first do the budget? I think that's the most important thing here.
We already did it.
We just did it. We did the budget.
No, we haven't done a motion for the budget. We're
we have
reconsidering it. Now we need a motion to pass the budget just like it is on item number 14.
At a time,
No
people.
amendment.
All right. So this.
Okay, we
I'll
just
go ahead and
did
make a
that.
Speaker, please. One speaker. I can't understand. I can't follow the conversation. Thank
I
you.
will make the adoption of the budget for the fiscal year 2020-21 for the city finance authority, municipal finance. What authority?
Mr.
We
Mayor.
did that. Monica voted yes. You voted yes. Mr. Hernandez voted yes. I voted no. We voted. They did. There was a roll call. So now we have to do the motion that Mr. Hernandez did.
Go ahead, Mr. Hernandez.
So just for clarification, City Attorney, if you don't mind, it is late, so I just want to make sure I completely understand what we're doing here. So the motion that I will be introducing here, this is to add $100,000 in body cams line item to the adopted budget that we adopted just a few seconds ago.
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to add, once again, $100,000 in body cam and in-car video as seed money and also ask for the department to come back in 45 days with a report back as to what the true cost of implementing a program like this moving forward. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and second. Any objections?
Objection. And just for the record, I just wanted more clarification before you start adding any more money to the budget. But no.
Right. So at this point, thank you. Well noted, council member. So at this point, there's one objection. Madam City Clerk, we'll go ahead and take roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lozano,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Abstain.
Councilmember Avila,
No.
All right. The motion passes 2 with 1 abstention and 1 no.
Okay, Mayor, I have a question for our city clerk. City clerk, did you get the vote for the budget, as a standalone item, or do we need to take up that item right now?
okay, and the first vote that we did when we separated, I was under the impression it was to reconsider the budget, and that's what we voted on. So I don't actually feel we voted on the budget. So I would suggest that we
Listen
on the
to
budget.
the audio. We
Okay.
did vote on the budget.
I thought we did earlier, but if we need to redo this, and we can because of the reconsideration vote, then I think we should just do it.
All right, let's
So Monica, when you weren't sure whether it was a budget or not, we had already voted on it. That's why it was a vote. You voted. All voted.
I thought so too, but I don't think it was
voted on.
recorded. I don't think it was recorded. So I think what we should do, since we reconsidered the item, let's just go ahead and do it just to be safe.
Let's go ahead.
This is the third time.
Third time's the charm.
Let's go ahead and make the
It's
motion.
a waste of time.
Council members, want to make the motion?
Yes, make the motion to reconsider our budget and take another vote again for the third time.
No, we reconsidered
No,
the
we've
budget
already
already.
done that.
You're just actually voting on the budget now.
For the
So
third
it-
time.
Let me
So would be
amend it.
a motion to approve items 1 through 6 of the recommendation.
As stated by Shannon, that is my motion.
All right, I'll second. Any objections?
Objections.
Okay, one objection. So at this point, Madam City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lozano,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Avila.
No, do we have it now? Do we have it together now? Are we clear?
Okay, so at this point, we
This is embarrassing, really.
hold on, Miss. Okay, so the vote at this point is 3-1. All right, so at this point, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 15, which is a consideration to adoption resolution number 2020-029, setting initial rates for ballpark.
Well, Mayor, I think we voted on that to carry that over to July 1st.
All right, let's go over to 16, the public hearing and adoption of resolution number 2020-025, ordering the assessment of the citywide landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district for fiscal year 2020-2021. So at this point, who's going to lead in this? Or any questions?
Sam Gutierrez?
Sam?
Yeah, hi. Good evening.
Good morning, Sam.
Good morning, everyone. So this item calls for a public hearing to be held as required by Prop 218 for the annual assessments of the landscape and lighting district for the purpose of levying the collection of assessments, which will fund maintenance and improvement projects for fiscal year 2021. Although there is no increase to the rates this fiscal year, a public hearing must still be held. So staff recommends that the council open a public hearing and consider public testimony.
All right, thank you, Sam. So at this point, I'll go and open up the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, did we receive any notes or any letters regarding the public hearing? 16. Madam City Clerk, I just reported no. At this point, any council members have any questions? If not, I'll go and make a motion for a resolution of the City Council of the City of Baldwin Park, ordering the annual levy and collection of assessment associated with the citywide landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district fiscal year 2020-2021, and authorizing the Los Angeles County assessors to add these special assessments to the property tax bill. That
I'll
is,
second.
Before the motion, Mayor, can you close the public hearing, please?
yes, I will. All right, thank you. All right, so at this point, I will close the public hearing. That is my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any objections? Not to move. All right, so at this point, we'll go back to the motion. I went ahead and make the motion. It was seconded by Councilmember Monica Garcia. Was there any objections? Seeing none, so moved. All right, so we'll go to the last public hearing, which is the public hearing and adoption of resolution number 2020-026, ordering the assessment of the citywide park maintenance district at fiscal year 2020-2021. All right, so at this point, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. So, Madam City Clerk, did we have any letters? Anyone submitting?
No.
She has indicated no. At this point, I will go ahead and make a motion to close the public hearing. That is my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Monica Garcia. Are there any objections? Seeing none, so move. All right, so at this point, I'll go ahead and make a motion for the resolution of the City Council of the City of Baldwin Park, ordering the annual levy and the collection of the assessment associated with the citywide park maintenance assessment district for fiscal year 2020-2021, and authorizing the Los Angeles County assessor to add the special assessment to the property tax bill. That is my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
By
Second.
Monica Garcia. Are there any objections? Seeing none, so move. All righty. That we have with the with reports of officers, the first item, 18, which is a consideration of make an appointment to fill the vacant city council seat. We have, it is recommended that the city council, one, discuss and take action as deemed appropriate to nominate individuals and appoint an individual to fill the vacant city council seat, and two, read by title only and approve ordinance number 1454, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Baldwin Park requiring vacancy in the office of member of the city council to be filled by appointment until the next regularly scheduled municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2020 to elect a successor. Right? And then 3, administer the oath. Okay, so at this point, council members have any information they want to share regarding this?
Mayor,
Yes.
I think what I would like to see is just like when we do an appointment for any of the commissions, that we open it up to any interested applicants and let them submit their name, their interest, and a statement. And then we can just look at the pool of candidates. I did hear what the input was earlier. However, we're in a different election cycle. And this is going to be a whole new pool of candidates. So I would be interested in looking at, those interested candidates and then making an appointment at that time.
All right. I believe there may be a time constraint here. Shannon, is there? Or no? Shannon there?
I'm sorry.
Are there any time constraints on this or not?
This is an ordinance we put up, right?
It is. If there's any changes to the election in November, those have to be submitted to the county by July 6th.
Okay.
Otherwise, certain positions could be left vacant until the election, or in other cases, it could cause a special election.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilman Avila.
I know the people spoke about the 2018 election and putting Danny Damian in the seat since he was the third person on the ballot with the most votes for the 2018 election. That would be one of my recommendations. Or if that's not the case, we're already at the end of mid-June. Wait until November and let the people speak. Let them decide who they want sitting on this council. So I would recommend that we wait until November. We don't have any pushing items, any items that we need to approve. Let's just wait for the people to vote November 3rd and have them elect the next person on our city council. I think that would be the most democratic way to do it, and transparent way to see who gets elected on November 3rd. If we go and do the outreach and have people apply, it's a process. And by then it'll be August, and it's only going to be a couple of months before election. So I just think we could wait, and there's no need to appoint anybody if that's the case. If we can do appointment for Danny, since he was already the third get-go voter. So I'd say we wait till November and have the people decide who they want to elect.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Avila, are you done with your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. No, I agree. There are some very good suggestions. And I like to just make sure that our community is aware, of some of the vacant seats that have happened, not only here in Baldwin Park. An example is with the school district. They did have a vacancy a few years ago. That person was appointed by the board, and if my memory serves me correct, that individual was not elected to serve in the full 4 years. And another case scenario that I can personally speak of for myself, there was also a vacancy in the Valley County Water District, and they appointed somebody else, even though I did apply for it. About a year later or 8 months later, I can't remember the time frame just right now, I did win for that. I did win that seat. So, in the sense of, the statement that we've heard today that, let the people choose, I believe that is the case. That will happen on November the 3rd in 2020. The person, if we select somebody between now and then, they'll only serve for less than 4 months. I do believe we do have, some very important decisions to be made between now and then. So with that, I would like to make a motion similar to what Councilmember Garcia mentioned, is to, if we can do a vacant, if we can fill the vacant seat through a nomination process, ask people to, as stated with the a bio, statement of interest, and do this perhaps by, next week, so we can move quickly on this. And this is not taking away anything from the community. The points, of the community asking that we should appoint Mr. Damien only because he took third. I don't think that's necessarily fair to the rest of the people that ran in that election. Because had they known that this would be a case for them, I'm sure others would, work really hard to be third, or whatever the case may be. So I don't see that necessarily being a valid reasoning to appoint somebody who took the last election. At the end of the day, the community will decide who they wish to have in this vacant position come November 3rd. So,
and Councilman, if I can add to that without interrupting you, I with all due respect, I think that Daniel Damien ran in 2015, and I want to say he may have come in third at that time. I could be wrong. And then he ran again in 2018, and so he was not elected at that time either. So I don't want to look at the rankings and, because it doesn't necessarily mean that that person is next in line, per se, because Alejandra, you were elected, and then Paul, you were elected in 2018. So, even though Danny Damien had ran before in, I think, 2015, and I want to say he may have come in third. So it's kind of like, it doesn't really add up for me. And I do like the idea of just kind of putting it out to see who is even interested in the community and going from there.
Mayor? And
I'm sorry. I do have a motion, but please go on, Ms. Avila.
You didn't have a motion before.
Yes,
this,
I
so
did.
Let me
no,
make
excuse
a comment.
me. I'm sorry.
So
I did.
I agree that, okay, let's not do the Mr. Damien 2018, because maybe you're right. It wouldn't be fair because it's 2 years later. But how fair is it that now the council is going to pick the next person? Yes, people will be applying, and I respect those that want to apply, of course. But again, the people are not making the decision, so that's not fair there, just as it wouldn't be fair for us to appoint Mr. Damien since it was a 2018 election. It doesn't take away to wait till November. I mean, what's a few more months? I don't think we should be involved in picking the next council. I don't want to be seen as nepotism, and I just want to get away from that and wait till November until the real elections to put somebody in that seat.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't finish my comments as I was speaking earlier. No, it's okay. That's perfectly fine as long as people understand that I was still speaking, and I was making a motion just for the record.
And I'll second that.
So, like I said, is if we can, ask for the.
And just for the record,
I'm sorry, please, I'm speaking.
Well,
I'm sorry, I am not done yet, Councilmember Avila. When I am done speaking, you'll have the opportunity to speak, ma'am. Stop interrupting me. That is extremely unprofessional of you. This is not the first time, so please be respectful. Please
just
be
like
respectful.
You are, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, allow me to finish my motion. I would like to have the council, ask for nominating an individual at our next council meeting, perhaps, next Tuesday, or depending on how our schedules work here. And I'm open to discussion on this piece, just for everyone's conversation, as to when we do this on the date. But for that individual to fill out individuals, all candidates, to fill out a nomination, bio, and statement of interest for the council to consider and appoint at that time. That is my motion.
Right, and it was
I'll second.
Seconded by who? By
Councilmember Monica Garcia.
All right, thank you, Monica Garcia. Any objections?
Objection.
One objection. At this point, Madam City Clerk will take roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Lozano.
Yes. Okay, the motion passes 3-1.
You didn't call me. Hello.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry about
Councilwoman
that.
Alejandra Avila.
Sorry about
That's a no. That's a no, and I think the people should have the last say, so not council. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
Mayor, I do want to
Yes.
just reiterate what Vice Mayor Hernandez mentioned, and that is when there was a vacancy on the school board, they did appoint a board member, and that board member had never run for office before, and it seemed to be perfectly fine. And then when the Valley County Water District had a vacancy, they appointed, and it seemed to be perfectly fine in the way that they handled that matter. So I think it'll be fine. It's just a few months away. It would be better to have some, a full council in case any one of us is absent or something like that. So, I just want to leave it at that. If it works for other government agencies in the city, it should be okay for us to do that. And that's all.
All right, and I just want to add that the person that was appointed, without me getting into it, for the school board, and they've done that on many occasions, the person that was next in line lost by 5 votes, but instead they picked someone else. So just for the record. All right, okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next item that we have here. So at this point, all right. So we are.
Mayor, that would be the consent calendar for the successor agency, SA 1, 2, and 3.
Yes. Okay. All right. So at this point, unless someone has questions, successor agency. I'll go to the first one. Successor agency to dissolve the Community Development Commission of the City of Ballpark Treasurer's Report. That's March 2020. City Legal Counsel, I could do them all together, right?
Yes, that is.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And then also, so I'll go ahead and do SA1, SA2, and also SA2. Excuse me, 3. So that is my motion.
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor. Any objections? Seeing none, so move. Alrighty. So we'll go over to the okay. I'm at the following one.
City clerk, city attorney, finance director. I believe we opened up the successor agency, and I believe that budget was adopted as part of 18. Is that correct?
You did open up. You did open up a successor agency. And let me look back at 18, and I believe that we did. Well, 18 was you're talking about 14.
Correct. And the item 14 includes the all of the housing the housing agency, the finance agency, and the successor agency includes those resolutions as the attachment. So I believe that was approved in combination with 18.
14.
I'm sorry, correct, 14.
So are we leaving this one as is?
Or if you
I
want to
would
just
like
make
you to open up the public hearing. We have to do that.
All right. Okay. Let me go ahead and open up the public hearing. I'll ask Madam City Clerk if she received any letters, comments.
None.
Madam City Clerk says she did not. So at this point, council members,
Close the public hearing, Mr. Mayor.
and close this. Thank you. I will make a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor. Any objections? Seeing none, so move. All right. So at this point, do we need another adoption for this one? Am I correct?
We adopted it in the city council meeting, Mayor, but I don't think it's a bad idea to just go ahead and adopt it.
All right, let me go ahead and read it off. The adoption of the budget for fiscal year 2020-21 for City Finance Authority, Municipal Financing Authority, Housing Authority, and Successor Agency. That is my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
By Vice Mayor, any objections? Okay, seeing no objections, it's approved. All right. At this point, we'll go over to the request by and I request an update from the Baldwin Park Police Department on chokeholds and the discussion and the deliberation to consider discontinuing the practice as a form of restraint, and to discussion and the deliberation of the federal state reform regarding law enforcement agency used by of force. So do we have the chief? Do we have who do we have represent the police chief, the police department right now?
Sir, acting Captain Chris Hofford is on the line, and I do know that the department. I know this became an issue in the news, and I know the governor's spoken out against it. I know our police department did very quickly put a stop on the use of this. There's also state law looking to eliminate it. So they did put the stop on the use of this choke hold, until we find out what's happening with the state law. However, if the council would like to formalize that and vote,
yes, absolutely,
that a little more permanent.
Okay, yes. So at this point, I'll go ahead and make a motion for the. What is it? Is the acting chief here? Is he online?
Acting Captain Hofford. Yes, I believe he's on the line.
All right.
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Captain. I just wanted to ask. So, have the policies been changed regarding the chokehold? Have we done that already?
Yes, sir. We suspended it on the 9th, and then we followed that up with a formal general order suspending it indefinitely.
All right. Okay. So at this point, should we do a motion just to codify this or not? Legal counsel.
Mayor, you could make a motion to support that policy.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that the Ballpark Police Department restrain from using the chokehold. So that is my motion. That it be adopted as policy and procedures. Is there a second?
To reframe or stop using?
Stop using, excuse me. Stop using the chokehold practice. So that is my motion.
Second, unless Councilmember Avila said it.
Avila had seconded first. So Councilman Avila said second. Any objections? See none, so moved. So that becomes official for the city of Baldwin Park that police officers will not use the chokehold under any circumstances. And of course, we'll probably see further information coming from state or federal and state level as well. And then item 2, which is the discussion and deliberation on federal state reform regarding law enforcement agency use of force. And I think this is something that we also need to look at. And as I mentioned from the beginning, we need to begin reforming our police department. And of course, we'll probably have more guidance from the federal and state, but we as a municipality need to also work in that area to see how we can improve the better understanding of a law enforcement officer and how they operate with the community in general and the use of force. That's something that we need to look at and study further as well. So we'll bring that to a future meeting based on some of the recommendations that are fluid right now, both through the state and the federal government. Alrighty? Okay, so at this point, does anyone have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, yeah. Sorry about that, Vice Mayor.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I'd like to ask for the police department, our human resource and risk manager, and our CEO to create an action plan for council to review best practices of the Professional Standards Division. This action plan should include current practices, recommended actions, and policies and procedures that are currently not in place but should be in place, so aka best practices. This will allow for the city council and the public to understand the areas that we need to improve or enhance. This includes such as the tactical use of force, training, tracking, the analysis, and any type of change in policy that's needed. Doing this type of information will certainly help us, when and where we need to include professional human relations staff in the investigative process. Look at our disciplinary process and procedures. Look at also what internal versus external investigations, what the policies are there, and what needs to be updated and enhanced. This, again, as we've talked about, will account for greater accountability for all of us. As I think I've mentioned, I support Black Lives Matter, but the reality is we cannot divorce ourselves from our police departments. But helping our department and helping our community understand, what it is, what type of opportunities exist to better our service towards the community, to see and to understand what we're doing, how we do it, and how we can do it better. I believe will provide us a roadmap as we continue to have this dialogue with all of us. And I would like for this report to be brought back in 45 days. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I just want to also conclude, all of us here, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Hernandez, Councilmember Monica Garcia, Councilmember Alejandra Avila, we all know and trust that our police department has done an excellent job. There is no doubt, we can't take that away. Baldwin Park was built on the foundation of the police department, and I don't want to go through the whole process again. So it's important for us to acknowledge, however, times have changed, not only in Baldwin Park, but nationwide, and we need to be a part of that new thinking, that part of the new reform that will benefit the community and benefit the police officers as well. So I just want to end on that. All right. So at this point, I'll go ahead and make a motion to adjourn the city council.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Alejandra Avila. Any objections? Seeing none, so move. All right. This point.
That was Monica, Mayor.
Excuse me?
That was Monica Garcia. That's
okay. Sorry about that. All right. Thank you very much, Councilmember, for correcting me. That's noted by the city clerk. At this point, I'd like to open up the Finance Authority. So we have Finance Authority. We have the, well, we've already done this because it's open. So this is pretty, I'll just go do, can I just go ahead and close it, legal counsel, since we've done this that's on here? Or?
Yes, Mayor.
All right. So at this point, I'll go ahead and move for the Finance Authority. That is my motion. Any objections? See none, so move. All right. So at this point, I'd like to open up the Baldwin Park Housing Authority, which is also a part of the previous agenda. So consent calendar. So at this point, I'll move for adjournment of the Housing Authority. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, Mayor. You have the consent calendar we have to approve.
Okay. All right. So at this
on
point,
Housing Authority.
Okay. Yeah, I just saw that.
And I believe on Finance Authority.
Okay. The consent.
But the budgets were approved.
All right. The consent calendar. I'll move. A motion at this point. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by who? Councilmember Monica Garcia?
Correct.
Any objections? See none, so move. At this point, I'll go ahead and move for adjournment of the Housing Authority. That's my motion. There's second by Councilmember Monica Garcia. Thank you. We're going to go back and open up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Authority. At this point, I'll go to consent calendar item 1 and 2. That is my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Vice Mayor Hernandez. Any objections? See none, so move. At this point, I'll go ahead and move for adjournment of the Finance Authority. That is my motion. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Monica Garcia. Are there any objections? See none, so move. All right, so then we go to the last one, which is we have the Municipal Financing Authority. At this point, we have we did the public hearing, am I correct?
That is correct.
That's the only thing we have on here. So at this point, I'll go ahead and move for adjournment of the Municipal Financing Authority. That is my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Monica Garcia. Are there any objections? Any objections? None. Seeing none. At this point, thank you very much. Viva Baldwin Park, people. Good evening.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Good
morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I have at 2 o'clock. I got to be at Denny's, and I'm going to make it on time. So thank you very much, everyone. Have a beautiful evening. Alrighty. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Oh, first of all, let me thank